Good evening everyone. Today is Monday, July 31st and I'm your co-host BB with our host Dae. It is currently 4 PM on this fine day. Welcome in and I hope you are well. Go get some water and stay hydrated. Hello Jack. Hello Baak.
Hello. What is up, my buds? How was you guys' weekends? How was you guys' day today? I hope it all went very well. I am your bestest bear bud Dae, and welcome to today's stream. Oh my god, it's Monday. I know probably some people probably feeling a little bit rough, because you know, as Garfield says, he hates Mondays. But you know what? It's gonna be okay. It's just the start of the week. Y'all got this. And even if it starts off rough, I hope y'all being here can make it just a little bit better. My work week already started on Saturday, so I'm already kind of a little bit rough already. But you know what? I'm very excited to hang out with you guys again, because that always makes things better, you know? So I hope this can do the same for you guys too. But okay, first of all, congratulations, Jack, on getting first. And thank you, BB, for saying hello to everybody while I was away. Thank you very much. That helped me out a lot. And Bach, who is probably gone, I hope you have a good day at work today. As Jack said, slay. Slay. Slay! But yeah. So today we're finally getting into Derek's epilogue. After I said we were going to do it on Friday, and then it turns out speed running step 3 took 3 hours. Who would have thought? But you know what? It's okay, because today we're definitely in the epilogue. Hopefully we'll finish it today. I don't think it's going to be that long. I mean, like, I think it's going to be long, but not, like, 11 hours long, you know? I just keep referencing back to that 11-hour live stream. I keep thinking about that every time I play. It's like, oh my god, it's going to be another 11-hour stream because I can't stop. I don't know when to quit. But yeah, so before we hop right into seeing our boy again, how is y'all's day going so far today? How's y'all's Mondays? How's y'all weekend? I'm doing pretty alright. As per usual, I woke up late for work, so I had to rush, but you know what? It's okay. I did not get my head taken off for it, but you know what? It is what it is. How was y'all's days? How was your all's day today? There we go. Oh my gosh, the stuttering's already started. I haven't even read anything yet. I'm already going down. But you know what? That's not out of the norm for for a day stream. Thank you, Shaggy, for the sippy sippy. I brought up 2 waters. Well, actually, it's 1 water in, like, a water that has, like, maybe, like, 2 sips still out of it. Please, I would take a sip. Hydration. I'm doing good. Excited to get home and work more on my model before stream. Oh, hell yeah. Very exciting. How far have you gotten into it so far? Because at last I saw, you were still on the head. Have you gotten any farther in your off time? Like off time, like in your free time. Yeah. I mean, I guess it could have been the same word, you know? Now, so how was you guys this weekend? Did y'all get up to anything funky and cool? I have a little bit of a story to tell. I have the head movements done, and I'm working on the hair physics now. Nice, exciting. I feel like when you get to the hair, and like you have like the whole head going, it like, I don't know, gives you like another sense of like adrenaline. It's like, yes, it's coming together. But then you said like the body was like probably the hardest part, right? So that might be a little bit rough, but you know, that's okay. I ain't do nothing. You know what? It'd be like that sometimes. Oh, it's so satisfying. Yeah, because like you're looking at it, it's like, oh my gosh, it's coming together, you know? Also, hi Mel. Tell Mel I said hi back. I hope she's doing well. I hope Mel's doing well. I'm so funny. Yeah, so over my weekend, actually specifically yesterday on Sunday, I got to go pick up a kitten with my friend. It's gonna be my friend's cat, and she was like, I don't want to meet a stranger by myself. Can you come with me? And I was like, yeah. So we went and we picked up a little Scottish Fold kitten. He's a boy. He's got like white and gray markings on him. He is very cute. He was very soft. I think she said he's about, I don't know. I feel like he's supposed to be 8 weeks, but I heard that he's 10 weeks, maybe. But I don't know. I don't know how to age cats. And also, oh, Friday, I can't wait to show how much progress I got done and also work on the body movements because it means I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm going to be excited for that too. I'm excited to see. It's coming up. I'll be lurking in your chat. I'm thinking of working on a little hypothetical though before debuting it. Oh? A little hypothetical, you say? Exciting. More secrets. Yeah, that will be a very fun and dandy. You've inspired. Oh, so is that kind of hypothetical? Yes. Take on more hypotheticals. Join me in this misery. But no, it's gonna be great. I'm very excited to see it when it is done. If you're not gonna be showing, well, I'm obviously excited to see it done when it's anyway. But regardless, well, I don't know if you're gonna be like progressing it on stream or not. But if not, either way, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see. It started with me and now it spreads. I don't think I'll do anything too fancy, but I'll just do a lot of art pieces. Yeah. I understand that. That makes sense. I'm trying to like figure out how to do mine in like the best way possible and not go too overboard with it. So mine might also just be like just separate art pieces pretty much, but we'll see about that. I'm still in the writing and the prep phase, so I cannot animate for shit. I can't. Well, I know a little bit of animation, but I don't want to do animation, if you know what I mean. So I was not interested in that. I was not like, you know what? No. That is a lot of work, and also it's going to take a lot more time too. So it's better to like probably do it like a little bit. Also, watching Hollow Advent inspired me too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. More inspirations. But yeah, I couldn't get any. I was gonna do, and for art stream tomorrow, I was going to do some work for the hypotheticals, but then when yesterday happened with the cat, I didn't have much time to do any more writing. But honestly, I might still be able to do some stuff for prep for it on stream. So we'll have to see about that. I won't get too into it unless I drastically change my mind and we just draw something stupid on stream. But we'll see. But I was so excited for this cat. I got to hold it the entire time when it was hurt my friend's cat and not mine. He was very, very shy. You know, I wouldn't say shy, but he was very curious. Apparently, it was like his first time being outside. And the first thing we did was we took him into a Walmart because this girl, she forgot to get a carrier before we went to go get this cat. So we had to go inside a Walmart with the cat. And I was holding it the entire time. But we got the carrier. And we got all the supplies that we needed for the cat. And she couldn't figure out what to name him. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was trying to like give her all these like stupid names too. It's like, oh my gosh, name it Jojo Siwa. And she said, no, I will not name it Jojo Siwa. And one friend suggested Toaster. And she was not having it. But I was like, pretty much, you gotta wait a couple days for kittens probably, just to see his personality. I was saying, but I just helped my cats on the car ride home. Yeah. But I think she wanted a carrier just so that, you know, she would have it on hand already. Because she is gonna have to, like, take it to, like, the vet at some point as well. And she can't really hold the cat while she's driving at the same time because it's just her, pretty much. But it was very fun. But the true kicker out of it all was afterwards. Because I took a couple pictures of him on the way home because obviously I was like holding the cat the whole time. I was like, oh my gosh, let me take a picture of this cat. And I sent a picture of him to my mom. She didn't know I was doing this. And I said to my mom, guess what I did? And I was expecting some, like, some sort of negative response driving time. Alright, have a safe drive. I was expecting some sort of negative response. I was expecting something like, oh my god, why'd you get a cat? What are you doing? Like, do you think we have the time for a cat? And what about Sam? She did not say any of that. She said, you got a kitty? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. He's so cute. And I was like, oh, shit. No, this is not the reaction I wanted. I didn't expect such positivity and willingness for this. So I was like, no, it's actually my friend's cat. I'm sorry to disappoint. I was like, god damn it. It was a bad joke, bad prank. Prank gone wrong. Oh no. I asked her, oh, does this mean we should get a cat then? And she was like, maybe. I'd like to. He's so cute, but what about Sam? She'd probably eat him. I was like, well, probably. But I mean, with enough time and patience, they probably could coexist together. Obviously not the specific cat, but a cat in general. And then I got to thinking, oh, what if I got another dog instead? I already said plenty of times that I probably don't need another dog. But honestly, now that I was holding that kitten in my hand, I was like, I want another animal. I want a baby. Sam won't let me hold her for long periods of time. She's too big. And she wiggles a lot. But I guess I could try, you know. But yeah, that was probably like the most exciting thing that happened to me. Saturday, I got back from Bear Business and I slept up until I had to get up for D&D. I played D&D and then I went back to sleep. So that was basically my weekend. So, not so exciting day to a very exciting day. At least in my priority types. D&D was fun, but, you know, kittens though. There's no, well actually, I can't say that. There is a kitten in the campaign, but never mind. But yeah, alright. So enough with that. After we got, it was a nice chat here. I'm like catching up with you guys, especially after the weekend too. Just to like touch base, like, oh, how's everybody doing? How'd it go? Make sure everything all is well. And yeah, so now we can go ahead and get into this epilogue. Finally, after it's been 87 years, but we finally made it. Let me get my stream manager up before I switch over. I hope one of these notifications is my dashboard. Yes, there it is. Yes, that kitten was very cute. Did I mention it was a Scottish fold? Yeah, so it had like the folded ears as well. I was like, oh my gosh, just like Sam, except it's just one ear of hers that's folded. Okay, okay, got my thing up. Okay, now switch on over. I'm right back to where we left off last time. So we're just gonna get right into it. Alright, here we go. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and made your own way into the world. You... I lived alone, I lived with a pet, lived with pets, lived with Cove and his fish, lived with Cove, his fish, and the pet you picked, lived with Cove, his fish, and the pets you picked. Oh, so I guess we can still live with Cove. Oh my god, and they were roommates. No, this isn't Cove's route, this is Derek's route. But you know, I want to live with Cove. Well, roommates, platonically, unfortunately. But yeah, his Cove, his fish, and my pet, my doggy, Sam. And you worked at a fine company, had a business of your own, co-owned a business with Cove, had multiple ways of earning income, were so focused on pursuing education. Last time we did a co-owned business with Cove. Maybe this time I'd rather... I wish there was like just a straight up freelancing. I guess this is one of them. Had multiple ways of earning income. In the... You know, this is pretty much close enough. Art industry. Yeah, there we go. That's right. That's kind of like close to like freelancing as you can get, I guess. Because as you know, that'd be probably a bit too specific to say. I freelance in art and do commissions and stuff like that. Or like do comic works and stuff. Just anything like that. Have to be more immersive, you know? Okay. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your moms and Co's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends. Though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which he excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. That was a loss you felt. He had become someone you considered a friend during those days. And then there's what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. What about Derek? It's just Derek's epilogue. Where is he? Of course, he was still a very important person in your heart. Cove was a friend you could count on. Cove was your absolute most cherished friend. Cove was your family, and he always would be. Your family. When you hear your family. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating loving and supportive relationships with his family and friends. You couldn't say his personality had changed exactly. Instead, it became more refined. Cove was a warm, inviting, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, it ended up being a surprise to most based on his past interests. Cove decided against pursuing a degree and focused fully on building up a career. He got a small business of his own teaching surf lessons, and he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove was also able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. Growth and change came for the Suarez family. There we go, for Suarez family as well. Mr. Suarez continued to run the scuba shop with Mr. Holden, but that was about the only constant that remained. They moved to a new condo in Prism Vista City as their three boys got older and the nest began to empty. Ooh, fancy, Gucci. The baby of the family, Nicholas, was eventually the only one left at home. George went off to a local college, staying in the dorms. Then there was the eldest son, Derek Suarez. Tell me about him. He left the area years ago to attend an out-of-state college on a sports scholarship. You kept in touch with him during those days as you had in the past. Derek had since graduated. You were sure he would have success in whatever he pursued. The long-term direction of his career going forward was ambiguous to you, but there was still news Derek had been able to share. He was returning to the city where he grew up in, and as always, Derek had a plan. What was his plan? Oh, we're at the bus station? Are we picking him up? Oh my gosh. Reunited after 10 years? No, it wasn't 10 years. Was it 5 years? No, it's 10 years because, yeah. Oh my god, 10 years, damn. That's so long. Oh, but the plan, the 10-year plan, is coming. The expiration date's coming up. All right, let's go deeper. The foggy and scratched glass door of the bus swung open with a gasp of air, allowing you and the rest of the passengers to disembark at your destination. You stepped from the massive vehicle into the Prism Vista City bus station. Crowds of travelers bustled across the concrete floors. A constant stream of strangers came from hallways, shuttles, and other buses. The station was absolutely packed. It was vacation season. It's summer! Summer had only just begun, but the Californian heat was already immense. You'd be lucky if even a single day of your much-anticipated trip was under 90 degrees. Iron was still a great relief. Steaming in the humid bus station was definitely preferable to baking inside the metal walls of the bus itself. It was a fairly short ride over, but still, you'd had plenty of that already on the long ride there, and you'd already had to take a plane too. The bus was simply the last leg of the trip. Okay, so if it's still in California, I don't think Cove and I would move out of state, so let's say it was probably a long ride, because if his family moved away to the city, we wasn't able to like meet up with him that much, despite even with like his like practices and his other extracurriculars and all that stuff. I want to say it was a long ride, so it wouldn't really be manageable to visit often. So okay, a long ride. You didn't take your own car because it would have been even more inconvenient. It was too far for you to have driven. There was no way around the bus ride. You didn't own a car and couldn't drive places yourself. I'm gonna say it was too far for us to have driven, because I can't really drive places that are too far currently. I'm not really used to it, so I'm gonna say it's kind of like the same thing. But Derek had his own car, and so that would be your last bus ride until it was time to go home. One of your sweaty hands kept a slippery grip on the handle of your rolling suitcase. It was a well-worn piece, frayed at the edges and with an annoying loose wheel on the left side that dared you to try keeping it moving in a straight line. You'd had it since you moved out of your mom's house, and now it was returning with you, at least to the general area, since you wouldn't be staying in Sunsetward. Your accommodations were there in the city. All you had to do was inform your old friend Derek you were ready to be picked up. And so, in your other hand was your unlocked phone with the contact screen up. Ooh, wow, ring ring. You selected Derek's name, saw the last thought he had sent to you, and it texted him a quick message. Saw the last thought he sent you. Derek, what you doing with all these thoughts? Good luck on your trip. Let me know when to come by. I'll be ready for you. Hey, I'm here. I have a ride. Guess who survived the trip? Here. Derek, I'm in town now. Derek, come pick me up. I'm scared. Yeah. We're yelling. We're excited. We're thriving. Hello? Oh, okay. It's like, message me back, please. You scooted closer to the wall, positioning yourself out of the path, but in a place that was still easily visible. It took only a minute to get situated, and your phone was already buzzing with a response. Coming! It's like, I'm on my way. You cracked a smile at the screen of your cell and the brief message that lit up, and you put it away. He'd be there soon. I wonder if he's already there. Because, you know, maybe, I wonder if he, like, calculated the time that we would arrive, and then he just kind of, like, came ahead of time and waited, maybe? There wasn't much else to do besides watch the tide of people go by and think. Recollections of how you ended up in that spot came to mind. Because I was thinking about, the oh my god, I can't say that damn word. The party, basically, the party at the Cypress moment. He arrived, like, half an hour early, so I was wondering, oh, is he gonna do the same thing? Probably not. He's probably like, I don't got time for that. I don't got time to be that much of a gentleman anymore. The two of you had constantly kept in touch. He knew what was happening with you and you with him. For the past few months, the catch-up calls and texts you had with Derek included updates on his process of moving. He decided to head back to the city, at least temporarily, to help his dad with his business and work out some things out for himself for his own future career prospects. Derek kept you in the loop with his house hunting, logistics, the victories, and the setbacks, and making a major life transition. I'm like, he gonna get that house? Oh my god, good for him. Most people can't even get an apartment these days. It all came together less than a month ago. The Soros family was naturally thrilled to have him there. George already lived near, only 40 minutes away, and Nicholas was still at home, so the whole team could be together again. The biggest brother was just happy to return to his own stomping grounds after all the years of being away. But it wasn't a familiar locale for only him. Sunsetburg was the next town over. He knew that. Oh, well apparently for next... whatever. Derek's deep voice played inside your head. The animated way he spoke through the phone a few weeks ago was fresh in your memory. He talked about how he'd made it to his new apartment with an extra room, and that you should totally come to stay for a while. You'd be able to visit with his brothers and parents and your own parents in your childhood neighborhood, and you get to see him too. Finding a hotel in the area was always the biggest problem coming back home. You had to appreciate the unique opportunity Derek had provided. Imagine he was like, he didn't even like it was just like a suggestion. He was like, oh, I mean, I also have this like a spare room too. I mean, you could stay over in this one. Okay, I'll come. When should I come? It's like, oh, you want to come now? Yeah. I want to come visit. And he's just like, oh, I didn't expect to get this far. That's just how I'm imagining it. Though even if he had lived on the opposite end of the country, you would have tried to make it. He meant more to you than just a couch you could crash. Oh my god. It's a body to crash. Nah. Let me chill out here. Seeing Derek was your main priority for the trip. You both worked it out so you could be there. Unfortunately, the other good pal from your youth couldn't make it, Cove Holden. He pouted a little about not getting to see Derek or return to Sunset Brook for you, but he recovered. I wonder if we'll get to talk to Cove on the phone once in a while during this moment. Especially because he would be coming later that very summer. He simply wasn't able to do it twice in one season. You'd be with Cove then, and Derek would still be in town too. This time, though, would be bonding time for you and Derek. Yes! You're looking forward to the trip as much as you knew Derek was. It was going to be an amazing time, you were certain. The whole thing was nerve-wracking, but you didn't want to miss the chance. It had been a long time since you'd been together in person. You wondered what he'd think. It had been a long time since you'd been together in person. You'd worried what he'd think. You changed over the years, but you hoped you and Derek would stay close. No, we're optimistic. We're very excited. I'm very excited. You could already imagine his bright face grinning at you. The sunshine boy. Those idle thoughts led to idly checking the time on your phone. It had only been about 5 minutes since you sent the text. You put your phone away yet again. It was the grand tradition of being at a bus station, waiting somewhere, checking the time, looking around. You went back to the third step. Throughout the spacious area, there were plenty of other travelers repeating the exact same process as you. Other than the people filling the space, the scene was virtually unchanged since the first time you'd seen it. You could easily recall the exact day that was, Father's Day, when you were 13. Derek had been so thoughtful, inviting you to go over to his house so you wouldn't feel lonely for the holiday. He didn't make you go through any of it on your own. It wouldn't be much longer until he was by your side again. Just thinking about it lightened your spirits. And then, with a murmur of the bustling crowd, an echoing beat pounded through the floor. Oh my god. He's running. He's coming. There was the sound of rapid footsteps against the solid station floor. Oh my god. Chill out. Pushing off on the wall, you scanned the crowd for the source. It didn't take an I Spy champion to notice the man in a bright sleeveless sweatshirt sprinting towards the bus landing area like he was about to miss the last ride of the day. But he didn't have a map, bags, or a ticket in hand. He wasn't there to go anywhere else. He had somebody to see. That's me! That was you. Derek had made it. There he is! He neared the drop-off spot while swiveling his head. When his gaze fell on you over to the side, his mad dash abruptly came to a stop. Derek was a solid rock in the middle of a slow-moving river of unfamiliar faces. He'd grown so much. A sparkling grin broke through the stillness. That part of him hadn't changed. 10 years older, but with just as much boyish charm as ever. You walked over to me. No. You ran towards him, you rushed to Derek and jumped into his arm. You rooted in place, you stayed out of the way and waited. Nah, I'm running! Catch me! With your suitcase rallying behind you, you pushed through the crowd. What's that one meme? It's like, I know, if I run towards so-and-so, he'll catch me in his arms. Incoming! No, I'm holding coffee! And just throws the coffee down. What's that from? Is it Brooklyn 99? I think it is. Let me look it up. I know he'll catch me in his arms meme. Yeah. Is that Brooklyn 99? I feel like it is. Okay, yeah, it's like, if I run and leap at Terry, he will most certainly catch me in his arms. Coming in! No, I'm holding coffee! Yeah, Brooklyn 99. Yeah. that's just that's the. I know. Wait, let me read that again. If I run and leap at Derek, he will most certainly catch me in his arms. Coming in. But Derek would not complain. He'd just happily drop that coffee if he had one. Derek turned on his heels to change the trajectory of his path. He took bounding strides to close the rest of the distance between you and him. The moment you were upon each other, you abandoned the bag and leapt at Derek. Whoa! He caught and held you with the expertise of someone who had years of practice with a clingy little brother. It's my turn to be clingy. Though the way he pressed snugly against you wasn't all the same kind of embrace he would give to Nicholas. You hugged him back tightly, taking in his physical presence for the first time in ages. It was a wonderful start to the reunion, then he set your feet safely back on the ground.
It's been a while, huh?
Sup, Dae? It's been a while, huh? With the man himself right in front of you, it was possible to appraise him fully. It struck you that for the first time, you didn't have to look down to see his face. Somewhere along the way, Derek had grown to match you in height. Many streams ago, when I I can't remember who it was, but somebody was like, oh my gosh, he's so short. And I was like, yeah, for now. For now? It's like, there he is. He ain't short no more. I think out of the three main boys, Derek, Cove, and Baxter, I think Cove is still the tallest, but Derek definitely is the most muscular. I think in terms of height, it goes from like tallest to shortest is Cove, Derek, and Baxter. I believe so, I think. That's what I've seen in fan art, at least. The fan art is canon. We'll just say that is. I'm trying to open my water. One sec. I have to sip. There we go. Okay. Hi, I missed you. It's been way too long. Derek's back. No, I missed you.
I missed you.
My heart, my soul. It's good to see you, pal. Derek watched you so gently, his words couldn't ring anything but true. Setting his eyes on you was something he was grateful he could do. And hearing him call you by that longtime moniker really brought it home that you were, well, home. The feeling's mutual.
Ready?
Nice. You ready to go? Got all your stuff? Yeah, it's only this suitcase. Which way are we going? That way, Derek rubbed the back of his head as his immense cheer chipped away just a bit. Do you mind having to take a stroll? I didn't bring the car. My place is about a 15-minute walk from here, and parking is wild. Oh my god, you ran this whole way? Imagine if he did. The whole 15-minute run. I mean, look at him. He can do it. I'm sure he can make that run. I can't run for even a minute. You're gonna have to carry me. I would have had to park 20 minutes away just to find something outside of the apartment's reserved spot. That's one thing about this place I didn't miss. He let out an airy chuckle, still awkwardly scratching at his hair. So we're gonna have to get in some steps. That's alright, it's not your fault. What a pain, it's so hot out. What a pain in the ass, it's so hot. Oh my god. Watch your profanity. Honestly, it'll be nice to move around after that bus ride. You made an okay sound with your fingers. Yeah, it'll be nice to move around.
I got you.
I get that. Oh, but, You pressed a finger to the tip of your chin, thinking, you got here way sooner than 15 minutes. It was barely more than 5. He was running, I told you. Yeah, he attempted to shrug casually, but a smirk tugged at his mouth.
Well,
It's 15 if you walk. It goes quicker if you run. Especially when you're a fast runner. Like if you're a trained athlete, for example. Oh my gosh. Who would... And yeah, I'm sure a trained athlete would be able to do that. If only there was one here. Derek jumped in place to spread his feet apart and strike a superhero pose like he was still a 13-year-old. Thanks for going to the trouble. Wow, what a hunk. You didn't have to do that. Hope you didn't push yourself. That sounds just like you. You blushed portentiously. No, you know what? What a hunk. He fed off your praise and lifted his head even higher. Totally, right? Oh, we love a confident king. Once again, completely carefree, Derek tilted his head over the way he came. Let's go. You reached down to collect your suitcase, only to grasp empty air. Oh my god, he just snatched it. You glanced towards the ground just in time to see it rolling away securely in Derek's hand. That's mine! It's my stuff. It's got my Nintendo Switch and my Game Boy's in there. I can carry you, Derek. Thank you for the help. Hey, get back here with that, you joked. Wait, you just sprinted here. Don't make me still carry the bag, too. A gentleman, as always. I'm gonna save. I'm probably gonna be saving a lot. Wait, you just sprinted here. Don't make yourself carry the bag, too.
no problem.
I'm not making myself do it. I want to do it. Oh my god. You took his free hand. You grabbed the corner of the suitcase handle. You stepped up beside. Oh my god. Already? That's so bold. Just grabbing his hand? Yeah. Derek had his plan, and you had your own. You maneuvered to the side and slipped your hand around his.
Oh,
Or, for an instant, he flinched at the touch, but you held firm and he eased into it. I see how it is. I'm pulling the bag, but you're pulling me. Yeah, I'm doing the most work here. That's how it is. Yeah. I could never beat you. It certainly won't be easy. You and Derek left the station side by side and made your way through this vast city. He pointed out a towering building against the skyline in the distance. It was sparkling and new and had to be at least 10 floors. That's where you were going. Having such an obvious landmark to work towards it was convenient. You weren't familiar with that part of the city. The condo where the Soares family used to live was further away from the station. It was certainly very different from Sunset Bird. You easily knew every corner of the town and could go from end to end on foot. But you continued along, certain that you'd make it to your destination. Derek's pace wasn't too fast or too slow. He was conscious of the connection between you and wasn't going to jerk you around. Derek chattered lightheartedly as your thoughts were drifting along. It felt completely natural being there with him. He didn't struggle to let you into his world. There was a place he'd left open and waiting for you. Derek Suarez. His name rang in your ears. Oh my god, hubba hubba. Over the years, you cherished him even more until you couldn't imagine life without him. The moment you saw him again, you had been hit with a realization. You loved him. Oh my god. They said the L word. They said the big word. Yup. L is for the way you look at me. Oh, I don't remember the rest of the words. I don't remember. What is O? O is... We're the only one I see, I think. Love lyrics. Please don't play the music. Okay, good. Okay, I saw the play button down at the bottom of this, and I was like, oh my god, it's gonna play the music. Okay, yeah. L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. Re is very, very extraordinary. Being near him was exciting to you in ways it wasn't before. Your heart was pounding. The jaunt through the city breezed by. There was so much to catch up on. Even though you didn't sprint, the 50-minute walk still felt much closer to 5. When you arrived at the ground floor of the skyscraper Derek lived in, he showed you right up. At his front door, Derek fished a key from his sweat shorts. He swung the key on a silver loop around his fingers and joked about his near disaster from earlier that day. He drove straight out of his house once you texted, and he'd already hit the button for the elevator when he realized his apartment was left unlocked. Oh my god. Boy! Go get robbed. Derek had to bolt back down the hall as the elevator arrived, locked the door, and made it back to the other end before the elevator closed. But he made it. Oh my god, such an athlete. You quipped that being on such a high floor really came in handy. The elevator had a longer way to go and gave him more time. Derek nodded with a laugh. Ooh, welcome to my house. I like your house. Very nice. Got a nice little balcony to the left here. Nice little dining area and kitchen to the right. This place nice. This place nice indeed. They said it was a condo, wasn't it? So I'm not sure if I understand the difference between apartment, condo, and loft. So let me see. Oh my god, am I frozen? Okay, no. Was I frozen? Am I freezing? Am I okay? Or is it just my stream manager? I think it's just my stream manager. Because I can't tell. That's a little worrying. I just came back and I saw we were still outside. Okay, well, let me look up. What is the difference between a condo and an apartment? Yeah. The biggest difference between a condo and an apartment is ownership. An apartment is defined as a residence that is rented. Oh, okay. Often as part of a larger residential building. A condo could be similar in structure to an apartment, usually a unit with in a larger residential building, but condos are owned instead of rented. Okay, so basically he just owns the place. So it's like a house, but on another floor. Okay, that makes sense. I don't remember if he said condo or not. I think he might have said apartment. I don't know. I don't know. If he got a condo at this age, man, he rich. But alright. Welcome to my house. Thank you for inviting me. Derek's apartment was a modern but still cozy space and completely spotless. A balcony wrapped around 2 walls of the abode. Through the crystal clear floor to ceiling windows, you could see the ocean. It's looking good already, huh? Yeah, too bad I didn't put any of it together. It came furnished. Oh my god, lucky. None of this is yours? Nah. I didn't have a lot of important stuff in my old place. Nothing worth bringing all the way over. And who knows how long I'm going to be here. Getting new things didn't sound like a great idea. We'll see what happens long term. I might stay longer than I think. I mean, that's pretty smart. Also, if you hate putting together furniture, oh my gosh. I have built a couple furniture pieces in my time. Not many, but when I do build them, it sucks. It is a lot of work. I hate it. It just gets so sweaty during it too. It's probably just because this. Well, the 2 things I built is like I built this desk and I built my 2 display cabinets. So, and also this room doesn't really like get a lot of airflow, I guess you could say. It gets hotter than the rest of the rooms in the house. So that didn't really help out either if I'm building them in here. So I'm like, oh, I didn't have to build it. It just came as is. Like, oh my god, you lucky bastard. I wish that were me. But alright. Still, at least for now, a prefab apartment it is. Yeah, it looks good. It's wonderful. There's a real lack of footballs and soccer balls in here. That is a smart way to handle it. Yeah, that's just what I was saying. You're lucky to live here. Not along. Yeah, you're so lucky. But it's smart. Thanks. Yeah, you got a noggin in there. Derek cast his gaze over the room like he was meeting. Sorry, I have a twist tie on my hand and I was playing with it and I dropped it. Okay, just also making sure I'm not freezing again. Alright. Derek cast his gaze over the room like he was meeting a friend. It had made a good impression on you, and that had him standing proud. But he cut himself off and focused his attention back on his actual guest. You can have my spare key while you're here, and I'll show you to your room so you can put this away before we get distracted. That was said while Derek lifted up the suitcase he insisted on carrying. You mean so you can put that away? I'm not the one holding it, remember?
Right.
I've got it. You were led towards a narrow hall at the side of the apartment and stopped right at the first door in the path. You'd arrived already. Oh my god, such a short trip. Derek opened the room for you, holding the door until you passed through. You entered your temporary bedroom. He followed you inside, still tugging the suitcase behind him. Oh, very nice. Oh my god, we got fruit. Got a fruit painting. Ah yes, I love to wake up and just the first thing I see be food. Oh my gosh, the woods! Oh my god, in my house there? Also some abstract. Well, Shrine Bow, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. I hope you enjoy your time here as a bear bud. No, it kind of... Oh my gosh, the alerts always jump scare me just a little bit. But you know what? That's what makes it fun. Like just sitting here listening to the ambient music and the ambience of the music and then... I was like, oh! What was that? But yeah, thank you once again. Take another drink. Okay, the furniture style was a perfect match to the living area. It was easy to see that it had come as a full set. Oh, my mouse is in the way, sorry. Derek set the bag up against the corner of the bed to keep it out of the way.
Oh,
Man, it's incredible that you're here, especially now. George and Nico are both on summer vacation. They're super looking forward to see you. Can you believe they're going to be juniors next year? But they're both being... Oh. Wait. I'm trying to calculate time. They're both juniors? They're not twins. So I guess Nico's a junior in high school and George is a junior in college, but I thought they were closer in age than that. Unless Nico failed. Unless Nico failed a couple years. I don't know. You know what? I'm not gonna think about it. George for college and Nico for high school, obviously. Okay, yeah, because I thought... Okay, Nico was 6. Okay, Nico was 6 in the step 2. And Derek was 13. Oh, no, I guess... Yeah, I guess that does make sense. Okay. I don't remember how old George was. Probably somewhere in the middle there. Well... Okay, senior... 4... So... I guess that means George is 4 years older. So he was 10. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I got the math. I got the math going now. He spoke with an infectious affection and enthusiasm. We used to babysit them, and now they're practically scholars. Not to mention the fact that George outgrew me. Oh my god, he outgrew you? I bet in a couple more years Nicholas will too. So much for being the big brother. It was a blow to Derek, but he took it on the chin and snorted in good humor. There'll always be the big brother, no matter how tall they get. George might have more height, but there is no way he beats you in muscle size. I can't wait to see them. Just a little baby in my mind. He snickered along with him. No, you'll always be the big brother, no matter what. Yeah, that's true. It was a ponderous thing, hearing about other people getting older and progressing in life. Little George and Nicholas had grown up so much, but the same number of years had passed for you, and you were older than them. You were an adult with a full-time job and a place of your own. You'd achieved more than you hoped for, you were doing just as well as you aspired to, things were going alright so far. It'll ideally keep getting better. It had been tough and you didn't feel like you'd really accomplished much. Your life was just a mess as far as you were concerned. You didn't know how you felt. It was complicated. I think this is probably a good one. Things were going alright so far and ideally keep getting better. Like, you always want to strive for improvements and such like that. So yeah, not bad, but good. You had really matured and embraced adulthood, but you still feel like you were a teenager rather than a real adult. Well, let's see. We ain't mature. You weren't sure you would ever reach a point where you saw yourself as completely grown. A pause had formed before you realized it. You blinked and brought your mind back to the present. Derek offered an understanding smile and then spoke to give you a different type of offer.
So?
Want to see the rest of the apartment? I'll give you the tour. Yeah, that'd be great. You casually went through the still open bedroom door, and Derek shut it behind you. The grand tour of the Derek Suarez locale was started immediately. You got to see the scenic guest bathroom with all the amenities, and he showed off the vast end of the hall with the closed door. Anything could have been beyond that point. Your helpful guide informed you that it was his bedroom. Isn't it crazy, having the master bedroom at the end of the hall? Sometimes I still look down there and think that's gonna be my mom and dad's room. You're moving up in the world. You and Derek strolled back into the main section to explore the dining area and the kitchen. He described the treasure hidden inside each cupboard, and you even got to check inside the fridge. It was difficult to pretend the contents weren't part of some tourist adventure experience. Just taking pictures as you're going along. She was like, oh my god. And here we have the refrigerator, where I have in here my pre-made protein shakes and smoothies and granola. Cooling down. Like, oh wow, amazing. Takes a picture. The only things there, spread out sparsely among the shelves, were water bottles, colorful sports drinks, a jug of 2% milk, a box of salad greens, and a few containers of some kind of packed meals. Oh, okay. So not protein shakes. Damn it, at least I got there's sport drinks. That's close enough. And Derek awkwardly cleared his throat, feeling as if he needed to explain the sight in front of you. I don't have much in stock right now. I usually eat at my parents' place or get takeout. I'm on vacation, sort of. A working vacation? But I should change that, especially now that there's somebody else here. I mean, you don't have to worry about me. I'm probably getting McDonald's. McDonald's. He swung his arm to the side to close the fridge, but yanked it back a cracked before it shut. The bottles in the door clattered. Oh, do you need a water or anything to drink? I've at least got that. Give me your sports drinks. I'll have a glass of milk. No, thank you. Oh, you know, I'll take a water bottle since I'm drinking water right now. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where is it? Oh my god, I got so many shit in here. There we go. Hey, give me that. It's mine. You can't have it, BB. That's my water bottle. I'll put it over here. There we go. Perfect. Alright, I like a water bottle.
Leave it to me.
I got you. Life. Art imitates art. I was gonna say life imitates art, but, well. Alright. Oh, there we go. Derek snuck his arms through the opening and pulled out a chilled water bottle. He closed the fridge for real and straightened out his stance. You accepted the drink from his hand. The sightseeing moved back into the living room from there. His fun tidbits were there were about which switch turned on which light and how to turn on the fan. Very important. And here's the last stop. To the floor, she pulled open the sliding door that led out to the balcony. Oh my god. This is the view. Cool. Could we stay inside? Thanks for getting the door. Derek, I don't really like heights, sorry. No. I want to go. I smile with interest. Derek gestured once more to the wide open door. After you. Oh my god, a gentleman. I should not be surprised. You were losing track of how many doors he'd opened for you already. But you walked through the latest one into the sizzling summer air. Oh my, you got a little table too? And some greenery? Oh my god, Derek, you got it all. The view was even more breathtaking than you realized from the living room. He says that as we're looking right at Derek. I mean, it's not wrong. You could see for miles the sea, the sprawling city, and the rolling hills beyond that. Neither of you spoke for a moment. Derek moved past you and leaned against the railing. He stared out into the vast world ahead of him. You rested against the tube right next to Derek. You rested against the tube a little ways from Derek's spot. You went to stay next to him. You stayed back. I rest next to him. He didn't flinch. Derek welcomed your presence with ease. This was the part I was the most into about the apartment. Whatever place I got, I knew it had to have a balcony. Even a small one would have been fine, but this one is amazing. Yeah, it's really good. Feeling settled, you sipped at the refreshing water Derek had given you. He pinched his shoulders up and sent a grin your way. So that's it? The whole place. Unless you actually wanted to see inside my room. I mean, what are you trying to hide in there? What secrets you hiding? How many soccer balls and footballs you got in there? So the suggestion was given with a coy brow raise and a little laugh. I'm good, thanks for the tour. I was looking forward to seeing your room, you joked. I would like to see that sometime, you teased. No thanks, but that was fun. You shook your head in amusement. You bashfully broke eye contact. I was looking forward to it. Then maybe later. Derek pushed himself up from the bar to stand at his full height. This is such perfect timing. We're both going to be in town for Father's Day tomorrow. Oh, really? And what a coincidence. That was right. You'll be present to spend the holiday in person with the Suarez family. You'd only ever stop being with the Suarezes for that day because you moved. You'd only ever stopped being with the Suarezes for that day because you moved. What? You used to spend that day celebrating with Mr. Holden until you moved away. You had attended a Father's Day event since that first time. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I ever... Is this a... I think I know what this means, but also I'm reading it, and it's like, I don't understand what you're saying to me right now. Like, for some reason, I cannot process this statement. But I think it means we would celebrate with the Suarez's on Father's Day, but then we stop because we moved. I think that's what I was trying to get out here. I'm going to say we hadn't attended a Father's Day since that first time. But you made it a habit to call Mr. Suarez to wish him a happy Father's Day. But you made it a habit to call Mr. Holden to wish him a happy Father's Day. But you made it a habit to send Father's Day cards to Mr. Suarez. But you made it a habit to send Father's Day card to Mr. Holden. You haven't done anything at all to mark the holiday since then. Oh. Oh, we can't do both? It's either Mr. Holden or Mr. Suarez. You can't have both. Thank you for the sippy, Jack. I already had the water bottle open and I was actually about to take a sip, so good timing. Hydration. Yeah, maybe send a Father's Day card to Mr. Suarez. After Derek's what the fuck? Surreptitious invitation to Father's Day the first year you met him, you ended up participating in the holiday every year after in a small way. Actually, attending an event and again after 10 years would be interesting. Derek spoke up again to elaborate on the plan. Oh, and I was hoping that we get to do both. We like got to pick like multiple of the options there, but no, I guess it's just Mr. Suarez here, I guess. I guess fuck Mr. Holden. He ain't my daddy. Neither is Mr. Suarez, but oh well. It's not gonna be a huge party. Just go into my parents' place to hang out. I'm gonna give Dad a tie. You don't have to bring anything. He'll be happy enough to see you. Sounds good. Yeah, that's gonna be great. I'd rather go than be left behind here. You nodded. Yeah, Father's Day is the whole reason I made sure I could come right now. I didn't even realize I'd be here for that, but alright. Alright, I guess. But yeah, that's gonna be great. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. Tomorrow's gonna be a great day. And look at me, inviting you to Father's Day directly, like a big boy. Yeah, look at you. A great improvement from the last time. Derek was so tickled inside and out that he scratched his cheek and let out a rumbling chuckle. You certainly are a very big boy now. Oh my god. Thanks. His gaze swept over the city once more as his mind began to wander away from where his body was planted on the balcony. Man, it's insane how much time has gone by. It's been, what, 10 years since we first met? Wait. He whispered the words again with the gravity of a long-lost spell. 10 years? It's been 10 years since that first summer we spent together? Yeah. It's been a whole damn decade. Derek's voice in the deed sped up faster and faster. He ran a hurried hand through his short hair, stumbling back from the room. Oh, he remembers! The agreement! Oh wait, hold on. He couldn't face you anymore. Derek stared hard at nothing with his jaw clenched. It felt impossible then, but it happened. We actually became adults. Time's up. He finally realized that you've been waiting for that. A light bulb suddenly went on your head. You realized what he likely just did too. You wait for him to explain, entirely clueless what he meant. No, I've been new. We been new. We did not forget. It took him long enough. He never forgot what 10 years meant. Derek's face darkened, mainly in the cheek area. He was full of an uneasy energy that came out as a constant shifting in the position of his feet.
Oh, man.
That's awkward, huh? I really hadn't planned this out as well as my teenage brain had thought I had. It was true. Time was up. You and him were an entire decade older than you were then, and more than that, you had gone from being barely older than children to being adults. Derek had graduated high school and college. He had a car, a place of his own. He probably had student loans. He definitely has student loans. It was just as he imagined as a 13-year-old, and it was at this point that he intended to complete his vision of a grown-up by marrying... Already? You joked about the whole thing. You initiated a serious conversation about the deal. It made you nervous. You didn't want things to change. You wanted to be with him, and it had nothing to do with that deal. You really hoped Derek wanted to be with you for reasons other than that deal. Oh, that's a good one. It's like, I hope you're just not sticking around just because you thought you had to keep a promise. I hope you're sticking around because, you know, I'm the best bear in this place. Alright. What do you think of you, really? He picked you out of everyone as the person he'd marry in 10 years, but it was as a backup. Because that's how he was phrasing it, you know? I mean, listen, buds. Look at me in the eyes as I close them when I speak. You and I both know that he didn't pick us as a backup. Like, he liked us, but the way he phrased it, you know, he's gotta be He's gotta be upfront. He's gotta be direct. It's like, how do I know that you actually like me? Say it. Say you like me. Say it right now. Maybe you were the only someone worth settling with, or maybe you meant more. If he had asked you to be his partner, you would have said yes, but this roundabout proposition wasn't that. Your internal back and forth slipped out into your expression. It looked concerning enough for Derek to smile reassuringly. Look, Dae, it's cool, I promise. I'm not expecting you to go through with the marriage pact we made when we were still small to fit on a child rise at the mall. He had read you completely wrong, and his attempt at comfort didn't answer any of the questions nagging at you, but you couldn't demand more. If he wanted to be with you and you alone, for real, he'd ask. Hopefully. Maybe. Oh. Okay. So I wonder if we're not working it out now, I wonder if there's gonna be a confession later on? Maybe? We'll see. 23 is way younger than I imagined. It is kind of... Let's call the whole... You mean you don't want to get married to me? Is it because I'm a bear? And I got big-ass paws? And I can't tie my shoes? And I'll eat all the chicken nuggets and fries from McDonald's? I can't believe you'd say such a thing. Let's call the whole thing off. Agreed. We're divorced now. Okay. No, let's push it back to 43 instead. He nodded. Do I be hashtag depressed, or do we like cope with joking? Coping with humor. That's probably what we're coping with humor. Oh, guess we're divorced now. He laughed and you snickered with him. Does it count as being divorced if we were only sort of engaged? Nah, it's close enough.
Congrats.
Alright, congratulations on your divorce. You too, Derek. Cool, it's over. That's a weight off my shoulders. Oh, don't say that. That might have been done, but it didn't change what you felt about him. Still, the sun was shining and you had Derek by your side. It was a good day. Please don't tell my bros about this. 23 is too soon for a marriage backup plan, and it's even earlier for me to end up in a grave from embarrassment. That's disappointing, but alright. Derek rolled his shoulders and then stretched his arms. His eyelids drooped, but you could still feel like he was watching you.
Doing okay?
So, how tired are you after all that traveling? Because if you're up for it, I was thinking we could go see our families today instead of waiting for tomorrow. That idea had you re-energized and ready to hit the road again. The corners of your mouth curled into a grin. I'm definitely not tired enough to pass that up. Awesome.
Leave it to me.
I'm gonna call my parents to let them know what's up. I know they'll be there. I'll see about getting in touch with George too. If we're lucky, we might get a full house. Oh, wait, shit. Did I save? Okay, yeah, I didn't save that in that moment. I'll just... Depending on what effects those decisions made, we might come back to this point, but we'll see, we'll see. It's like, I'm glad I slaved at that point. His mouth cracked into a fond smile. This'll be quick. You won't even miss me. Or maybe you will. I wouldn't mind that. You teasingly shooed him away. I won't be able to if you don't go. Get to it. True. Satisfied, Derek pulled his phone out and brought it to his ear. He began to walk away in preparation for the talk. Since he was busy with that, you decided to return to your guest room. You considered freshening up by changing. Tapping your fingers on top of the bag, you cycled through the options in your mind, but nothing felt right. Eventually, you settled on using the bathroom and splashing some water on your face instead. I'm setting the scene. We walk into the bathroom, we close the door. Wow, we splash the cold water into my face. I grab the sides of the sink and I go, shit! I had every opportunity to get together with him and I blew it. And now the marriage pact is over. He thinks I don't like him. Then just like, gives a big sigh. It's like, stands at the mirror, just comes out the door. It's like, hey, what's going on? Just completely switch it. Eventually you settle on using the bathroom and splashing water on your face instead. As you crossed the apartment, you peeked over at Derek. There was no way that you could know what he was being said, but he shot you an exaggerated thumbs up. You took that as a strong sign that all was going well. You threw your fist into the air, mouthing a silent yes! The way Derek's lips twisted, you could tell that he was trying very hard not to burst into laughter on the phone. It wasn't very long before your visit was properly arranged. The calls were ended, and you were leaving the apartment behind. Derek hesitated at the door and tapped his bottom lip. He was double-checking his mental checklist, but that was resolved in short order. You both stepped out into the hall, and this time he remembered to lock the door before he dashed down the hall. Oh, what? No more races? Here, I'll run down and I'll hit the button, and you run down with me, and then you run back, lock the door, and then you come back again and try to get through before the elevator closes its doors. But I guess not. Hopping into his car, you probably took off. The drive was lively. You spent it taking turns telling each other new stories about your families and your latest personal adventures. I don't know why I went country there for a second. Thanks to slow-moving traffic, it was a 20-minute drive to reach his parents' new place. Derek pulled in and automatically noted how lucky you were that his condo had guest spots. Nodding along, you followed as he enthusiastically showed you the way. Derek knocked solidly, but not loudly, on the door. They knew you were coming. It didn't take you by surprise when the door almost immediately pulled open. Mrs. Soares joyfully greeted you both. There she is. Oh my god, I love your outfit! I didn't see this, right? And all the updates GB Patch did. I probably missed it. Oh my god, I love those pants. They're very nice all around. Hi, welcome home. Without a second thought, she wrapped her eldest in her to her arms. Derek gladly hugged her back with the same vigor. Hey, Mom.
Good to see you.
It's good to it's so good to see you. And Dae, too. Thanks. She ushered you two inside, and you got your first look around. The Soareses had moved there a couple years ago, but you'd never gotten to visit until now. It was still just as homey and comfortable as their old apartment. When you traveled further inside, you spotted Mr. Soares sitting at the kitchen table with a chilled drink. He took a slow, drawn-out sip. Then he placed the cup down and got up to join everyone else. He stood in front of you like you were a newly arrived audience, pointed at his wife, and tattled. Mom made me promise not to get the door. She wanted to be the one to answer. Mom said I couldn't answer the door. She wanted to do it. Mrs. Soares was unapologetic and owned up to her actions entirely. She went over to her husband and soothingly rubbed his back.
Thank you.
Thanks for being such a good sport about it. Of course, but I get to have my greeting now. Doing exactly as he promised, Mr. Soares turned from his wife to you and Derek, the two guests in his home. He pushed his glasses higher up his nose. Hello, kids. I'm happy you came early. I couldn't ask for better visitors. Hi. It's great to see you too. It's been too long. You're both looking wonderful. I love your new place. It's great to see you too. You kindly nodded as you spoke, you waved as you spoke, you held out your hand to shake as you spoke, you hugged them as you spoke. I'll say nodded. You were thrilled to finally be there with everyone in person again. Mr. and Mrs. Soares shared an affectionate look, taking your sincerity to heart. It's always tough when our kids are gone, but we certainly missed having you running around with them. Yes, it hasn't been the same without you. Okay. Derek clapped his hands together. You couldn't help but smirk. The image reminded you so much of his mom trying to bring order to her rambunctious sons. And speaking of, where are the bros? It is the same as always. You arrived first. It made sense to you that you'd beaten George there. He had to rearrange his day on the fly to make it, but why wasn't Nico there? Your eyebrows raised in surprise. You didn't have to ask for an explanation. Mrs. Soares gabbed about it in an intentionally overdramatic tone. That is my question each day. Nico is never home with me anymore. Now that school's out, he travels into the city as soon as he gets up and only comes back in the evening for dinner. He's a big boy now. He's gonna go out there in the big wide world and explore it. Without nobody holding his hand or carrying him when he's sleeping. A mother's gloom over her baby growing up is given its silver lining by the father.
Yes.
He's independent.
Maybe.
He is usually, but... Mrs. Soares held her cell phone up and her lips curled into a mischievous grin. She added a wink when she shifted her attention to you. I might have sent a text that you two were coming by. I'm sure that'll get his attention. He'll get his butt back here sooner rather than later for a change. Right. It struck you then by Derek's understanding tone that none of this was news to him. They were explaining Nico's habits for your sake. The Hulse family was as polite as they were perceptive. Since we've got time, why don't you show Dae the condo?
Let's go.
I was about to suggest the same thing. What do you think, Dae? Want to take the tour? I do. Show me everything. Oh my gosh, so many tours. Similarly to what Derek had done earlier that day, his parents led you through the highlights of their new home. Mr. Soares proudly listed all the amenities the complex offered outside as well. Is there a pool here? Listen, if there's no pool, then you downgraded. You gotta have a pool. Derek leisurely followed along behind the group, loosely listening to the fact list. He had a few notes to add here and there. Sometime later, a phone interrupted the conversation with a loud ding. Oh, sorry, that's me. He partially shifted the phone out of his loose pocket and checked for any important news. He beamed victoriously and let his phone slide back into the depths.
Nice.
George is here! And with good timing, the tour was complete. Let's go meet Junior. I do think it's cute that his dad calls him Junior. His dad calls George Junior, and everybody else just calls him George. It's very cute. The current group left the hall behind and crowded back into the living room, ready for the party to grow in size. As you got there, you heard a firm and even paced string of knocks on the door. Mrs. Soares eagerly shouted over the sound. My turn.
All right.
Fair's fair. Cheerily, Mr. Suarez jaunted off and swung the door wide open, knowing that his middle son was on the other side. Gary he is, and he was, although George's junior Suarez was hardly a junior anymore. Alright, put Derek next to him. I want to see if he's actually outgrown him. George had not only grown taller than his big brother, but he also towered over his parents. The jaw would have been on the floor if Derek hadn't mentioned this earlier. Still, from his neat sandy brown hair, his calm expression, and relaxed stance, you knew that he was still the same boy you knew as a kid. George also remained a placid presence in his rambunctious family. They cheered at his arrival, and he smiled sweetly. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Welcome home, Junior.
Don't worry about that.
You didn't take long at all. Oh, he is a little bit taller. Oh my god, he made it sound like he was like 8 feet taller than I mean, that's just a couple inches. Derek struck when... Oh, what? Derek struck when George was distracted by their parents. He hooked an arm around his brother's neck and pulled him close. George hugged Derek to the side. So Derek's already here, huh? Yeah, I am. Never would have guessed that. The brothers let go and gave each other one last light shove. George went over to you next. Hey, Dae. It's been a while. Hi. I've been waiting forever to see you. I'm so proud. You're going to such a responsible young man. I missed you. They're grown up. They grow up so fast. Starts crying in front of him. You, oh. Let's offer him a high five. He turned away from you and failed to hold back a laugh. George reached forward and almost missed slapping you entirely. You look like you're an adult now, but I'm not convinced yet. I mean, I'm not trying to convince you. You notice the remaining rigidness lifted from George's frame. He snagged a drink from the kitchen and settled in. He was joined there by the others, and he recounted his day so far. Eventually, you all heard the distinct sound of the doorknob jiggling and then turning. No knocking was required for this one. Now let's get ready for it. Let's hear it. There was only one person it could be. The last to arrive for the gathering, and the last to have been born, Nicholas. The door popped open with a swish, and you saw that you were undeniably right. It was Nico, but his appearance had your brows pinching. He was extremely different, yet simultaneously so similar to the tiny 6-year-old you had first met him as. He's got a nice little overalls on, little jumpsuit on. There's no cars, there's a lack of cars though, so it's not completely the same. Somehow his hair managed to be even wilder than when he was an elementary school kid, but besides that, he'd become a young man despite continuing to be a baby in your mind's eye. He was sporting a colorful rainbow romper, okay, that's what it was. That was fashionable as it was functional, as well as his iconic hair clips to round out the mix of old and new. Nicholas is back! With a roll of his eyes, Nicholas animatedly gestured and held his arms out. He bit back an amused laugh. No shit, I live here. That's not news. Oh my... The baby just said a swear. No cursing. The news is that Derek and Dae are back. He bounced over and managed to securely lock himself around his big brother's wide chest. Derek wrapped an arm across his brother's shoulders in response. Derek ruffled Nico's long, thick hair before letting him go. It was sweet that the gesture was affection between them hadn't changed, though Derek didn't have to lean down to do it anymore. Hello, son. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming back home. Nico, language, I know. No shit, I live here. That's the second word you say when you reappear. Only babies use baby language. Walking by, Nicholas gave a short wave to his parents and then elbowed George formally as his hello. George teasingly retaliated with a poke to his little brother's side. Finally, Nicholas stopped in front of you. Hey, Dae. Welcome back to Casa Suarez. Hi again. I'm so glad to see you again. It's my sweet baby boy. He's not so sweet anymore. What a charming gentleman you've grown into. You can't be that big. That is illegal. Jail. Jail. Pinch his cheek. Jail. Turn back into that little thing right now. Nicholas howled at your teasing. You let go, and he crossed his arms. The law has no power over me. Neither do you. There's no law in this land. This is my land. He reached over with both hands and playfully pinched both of your cheeks. You willingly accepted your grim fate. Nico loved to make people, after all. Oh my god, he got me. I can't stop him. He's too powerful. Now the whole Suarez family, plus you, was together again. Mr. Suarez admiringly looked at his wife and then his sons. He securely hooked his fingers into his belt loops. I thought it said bald spot for a second. Because I was reading ahead, it's like, bald spot? Where?
That's good.
This is very good, yes. I wonder if everyone here will be coming back tomorrow as well. Of course, Dad. They and I are going to be here for sure. I might manage to work it into my busy schedule. You won't miss it for anything. I already can't wait for tomorrow.
Wonderful.
Superb. That's exactly what I wanted for the day. Mr. and Mrs. Suarez provided lunch. It was nice for the whole family to be sitting at one busy table, but afterwards, Derek announced that you two should hit the road. I'm gonna get going too. I still got a class later. Are you serious? We've barely done anything. Sorry, Nico. We gotta take the trip out to Sunset before it gets any later. Fine. Me, you, and George are doing something together, and not just the Father's Day thing, okay? Something that's gonna be fun with just us. Sighing affectionately, Mrs. Suarez shared a look with her snickering husband. Nicholas was going through the iconic parents or uncool teen phase.
Don't worry.
Don't worry, I made sure to have that whole day free. I promised to come over early. Derek tilted his head towards you, suddenly asking your opinion before agreeing to anything. I'd love to hang with the boys.
I swear.
Cool, got that. We'll both be there, count on it. We can do whatever Nico wants in the afternoon, and then it'll be Dad's pick in the evening. Alright, see you then. Now with that settled, everyone exchanged their goodbyes and see you soon. You and Derek left in good spirits. You hopped back into his car, already eager for home. Sunset Bird was waiting for you. During the drive, he sent off a text to let your moms know that you were coming by soon. They knew you were arriving today, but they had no idea that when you were going to be free to come see them. Humming to himself, Derek sped down the highway. The city's skyscrapers were far behind you in the distance, and there was nothing but rolling hills of green. It was strange to be sitting shotgun with Derek after all these years of friendship being trapped in the long-distance zone, but at the same time, it also wasn't. What was arguably stranger was how his presence affected you. Having him there by your side was the most normal thing in the world to you. Soon enough, you began to recognize the landmarks starting the way to your hometown. Excitement buzzed under your skin. You were ready to get back home. Spit down the bread. Yeah, that was part of the dialogue. Didn't she read it there? I was just reading it accurately. The car flew past the now leaving side, and you rolled down the window to wave at it. Officially, you were finally back in Sunset Bird. Mama? It didn't take more than a few minutes to drive through the rest of town and roll into the sleepy neighborhood where you grew up. Derek parked along the curb, and you both slid out.
Nice work.
You made it, safe and sound. Derek leisurely leaned on his car. He looked over the roof at you and lifted a questioning brow. Do you want to see Mr. Holden too? We have time. Yeah, why not? Eagerly, you glanced over at the Holden household. There was a good chance that Mr. Holden would be home. That's a great idea. Thanks. I've been known to have them once in a while. Of course, yes. So what do you want to do first? See your moms or go check on Mr. Holden? Moms? Okay, never mind. Apparently I don't get to make the decision. Let's visit Mr. Holden first. If he's not there, then we can try again after seeing my mom's. And if he's there now, there's a chance he might not be when we're done with the other visit. Sounds reasonable to me. Together you crossed the street and walked up to the familiar door. It was still a little odd remembering that the condo was now only inhabited by one single Holden. Oh my god, there he is. You rang the doorbell and waited. Luckily, the familiar face of Mr. Holden appeared in the doorway and beamed at seeing you.
Hey.
Hi. Derek gave a big wave at them. Mr. Holden returned cheerily until his brain caught up enough to let him speak. Where in the world did you come from? Surprise! From the gates of hell. You tipped your head back and burst into a deep laugh. When you could breathe again, you pointed your thumb at Derek. He's letting me stay at his place so I could come visit.
Come on.
That's great, come on in. He waited for you two to follow inside. You did, and he glanced back over to the shore to address you further. So, what can I do for you two today? I don't have to do anything. Can I just visit one of the out of the goodness of my heart? Mr. Holden took a good look at you with a wobbly grin. Aw, even after growing to such a successful grown-up, you still haven't forgotten your dear old neighbor. I hope you've been doing well. Things couldn't be better these days. Agreed.
How's it going?
Glad to hear that. And your moms, are they doing alright? I haven't actually seen them yet. We're going there next. Oh, could I tag along? I've been meaning to visit them, and it'd be nice to stick with you two a while longer. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Oh my god, you know, it's kind of weird. It's an odd feeling, like, visiting Mr. Holden, but Cove's not here. It's like something's missing. This ain't right. Get Cove on FaceTime right now. Let's move this party across the street. Nothing else needed to be said after that. The newly arranged group pivoted out the door and strolled right over to your childhood home. Without missing a beat, you located and rang the oddly placed doorbell. Ma expectantly answered the door. Her eyes sparkled and landed on you immediately.
Hi.
Hello, sweetie. And Derek, welcome. A few seconds later, she realized there was a third, less anticipated guest at her doorstep. She tried biting back her giggles with little success. Oh, and hello to you too, stranger. Hey there. The kids swung by and I thought I'd visit too. What a lovely surprise. Come in, come in. Ma stepped aside, grinning wildly. She held the door all the way open so everyone could hurry through. Heya! Mom's voice rang out from the hall right before she appeared physically in front of you. She just manifests. She excitedly stopped at her wife's side.
Nice.
Ooh, what a great crowd. Hi, Moms. I miss you. I'm home. You both looking good. I hope you've been well. He sighed, content to be there. Hey, I'm home. You gave them a peace sign. We'll hug our actual parents. Excitedly, you pull them into a big hug. You can feel one of them soothingly rubbing circles into your back. You sure are, kiddo. Derek gently worked his way into the conversation. You didn't miss the way his skin was something a shade rosier than before.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Mrs. and Mrs. Ursa, for letting me come by too. It's nice to see you again.
You're fantastic.
You're fantastic. You brought my child here. It is a crime to not give a bear hug to moms. It is, indeed. It's like, hug these other parents. It's like, no, why would I? And then, like, your own mothers, but people before you's like, I have to hug them. I don't want those parents. I want my parents. You don't need to thank us for that. You can come over anytime. You're an excellent guest.
That's fantastic.
Yes, and we need to thank you for giving our... I thought it said dear Dae. Our Dae a place to stay. Now we'll get to visit with them even more this summer. They shared a knowing look with their eyes alight. They had to be thinking of their big anniversary later in the season. Oh, okay. I was wondering how this worked out timeline-wise. Because I kind of thought it'd be like the same premise and the epilogues was our mom's anniversary. But no, this takes place before the anniversary. Interesting. I like that. You'd be coming back to Sunset Road for that. You didn't mind all the traveling. It was worth it. Good point. Happy almost anniversary. Thank you. That's gonna be a night to remember, I'm sure. I bet. We're gonna have a nice little shindig at the Cypress. But what's shaking? You've been busy, huh?
Yeah.
It's been crazy for sure with the move and learning the ropes to help my dad out with some things and other stuff. There's a lot going on. Tell me about it. I wasn't expecting things to be this jam-packed. The group relaxed and hung out in the living room. Each person shared updates from the past and plans for the future. It went on until the sun began to set. At that point, you and Derek decided that it was best to leave sooner rather than later. The end of the visit was accepted with grace. Bye. Thanks again for coming to see us.
Take care.
Tell Mr. Suarez Happy Father's Day for us.
I gotcha.
We'll be sure to do that. Mr. Holden remained in his seat. He had already planned on visiting with your moms a little while longer. Take care. It was great seeing you. Bye. Great seeing you. With that, you stepped out into the warm embrace of the evening air. Leaving that house, going onto that street, it was something you'd done countless times. Believing how much the context of that action had changed was hard. You were only here on a visit, while the person you were staying with was Derek, a true reversal from the old days. Derek followed you out but didn't go to his car. Instead, he stepped into the center of the road and stayed there. You trying to get hit? His gaze wandered up the hill and past that, off into the distance. He spoke with a voice as comforting as the familiar song of the crickets. Hey, before we go, could we stretch our legs a bit? There's one other thing I want to do while we're here. Won't have to ask me twice. Lead the way.
Thank you.
Derek tilted his head in the direction he wanted to go. His mouth hooked into a grin, and then he started strolling. He followed at his side. Derek moved with wide, carefree strides, his arms pumped back and forth with each step. Oh, I thought we were going to go to the beach. Where are we going? Oh, we going to the grocery store? We're going to get some more lemons to make lemonade? You found yourself headed outside of the residential area of Sunset Bird and onto the main street. It had been nice to refamiliarize yourself with the area during the little jaunt. Derek got a conversation going between you. It's so hard to believe we're hanging out together right now. Seriously, when did that happen?
It's been
This
a
morning.
long time.
But also, when did it stop happening? It's something I've been thinking about. His voice grew quieter as he was unable to meet your gaze. He shrugged and let the conversation hang on that note. The walk continued, and you had a good idea of where he was going at that point. There was something coming up in the middle of the path, and it wouldn't hold any interest in anyone other than you, Derek, and Co. The concrete slab. For the three of you, it was special. Derek crouched down to the ground, right where you expected. He smiled wistfully at a decade-old inscription. The writing was well worn, but still visible. He slowly placed his finger over the small print he left in the concrete as a 13-year-old. He was so much larger than he used to be, his finger completely eclipsed the tiny mark. And yet, he seemed small again to you in that moment. Next, Derek moved to the summer 2011 you had made. He dragged his fingertip over to carefully trace it. There was something on his mind that swept him miles away all of a sudden. You had no idea what it could be, and that uncertainty left a sour taste on your tongue. Derek remained transfixed with the concrete and his own internal musing. Gradually, his frown worsened.
This sucks.
Time is a sucky thing to play against. If you mess up, that is. Even if you try to turn things around later, you're not getting what you lost back. It's just gone. Wow. Deep. Making mistakes isn't a waste. Do you think you've messed up something up? That scares me. You should be proud of what you've been able to do. Making mistakes isn't a waste. You learn and grow from them. He placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Derek tried to smile. It was half-hearted. That's a better way to think about it than being entirely frustrated, but... He stopped, shifting his attention back to the ground instead. You could tell he couldn't apply it to himself. That was all that came of it. Derek pushed off the ground and got back on his feet. He brushed some dirt off and took his phone out. Well, we're not gonna open that can of worms? Tell me what's wrong! He got a picture of himself giving a thumbs up in front of the concrete slab. The solemn air around him vanished. It's like... Even after all this time, you can't get back what's lost. It's just gone forever. Peace sign, a selfie, click. Okay, I guess that's one way to cope. If that works for you, Derek, I won't question it.
Okay.
I'm gonna text this to Cove. Okay. Wait, I want to be in the picture too. Oh, sure. I'm here too. You held your hand out in the air above the markings, and Derek went with another thumbs up. He snapped the picture. Now it's perfect. Yes, because I'm in it. Yeah. You caught Derek's gaze wandering off again. He hummed thoughtfully, and you followed his eye line to the local store across the street.
Oh,
I
man.
just remembered I'm still low on groceries. Time to go shopping! We could journey over there. We could, but I'm worried things could go bad on the drive back to the apartment. Plus, it's been a super long day already. I'm sure it's fine. I mean, how long? 20 minutes to his parents' house, and if Sunset Bridge before that, I mean, I should probably be okay. We could probably get like a cooler and some ice there anyway, to keep it cold. How about we pick something up for dinner and save the shopping for tomorrow? My treat. Alright then, fine. No grocery shopping, no cereal. No cereal, no food. At least, I will only accept it if we get McDonald's. How could I say no to that? I vote for takeout. Awesome. Think about what you're in the mood for and let's get going. McDonald's. Together, you eagerly went back the way you came. This time, you got in the car and drove out of Sunset Bird once more. Derek ordered from your preferred drive-thru and temporarily parked in the shade to pass out the goods. McDonald's! He handed you your drink and a folded paper bag with your food. You dug in immediately. Derek's ride was nice and still had a new car smell, but he had no problem with people eating in it. He shared his philosophy of the inevitability that lived-in stuff is going to get dirty. He wasn't going to get mad about normal wear and tear. The big family of busy boys and inability to keep things pristine certainly must have been an unavoidable fact of life for Derek. You and him enjoyed the meal. It was long finished when he pulled into his apartment's designated parking spot. With sunset dimmed down to inky blackness, it was hard to see. Derek switched on an interior car light as you gathered up the trash in the bags that dinner had come in. Oh my gosh, drinking water is getting at me. He led the way to his place, key in hand, and unlocked his door. Derek held it open for you instead of going through. You could have told someone he'd do that before it ever happened. That was second nature to Derek. Hit watch, I can predict the future. Derek's gonna open the door. Derek's opened the door. Oh my gosh, how'd you know? I just do. You took a few steps in and flicked on the front light switch. Derek came in second and closed the door behind him.
Phew.
Phew indeed. He walked further into his living room and flopped down on his couch. That was That was a successful day. A long, successful day. I feel like you've already been here a week and you got here this morning. I've really been all around. I'm glad to be back. I've probably forgotten I don't live here. It was such a nice time. I've practically forgotten I don't live here. Yet. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that. Well, that's easily fixed. Ooh! Derek then snorted and shook his head. Or maybe not easily. I just remember when I last moved. Still, you're welcome around here anytime. Derek leaned his head back as he thought. Tomorrow's gonna be busy too. Yeah, we got grocery shopping, we got hanging out with your brothers, and then hanging out with your dad. It's one thing after the- Oh, he looks so sleepy. You sleepy? You go fall asleep? He raised his hand and counted each of the planned activities with a finger. Groceries, taking the bros out, and then the Father's Day. Yeah, that's what I was just doing. Oh my god. When we shared the same brain cell. It'll be great. I'm already tired again just hearing it. I also want to get something gift-wise for Father's Day. I also want to go get some card-wise for... Ooh. Card or gift? What would be better? Would a gift be pushing it too much? Because Because, I mean, he ain't our dad. But also, I mean, it'd be nice. I mean, we're also, like, invited to Father's Day, so I kind of feel like a gift wouldn't be too bad. Gift? Okay, yeah. It's like, it feels like it's almost a crime. Alright, give me the gift. So add that to the list. I want to get your dad something for the holiday. You're so nice. We can find something when we're out shopping, I bet. Thanks, that'll work out. Derek blinked sleepily, sinking further into the couch. He looked cozy. He shook himself and suddenly clapped his hands together. But hey, you probably want to shower and settle in for real before it gets even later. He grabbed the back of the couch and hauled himself to his feet. We can always work on the schedule when we're not sweaty and exhausted. But that's the best time to plan things. Derek exhaled sharply at your joke, and you smiled. Yeah, I'll go gladly take your hot water. Bye, Derek. Derek waved you off as you returned to the guest room. You got out your stuff, put your toiletries in the bathroom, and showered. You tried to be quick and were soon in your pajamas, winding down for the night. We don't have a dad, I know. We ain't got no daddy. Once again, you were back in your room. You plugged in your phone charger and unpacked tomorrow's clothes. A knock rattled your door. Come in. Can I come in? Yeah.
Thanks.
Derek accepted your invitation and shut the door behind him after you walked in. Sup, pal? Sup yourself. You went over to Derek, you sat down on the bed for the conversation. You sat on the bed and patted his spot. Oh! Come sit. Come sit next to me. You shut your suitcase and climbed on the edge of the bed. You scooted to the corner, leaving room for a Derek-sized person to sit down. Derek stood in the corner of the room, not getting the hint until you gestured at the empty space beside you. Sit next to me!
Oh.
Himbo. He strode forward and hopped onto the mattress. The bed bounced beneath you. He grinned boyishly at you. Everything good in here? Yep, definitely. I've triple-checked that. I brought everything. It looks like I forgot my wallet, you joked. Forgot to pack shampoo and conditioner. It is. Thanks for asking. You smiled back at him. Yeah, everything's fine. Whoa, triple-checked. That's how you do it. It's that anxiety and paranoia. Once I double-checked when I was packing, and I found out when I got there that I forgot my phone charger. Oh, that's rough. Derek stretched his arms above his head and yawned. Despite his sleepiness, he remained upbeat. Oh my god, is he gonna fall asleep in our bed? Oh my god. And there was only one bed that they had to share. Rather than seeming done with the conversation, he appeared to be mulling something over, probably what to say next. He wasn't being responsible and going to bed early. He didn't mind. This was your first day back together. There was no need to rush its end. A spark came to his eyes, inspiration striking him. He instinctively leaned closer to you, bringing your faces almost nose to nose. Oh my god, a kiss? Dae, while you're here, we should go to the water park. There's one a ways away, but it'd be so worth it. Oh my... You're adding it to our itinerary in one day? He eagerly continued to lay out his thought process.
Oh, man.
We haven't done something like that since that boardwalk. I mean, that was ages ago and our families were there. If we tried it, we could keep it just you and me. Obviously, there's not a chance tomorrow, so how about the day after that? We could get there first thing, spend the afternoon together, and get going before it gets late. Oh my gosh, Derek, like, a date? He's probably like, oh my god, we're such good friends. And I'm here like, oh my god, he's in love with me. He paused and took a hopeful breath. All of his attention focused on your reaction. So, what do you think? Let's go. I'd love to. It sounded like a lot of fun. You remembered how much Derek had talked about water parks before. Going to a water park would be such a fantastic thing to do if they got that lazy river. I'm in.
All right.
Derek's smile widened. You could tell that he was already mentally planning how the adventure would go. It sort of felt like being asked out on a date. In a roundabout, indirect manner that could go either way depending on however you wanted to take it. Textbook Derek. With absolutely no further prompting, he winked. Since I'm finally saying this, I might as well admit the rest. I've thought about inviting you to a water park before, and not only the water park. There were a lot of places I wanted to take you when we lived closer to each other. Oh? There was always a reason not to. I was busy, you were probably busy, or maybe you wouldn't like my idea and all that. Well, I mean, you wouldn't know if you just asked.
That's what I thought.
Well, sometimes you don't have good thoughts, so you gotta speak them. He dropped his gaze and shrugged. You waited for him to rally, to turn it around. You could picture him saying something positive, maybe better late than never, or being glad that he finally did it. But as the silence continued, no silver lining came. He had failed in his past endeavors, and that was it. No one spoke, and the awkwardness began to press on you. But Derek brightened his voice, unwilling to let it linger any longer. Well, it's late. I shouldn't keep you up. I'll see you tomorrow bright and early. We should plan to leave the apartment around 8 for shopping. Everything's close enough that we can walk, if that's alright. Okay.
Good night.
Great. Good night, Dae. Night. Good night, Derek. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Derek nodded and left the room without another word, leaving you alone. Man, we ain't gonna get no sleep tonight. I ain't sleeping. I'm gonna be like, shit. I can't tell. It's like I'm trying to like put myself in like the character's vision. It's like, do we actually like each other, or is he just a good friend? They seem like very good friends. After all of what you had earned your exhaustion, you were at your limit, too sleepy to do anything else. You flicked the light switch and went straight to bed. You woke up the next morning in an unfamiliar but awfully comfortable bed. The sheets smelled of an unknown laundry detergent. What is this man thinking exactly? Please, a penny for your thoughts. Any thoughts? You slowly absorbed your surroundings. This was Derek's place, wasn't it? And you were on a schedule. You groaned and rolled over to check the clock on the side table. It was hours before you had to leave. You had woken up with plenty of time. You slept up then. You need to hurry. You probably woke up with plenty of time. You slipped out of bed and casually got yourself ready. Soon you wandered into the living room, your mind drifting back to what Derek said last night. It was a heavy admission from him, his lack of confidence to reach out to you. He didn't want to dwell on it. It was a big day for the entire Suarez family, and you didn't want to rain on their parade just because you were aware that it used to flood in the past. Oh, wow. Derek would bring it up if he wanted to talk more about it, but until then, you would let it lie. No, don't! Don't let it lie. Twist it out of him, please. The man on your mind was nowhere to be seen when you left the hall, but you did notice a note sitting on the kitchen counter. You checked the message. Derek wanted to let you know that he'd gone down to the gym in the apartment complex. You had the rest of it. You read the rest of it aloud to yourself. So that's where I'll be if you don't see me. I'll be back around 7:30 a.m. Thanks, Derek. You smiled at his consideration. He could have texted you, but had probably worried about disturbing you. Making physical notes was an old habit of his. You checked your phone, and it was 7 o'clock. You had 30 minutes to fill. You read a book you brought, you read it on your phone, you played a game on your phone, you watched something on your phone, you turn on Derek's TV. Turn on the telly. You found Derek's remote and wiggled it until you felt comfortable. Oh, okay, on his couch. You turned on the TV and not only channel surfed before opening one of his streaming services. Ooh, Netflix? You clicked through your options and found a light show that your 30-minute countdown wouldn't be a problem. Turn on one of those animes that are only like 10 minutes long, so you can watch like 3 of them before he shows up. That'd be nice. What was it? There was this one anime I was watching on Netflix that was short like that, like short episodes like that. It was about a little boy that owned an apartment all by himself, and like his neighbors weren't looking out for him. What was his name? Kotaro Lives Alone. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what I watched a couple episodes of it, and it was really good, but I haven't finished it yet. I should get back into it. But watch that. Watch Kotaro Lives Alone. That's what I think we're watching on the television. Because that's what I would watch. Exactly at 7:30 a.m., Derek returned. A gym bag was slung over his shoulder. He appeared to have had a strenuous workout by the sheen of sweat on his skin.
Morning.
Morning, Dae. What you up to? Morning, sunshine. Oh, that's cute. I've been watching something. Cool. I was at the gym. Really? I wouldn't have known. As I correctly deduced from your note.
Awesome.
Perfect. That's what it was for. He started to laugh and you joined in. It was nice to have him back. Derek took a quick shower and you two left the apartment to run your errands before the day could start in earnest. Derek picked the most direct path to the nearby grocery store. Around you, the city bustled as people tried to get to work. Cars lined the streets and people hurried into various buildings. Ooh, this is different. Oh, we got some like strawberry jam. Save! Low price! Oh, get them all. Maybe some like Energen Zone. Some produce looking things in the back. 20% off. Oh my gosh. Derek, you gotta go towards the sales. It has to be on sale. It took approximately 10 minutes to reach the automatic doors of the store and step into the air conditioning. Various displays tried to sell you all the Father's Day deals. There wasn't much about it that set this one apart from the one in your old town. We're probably going to need a cart. The pool went out with a smooth movement. It had a slightly squeaky wheel.
Let's get to it.
There, we're ready to go. He leaned over the handle like he was at the start of a cart race, waiting for the shot to go off. So, what protein do you want? It was a good question. At that point of your life, you were not picky. I eat everything. That was something Derek was already aware of, but he couldn't make an entire meal plan for you. We can start cooking at home for some of your meals, though a lot of what we'll eat today will probably still be from my parents' house or restaurants. I'd say we'll only need 2 or 3 packs of things.
What do you think?
My throat. I'm thinking chicken, sausage, and eggs, but you can get something else. I want to make sure there's stuff you want to eat. You inspected your surroundings and thought about what you wanted. Ooh, okay. I want... What do I want? Okay, beef, pork, bacon, lamb, turkey, salmon. Oh, so that's just like proteins, like I said. Okay, beans, lentils, tofu, shrimp. God, yeah, that I think chicken, sausage, and eggs. That's what I would like. Maybe turkey or some salmon. Mayhaps, but I'm not really too picky about it. I'll go with what he suggested. That'll work. Great.
All right.
Let's also grab some good vegetables to go with that, and some rice or whatever. Some rice or whatever. Let's remember to check that discount rack. Yeah, we should get a jug of lemonade. How about oatmeal too? We can grab some granola. We need a pineapple. Mangoes would be good. Okay, well, the discount rack. Derek snorted. He craned his neck around to look for it.
I'm impressed.
You're a genius. Oh, and what were you thinking of getting for a gift? Oh, I didn't get to choose. Oh my gosh. I thought I would get to choose multiple options. Damn it. And I just picked the discount rack. Out of all of the meaningful options, I picked the sale. You considered your options. It'd be easy to transport. It'd need to be easy to transport. Something that could go bad probably wouldn't be the best choice. You thought about what Derek's dad would appreciate. You went for a bottle of cologne, a mug, a box of chocolate, a pack of cards, a tie, a cheese and meat sampling box, a pair of socks. These are all pretty much classic Father's Day gifts. I'm gonna say no to the tie because Derek's already getting him a tie, and while it might be funny for all 4 of the quote kids quote to be giving him a tie, I want to try to get him something a little bit different. So what do you guys think? Cologne might be okay. I was kind of looking at the pack of cards because I was thinking of Mr. Holden. I was like, oh my god, dads love swindling money out of their kids by playing cards. But also a cheese and meat sampling box wouldn't be too bad too. What was the pizza that they would get? I think it was like a meat lovers or supreme pizza. So I mean, that has meat in it. So he's a meat guy. People like socks too. I mean, he does like playing games with the kids. So you know what? Maybe cards would be good. Cool. Alright, Derek, I like that. You began your very purposeful rousing. Derek speed walked with the cart. He kept things moving, but wasn't rushing to either. Let me sit in the cart. It was nearly as leisurely as when you'd first shopped with him. Neither of you were in a rush and appreciated the company. However, as adults, the atmosphere between you was markedly different. Before, you had investigated the store as if every shelf could hold buried treasure. Now the items took little attention, and you spent more energy absorbing each other's presence. Grocery shopping was more of a chore and less of an experience. However, even chores weren't bad with Derek. You both debated brands, helped spot elusive items, and encouraged each other to get what you wanted. It was if one of you hesitated over something, the other would compel the other to treat themselves. Treat yourself. I don't know if I should get this bag of potato chips. Treat yourself. I don't know if I should get this whole head of lettuce. Treat yourself. Neutral decisions were praised for the good taste, and strange selections were jokingly critiqued. It was the best visit to the grocery store you had in ages. When you checked the discount rack, there were small packets from the store's bakery, mostly cookies from the day before. What kind of cookies, though? It wasn't grand, but it was a more reasonably sized treat for 2 than, say, a whole pie. That's how Derek felt about it. He grabbed one and dropped it in the car. Knowing him, he planned to share. After getting the goods, you went through the self-checkout to pay for it all. Derek scanned and you bagged until everything was put away and paid for. The first part of the shopping trip was over. Now you had to carry it all back. On foot. Oh, hoping to get too much. Derek loaded himself up with supplies eagerly. Do you normally carry your groceries like this? I don't even think about how we'd have to walk back with this stuff. It was nice seeing him in a good mood. Now, do you normally do this? I'd rather do it this way than drive. Indeed, you saw no struggling from Derek. It occurred to you that this was his second workout today, and it wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. He's always on that grind. He continued to grab the bags without asking you to help. It soon became obvious that he intended to carry all... No, like I said, this isn't a, like, one trip is for pussies kind of deal. Like, I can help you. Give me half of it. You hurried and snatched a few bags for whoever he could. You waited for Derek to... Give me them! Mine! You wouldn't let him get away with such a scheme. Oh, well, thank you. I'm on to you, buddy. You retraced the path back to the apartment, crossing through the crowded streets with bundles of groceries. The pace was brisk. The two of you had places to be and people to see. As soon as you returned, Derek dumped the bags onto the counter. He turned his head over his shoulder to face you. We can just put the cold stuff in the fridge and leave the rest. We gotta go soon. You placed what you carried on the end of the counter. You snatched the eggs and opened the nearly empty refrigerator. Where in the fridge?
Whatever works.
Wherever you remember it being. What sage organizational advice. You nodded along with Derek's enthusiasm. Let's do it. With confident determination, the two of you tore through the bags in each search of goods that needed to stay chilled. With a team effort, it only took a couple minutes to put the groceries away safely. Nice work, Dae. He offered you a triumphant high five. You gave his hand a loud smack. I feel like my smacking game is kind of... There we go. My smacking game's kind of rough. There we go. Now, nothing is stopping us. We can actually eat some of these groceries we got. Immediately, if not sooner. Given the ticking clock, you had a fast and simple breakfast. While it wasn't fancy, it satisfied your appetite and would fuel you throughout the day. When you were done, Derek placed the dirty dishes in the sink. He gave them a light rinse and wiped his hands.
Right.
We gotta go. The bros are waiting. Brother. In short order, you exited the apartment. As you would be staying out longer, Derek was more cautious leaving his place. Derek double-checked that he locked the door and went to his car. You jumped on the passenger seat and buckled your seatbelt like the passenger princess that we are. Derek started the ignition and checked behind him before he easily pulled out of the spot. George texted me and said he was already at Mom and Dad's place. He's going to leave his car there, and then you, me, and him, and Nico will all go in mine. It'd be too much of an extra hassle to make George drive behind us. He grinned cheekily with a knowing glance. But I did already tell him that you had dibs on shotgun. That's true. That's true. I am the princess. Thank you. You're a champ. You have to do that. Does George normally get shotgun? Hope your brothers are mad about that. Nah, I don't care if they're mad. It's my seat. You're a champ.
You know it.
I'm happy to use my eldest brother powers for you. Derek was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. His focus stayed on the road. He boldly navigated through the packed streets, his entire demeanor screaming his familiarity with his drive. The sounds of traffic droned on, making it easy to zone out. You hadn't even noticed that the conversation had completely dropped off until Derek spoke with a question.
So...
Thoughts on what you were watching before? Was it any good? Yeah, it was great. I'd like to hear that. Maybe I'll check it out. So how was your gym adventure? It was excellent. I worked up a sweat this morning. Thanks for asking. That's good. What do you think we'll do today? What's your workout schedule? He quietly looked out the window. So what do you think we're gonna do? It's a mystery.
Maybe...
Well, sort of. George would probably want to go see a game if there's anything good happening. Other than that, he'd pick whatever's current at the movies. But it's Nico controlling today's activities, and he has a distinctive style. Expect him to pick what we usually don't do, so it could be almost anything. Oh my gosh. We're gonna murder somebody. I don't know why that was like where my mind immediately went to first, but like, oh my gosh. Murder? Ballet class? One of those. They're so similar, you know? You listened to him with interest as he chatted about the previous Nico misadventures. The bee farm in particular sounded inspired. Ooh, a bee farm? That'd be fun. I'd like to go to a bee farm. Derek turned into the same parking lot from the day before. You'd arrived at the other Sora's household. You both got out of the car and walked up to their door in the complex. It was swung up before Derek could knock. Derek took a step back, not expecting it. George grinned from the doorway and welcomed you inside.
Hey!
Hey, bro.
Back.
Welcome back. George fist pumped his brother. Each of them excited. Hey, George, what's up? You know, life. I mean, it do be like that sometimes. He led you further into the condo. Nicholas was lounging on the couch. He twisted around to face you.
You're here!
You're here! We are here! Nicholas cheered and threw his hands up in the air. He hopped off the cushion, bouncing to his feet. He ran to the entryway, immediately going to Derek. Of course, we wouldn't miss it. You noticed Mr. and Mrs. Soares cleaning up in the kitchen. They must have just finished breakfast themselves. Oh, looks like we have company. Welcome. Welcome, it's nice to see you two. Derek nodded, and his mom turned around to put a jar of strawberry jam into the refrigerator.
Whoa.
Hello, Derek. Good morning, Dae. How was the drive? Hi, Dad. The drive was the same as usual, but forget about that. Derek lit up with anticipation and beamed.
Congrats.
Happy Father's Day! Yeah, Happy Father's Day. Mrs. Soares patted her husband on the back and puffed up, full proud dad mode. Thank you. Oh, and my mom said Happy Father's Day too. He directed his attention towards you. Thank you again. It's a wonderful day already. I got to see my 3 kids and my 1 kid's friend. What more could he ask for? Derek observed contentedly before glancing over at his brothers. George had pulled out his phone at some point, and Nicholas absentmindedly fiddled with his hair clips. You two ready to go?
Yeah!
I was born ready. With a zealous acclaim, Nicholas was suddenly all fired up. George crossed his arms, decidedly not as energetic. I'll look at them all together. Hit the brothers. I'm not that level already, but I can manage leaving now. Do you need anything, Dae? Oh, no. No piss breaks. Alright then, let's go.
Are you sure?
No one... Oh my god. I have one brain cell and this game has it. No one needs to go potty? Mrs. Suarez poked her head into the conversation, her expression too innocent. All three of her sons slumped their shoulders and sighed. Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Perfect! She clapped her hands together and the boys relaxed, all showing different degrees of amusement.
Have a good one.
Have fun, and we'll see you this evening.
Goodbye. Talk to you
Goodbye.
later.
See you tonight. We'll be there. Now let's roll out. Derek led the way after waving to his parents. He held the door for you and his brothers. Outside, he unlocked the car and it beeped. George and Nicholas beelined for the vehicle. George initially went for the passenger seat before catching himself and opening the back car door. Nicholas barreled into the back seat without hesitation. You and Derek got into the car, completing the seating arrangement that Derek had discussed prior. That's right. I'm the passenger princess. As Derek turned the key in the ignition, it struck you that the last time you had been on an outing with only the four of you was when you'd been the boys' babysitter. Now George was an actual adult and Nicholas wasn't that far behind him. It was surreal, thinking about how much had changed over the years. Everyone had grown up. You wondered how Nicholas and George felt about hanging out with the big kids as equals. Derek cranked up the AC but kept the car in park. He leaned his head back.
What's up?
So, Nico, where am I going? The youngest leaned forward, sticking his head through the gap between the car's front seats. I want to go to... Zake! The bakery! Hell yeah! It's made its appearance once again. Derek raised his eyebrows and exchanged a look with George. Whoa, that is a surprise. Oh! Go back. Go back. That is a surprise. Even more of one than I had figured. You're not a fan of cakes and cupcakes and all things sugary? Yeah, I thought you grew out of all that. George's tone was more teasing than Derek's, dry with mock skepticism. Nicholas rolled his eyes. I did. Most desserts are totally inedible. This place is different. The owner's cool, and we should support local businesses. They've got vegan and gluten-free options and other stuff too. Now, can we get over there? The later it gets, the more stuff will be sold out. Bring it up on your phone. It should be 20 minutes from here. Oh my god, so demanding. Derek chuckled, but chose not to comment on all the defensive explanations. So, put it on your phone now and let's go. I don't need to explain myself, but honestly, he don't need to explain himself. He wants to go to a bakery despite not liking sugary things, and we're gonna go. Your wish is my command. You're welcome. Nicholas smiled, sweeter than his dessert preferences. Derek brought out his phone and typed out Zake on the maps program. Nothing obvious turned up. Nicholas sorted, still poking his head towards the front of the car. Try a X, not a Z.
I got you.
Gotcha. Derek corrected his spelling and then tapped the first result. It was opened, averagely busy, and estimated 22 minutes away. Now buckle up! Nicholas flung himself backwards and settled in his seat. Derek waited for him to click his seatbelt before shifting the car into reverse. George had been buckled since his brother had started the car, and you weren't far behind. You wondered if that was normal for Nicholas to need a reminder. The directions chimed in over the speakers to head east. Derek shook his head. Maybe escape the parking lot first. He muttered to the mapping program as it kept giving him unhelpful instructions. Once he reached the road, it finally stopped complaining about Derek's twists and turns. George drew one of his legs up and leaned against the car door, getting comfy. If we were going to go somewhere with a bakery, we could have gone to the grocery store. I think about the convenience.
No.
Come on, bro. We've got a car now. We can have higher standards than a grocery store's bakery section. Exactly. I always want to go to this cookie place that's like an hour away from where I live. And everyone's like, you went all that way away just for cookies. He's like, listen, if I can get there, I'm going to go there. Why should I limit myself to what is of convenience? If I want a good cookie, I'm gonna go get the cookie. George laughed back at him, but doubled down. I still would have picked a normal supermarket. It's a classic. Derek grinned as he flicked his turn signal on. Most of his attention was on the stoplight in front of him, but he still took the opportunity to banter.
Sorry.
Sorry, George. Dae and I went to the grocery store today without you. Already? Yeah, I was out of basically everything. Shoot, we missed out then. There was only cookies on the convenience, the clearance rack anyway, so you didn't miss much. George closed his eyelids tightly and hummed in thought. Remember back when Nicholas insisted on using his allowance on a carton of eggs so he could see if cooking them on the sidewalk worked? Yeah, I also remember all the raw egg puddles and eating scrambled eggs for breakfast and dinner. Nicholas shrugged his shoulders and high, justified about hiding his embarrassment. Inquiring minds had to know, and it was more exciting than getting an apple. George's eyes narrowed, openly judging his little brother. I wanted to eat an apple, and I did. My purchase led to zero regret, unlike your science experiment. Oh my gosh. George is still bored. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. I always wanted to try finding an egg on the street. I tried the egg thing too when I was a kid. Cracking eggs on the ground is an even bigger mess than the pie fight. Hey, did you do the thing where you stuck your hands in the veggie mist? It's probably bigger than the pie fight. Immediately, the memory inspired the entire car to laugh. We got that pie from the discount rack, and Derek wouldn't let me eat it all. So, of course, you decided to throw one of the leftover slices at me. Yeah, and then you smushed a piece right into Nico's hair. You smashed a pie yourself, Derek. You snorted as they chatted about how much of a chore it was to clean that mess up. The lively discussion continued through the drive. About 20 minutes later, the GPS chimed that the destination was on the right. Derek turned into a packed row of shops. Above one of them, a bright pink sign with electrified swirl letters proclaimed himself as Zake. It grabbed your attention, standing out amongst the more sedate signs around it. Nicholas shimmied in his seat. Derek found a parking place along the street and carefully parallel parked. Enough cars zoomed past on the street, and Derek and Nicholas didn't feel safe opening their car doors. You and George got off first and waited on the sidewalk for the two to crawl through. Nicholas stifled his laughter as he watched Derek contort himself over the gear shift. The spot had a meter, so Derek paid for 30 minutes worth of parking. We should be in and out, right? You're not planning to have a whole meal here. Definitely not.
All right.
Then that'll work. Despite the minor bumps getting there, all the boys were visibly thrilled. You were delighted. Nicholas fussed with his hair and readjusted his romper. Once he had straightened it back out, he nodded at George, who had waited by him. Derek marched ahead of the pack, and you were certain that he was going to hold Zake's door open for everyone. Me! I open! Derek approached the door as expected, but you whipped your arm past him to grab the handle. It's my turn! Nicholas's eyes, he's like, oh, that's illegal. Derek's the only one allowed to do that. He stopped in place, stunned. He took advantage of his confusion, pulled the door, and held it. He gestured to the others to go in. After you! Derek remained glued to the ground, still awkwardly processing that you sniped the door from him. George and Nicholas did not have that trouble. They strolled past, finding the event hilarious.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dae. You're too kind. You nearly tapped your foot while waiting for Derek. Finally, he responded, raising his chin and smirking.
I see how it is.
Oh, do you? His competitive side took over, his posture relaxed in the way a tiger did before pouncing. Thank you. He walked in but kept his sharp gaze entirely focused on you. Then he winked. You got me. Don't plan to make it a habit. Yeah, we shall see about that. Now we gotta rough it from here, now he's gonna expect it. You knew that only meant it would be as easy to beat him going forward. Well, that was fine with you. You followed the boys and left the door shut behind you. The swing of the door as it closed jingled a sparkly bell. It set the tone of the place immediately, a classy yet cozy atmosphere that was full to bursting with warm and inviting scents, and most everything was some shade of pink or cream. This is where we came to pick out our cake with Co for our wedding. And now here we are, with the Suarez brothers. If the owner could have made the green leaves of the live plants around the room a delicate baby pink instead, you didn't doubt they would have. The four of you went over and clustered together near the front of the shop. Today's freshly made confections sat in perfectly aligned rows inside a glass display. Each had its own paper dolly underneath. No other customers were inside at the time, but you weren't alone for more than a minute. The bell had announced your arrival, and the sound drew out someone from the back. Xavier! They have a Sprite now! They blended in with the store style so exactly it had to be intentional. Oh my gosh! We get to see them physically instead of ethereally. Their softly painted face was painted. Oh my god, their softly pointed face was painted with expertly applied makeup that could rival the pristine details of the cakes on the offer. That was framed by a few strands of shoulder-length pastel pink hair. The rest of it was propped into a fancy updo with floral accessories. As glamorous as the employee was, they weren't too good for a homemade apron to protect their pretty clothes from messy behind-the-scenes work that lovely baked treats demanded. A shiny purple button on one strap had their pronouns printed out in black letters. They, them. They greeted the small crowd with a gentle, amiable tone. Welcome to Zake. Thanks for coming by.
Hey.
My name's Xavier, the head baker, and I own the shop too.
Hey.
Sup, Xavier? His reply was familiar to the point of being flippant. Nico wasn't even looking at them when he said it. He leaned lower and began perusing the daily selections up close. Hello, Nico. Your patronage is always appreciated. You've been here So this isn't even new. This is your old stomping grounds, huh? With the personal greeting, not old, but like current stomping grounds. The personal greetings between those two complete, Xavier looked over the rest of your gang with a friendly smile.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you again. Derek's usual conversational skills failed him. He was loath to embarrass another person by pointing out the little fact that they weren't seeing each other again. A total stall in the exchange was avoided thanks to the fact that George didn't have the same reservations. He could speak far more frankly. We'd never been here before, only Nico. Though, maybe Dae has? I can't speak for them. He raised an eyebrow while glancing your way. He paused a small correction to let you contribute your side concerning the bakery. As you shook your head at the possibility of this being a repeat spot for you. As far as you knew, Isaac didn't even exist the last time you were in the city. It's because we met at the boardwalk. Not me either. I've never seen this place. That's what I thought. You don't know us. Oh, wow! Xavier's grin was undaunted. That might have been the customer service skill, but Nicholas snickering mischievous in the background gave away that something else was likely the reason for their calm reaction to George's directness. You Sora's brothers may not have been all together in my big group before, but we certainly have already met. More than once. Four eyes went wide, and the two mouths grimaced at the same time in the same way. Xavier spoke so surely and plainly, Derek and George flipped instantly from viewing them as a stranger to embarrassment over forgetting someone they should have known. And Dae, was it? I think we might have been acquainted too. Your face was a perfect reflection of the shock. You were skeptical, maybe it was a joke. Nico and them were pulling. That made you curious. You eagerly awaited to find out more. It suddenly hit you what they meant. Yes, I never forget. In the far reaches of your mind, you relived sitting uncomfortably in a cheap plastic chair and staring straight into those purple-brown eyes for much longer than you reasonably would with a stranger. But there was a special exception for them because they were hard at work painting a sun on your cheek. Two of the three brothers transparently inspected Xavier up and down, trying to put together how they might have met the mysterious baker who claimed to know them. Meanwhile, the youngest of the set pretended that he was still scrutinizing the desserts. But unless they had jokes hidden in the frosting, Nicholas' highly amused smirk reflected in the glass revealed that he was fully engaged in the conversation happening above him. You and Nicholas were on the same page, as you were also observing the scene with amusement. It wasn't your story, so you'd patiently keep quiet about the reveal you already knew was coming. George tilted his head from one side to the other and crossed his arms. Derek subconsciously scratched the side of his face at the awkward turn this had taken.
Well...
Sorry, I'm looking at who you are. How did we meet? Xavier's eyes fluttered closed as they primly straightened their apron.
Don't apologize.
Nicholas with his hair clips and wild looks is very recognizable. He hasn't changed at all. If I only saw one of you as an adult in isolation, I doubt I would have realized who you were either. As adults. That at one point jumped out at George so distinctly he spoke it back to Xavier as if he was Nicholas mimicking Derek. Exactly. The last time we saw each other, you were at least 2 feet shorter. Xavier hovered their flattened fingers in front of them like they were resting on a counter roughly around 4 feet high as a visual demonstration. They progressively lifted their hand up until their palm was high enough that it could have sat on top of fully grown George's head if he was closer. Utilizing their tiptoes was necessary for the feat. I've always had an artist's soul, but my medium wasn't always decorative pastries. My first job straight out of high school was painting faces at the big boardwalk park.
Oh,
Whoa! Derek's face went alight with a flash of recognition. The fingers that had been scraping his skin twitched and started to searchingly press along the length of his cheek, as though a painted rainbow might have suddenly appeared there. George slapped his hand against his forehead. It had all become so obvious to him. The trio of excitable yet woe-behaved brothers who'd come by a few times a year were some of my favorite customers. Oh yeah, I was starting to think about... I was like, I know when they met me, but how did they meet the brothers multiple times? It's like, oh, it's because they always went to the boardwalk, that's why. And they became my most regular customers. But Xavier quite literally didn't forget about you either, and they shifted their gaze to rest on you. And I'm relatively sure one time the boys brought friends with them, that one of those friends was you. A huge childlike grin filled out Derek's face. He looked no different than he did all the years ago when you'd first met Xavier, massive muscles aside.
I'm impressed.
You're spot on. One time Dae and their older sis came with us, and we all stopped by your face painting stall. Can't believe we meet again. And like this. In a baker of all things. It's awesome. Derek resolved to restart the interaction on the right foot, and he finally gave a greeting of his own to Xavier. Hey again, Xavier the artist. Little brother followed the eldest example and offered a reprise to his original statement.
Oh.
Okay. Good to see you again, too. This is so cool. Small world, Xavier. Yep, small world indeed. Xavier just tickled by the reception. The visit was going to be worth it for them, even if he walked away without purchasing a single slice of cake. At some point, Nicholas had stopped eyeballing the pastries and had leaned coolly against the counter. He also finally rejoined the conversation, instead of existing as an entertained audience member. I told you the owner was cool. Oh, thank you for talking me up, Nicholas. Now that we're all reacquainted, is there anything I can do for you? Nico slipped his hands into his pockets, staying totally chill. We'll probably just get a couple of things to go. I want... He paused to squint down over his shoulder at the treats one more time. Give me an eclair, and a cup of water, too.
Will do. Anything else?
They surveyed the other three people in the room as they asked a question and waited for a response. George approached his only little brother at the front display, shooting him a wry smile upon his arrival, but then he quite seriously considered what was available. I'll have a blueberry muffin. Muffin. The one in the middle and on the left, my left, it looks like it has the most berries. Xavier gave 2 quick nods. Their hands were already busy putting together a box for Nico's selected pastry. Derek, however, stayed back, and his focus went to you rather than the baker or their wares.
Ready?
What are you thinking? I'm gonna pass. What? Why not? Why not try something new? I'm not sure. I'll get a better look at them. There's really a cake shop. I want to get some cake. I'll get some cake. Cool. I'll share with Derek. You joined the other Soares brothers and contemplate what, if any, trees to pick out for yourself. Up close, you noticed that there were tiny handwritten signs in front of the options. They declared what flavor each quaint confection was in pretty looping letters. The variety was somewhat limited, but those likely weren't the only things that the bakery ever had available. They were simply what was made for that day. You decided you wanted vanilla cake, ooh, chocolate cake, strawberry cake, Neapolitan cake, raspberry lemon cake. Oh my, so at my bear business today, they provided a raspberry cake for everybody. And it had been a hot minute. I don't think I've had like a raspberry for years, and I remember not liking it at the time. So I thought, I'll eat the cake, and I'll see if I've changed at all. I don't like raspberries. It was so sour. I did not eat any of the raspberries. I ate the cake. The cake was great. I really liked the cake. It was nice and soft, and just delicious. Nice vanilla cake with the raspberries. No thanks. I was like, oh, it's too sour, and everybody there was like, well, just put the Cool Whip on it and they'll stop it. It's like, no, I don't want to eat it. And I didn't like the crunch on it either. So I would not like a raspberry lemon cake unless it's like flavored. That may be okay. Then declare a brownie. Chocolate chip muffin, blue round. Give me a vanilla cake. Nerd Derek come up behind you. You didn't have to look to guess what he was trying to figure out what had caught your eye. You really pointed out the prized dessert.
Nice.
Looks good. Xavier, I'd like to get a vanilla cake. Absolutely. And that's everything? 2 packed and prep boxes were sitting side by side as Xavier reached behind them for a third. Should be. Nicholas and George both gave a thumbs up to confirm that they were all taken care of. The answer caused faint confusion from Xavier.
So?
You're not getting what Derek is getting, Dingo? That kind of teasing from someone other than another Soares caught you entirely by surprise, but Nicholas was able to quip back with ease. Maybe I would have, but Derek isn't getting anything. You lose out on a sale if I copy that. Good point. You don't need to do that. Hey, why don't you be the one to pick out something for him instead?
Sorry.
No thanks. That's not how this works. This only goes one way, not both. It was worth a shot. The two chuckled good-naturedly. Let me ring you up. Those were the magic words that draw Derek fully over to the front. He's like, I have been summoned. He came to their spot right across from the register. It didn't go unnoticed.
Derek?
Ooh. That scolding tone. Derek, you're the only one who didn't get anything. You shouldn't pay. Nico snapped his head around with a look of true offense at what had gone on behind his back. He folded his arms disapprovingly, catching Derek with his hand in a metaphorical cookie jar. Both just like, how dare you try to do something nice when you didn't get anything yourself? Rather putting his own cookies into someone else's jar.
What?
What? Derek made a look of a faux surprise that gave Xavier's response to Nicholas's non-mimic decision, making a run for his money with his scoff of a plate up disbelief. You can't take away my oldest child privilege of treating my little brothers. Then Dae is my guest. Why wouldn't I pick up the tab for them? Little and younger Soares shared concerned glances with one another, their brows knit and their frowns salty. And now while they are busy arguing with each other, I, in the background, pay for the treats. However, their brotherly nonverbal communication gradually softened their expressions. Their eyes carried the message that they needed, and soon they were struggling in acceptance. Derek gave a winning grin and pulled out his awaiting wallet. He was forever their big brother, after all. Thank you, Derek. I'm still paying for me, even if you covered them. What a gentleman. You accepted his generosity as well. You pulled out your wallet regardless. Oh, I don't know. Should I? I compete with him? I will pay. Let me pay for all. I'll trick him. I'll be like, oh, I'll just pay for myself. No, it's okay. You pay for the both of them. And then I'll turn to Xavier's like, make me pay for all of them. That's what I want to do. Nah. Or maybe I should just accept it. Make him feel special. I'll let you pay for me because I love you. You're special. Alright. Thank you, Derek.
Welcome.
The treats were paid for, and Xavier carefully passed over the crisp white boxes to the rightful owners. The Zinc logo was printed in, of course, pink ink across the top flaps. They also handed over a cup of water for
Have a
Nicholas.
wonderful day.
Thank you for your lovely patronage. Derek, George, and Nicholas each gave a cheery goodbye and began to walk out as a group. You gave a wave and turned to leave with them. Thank you too. Bye. The group's first stop of the day was completed in a sweetly satisfying way. Everyone got back into the car. Same seat as before. No one had even put their seatbelt on before George asked a very reasonable question. Now what? What are we doing now? Derek checked the back seat through the mirror. Yeah, what now, Nico? I hadn't thought that far. Nicholas crossed his arms behind his head, thoughtfully staring out the window. All eyes stayed on today's decision maker. He considered long and hard in the hot car about how to use his power. In the end, he went for his old default. He leaned all the way over and popped his head through the gap between the two front seats. He glanced back and forth between you and Derek with one fuzzy brow arched. What did people do when you were teens?
Oh, man.
Well, wait a minute, sound ancient. We're 23. We're not over that hill yet. Darn kids these days. You choked. We're old, Nicholas. Little baby. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I just realized Nicholas is becoming you guys when you guys call me Grandpa. So what did you do back in your old day, Grandpa? It's like, I'm not old. I'm Grandpa. Darn kids these days. We aren't old. Nicholas is a little baby. Nico wants to do what Derek did. What a surprise. You dropped your head with a heavy sigh. You merely shrugged. Darn kids these days. Nico was unapologetic over his phrasing. He smirked and pressed again. I mean it. What was the place to be when you weren't babysitting me and George? Derek tapped a finger against the steering wheel. I remember the mall being super cool when I was still in school, but that started to die out, huh? The mall? Really? Sparkles began to twinkle in Nicholas's eyes, like a twilight sky. Yeah. The word was a nostalgic whisper. His gaze drifted off to somewhere in the distance. Hey, Dave, remember when Miss Priest brought you, me, Cove, and Lee to the mall and just took off so we were on our own? I thought that was such a bad idea, but it was a ton of fun. Of course I remember that. Those were the days. I still have no idea why she did that. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Definitely, she was cool. You saw one of them. Hey, those were the days. Totally. I'm on the wrong tab. On the wrong tab. There we go. George shrugged a single shoulder, buckling himself in for the ride. I've only ever gone there with Mom to get some new clothes. I don't remember it being better than any other store, but if that's what Nico wants to do, I don't mind.
Go.
We're going. Nicholas launched himself backwards and bounced in his seat. He stayed still just long enough to lock his seatbelt into place.
Let's get to it.
The mall it is. 2 more clicks followed as you and Derek put your seatbelts on. Derek pulled out and you were on the road once more. The drive was spent with Derek trying and failing to remember all the stores that used to be in the county mall. Almost like country mall. The country mall, you know, you got the horseshoe store and the lasso store. Oh, and don't forget the country music hall. He listed several off, but he had no idea how many were still open in the year 2021, or if they were even real store names, or if he was mixing the words up. His little brothers reveled in the laugh-inducing, floundering explanation of the magical mall of his youth. They took bets on how many of the shops they'd actually see when they got there. George guessed only about 3 of them would be there, if they ever existed. If they ever existed. I think you're just hallucinating them. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize. He got that fancy touchscreen in his car, damn! Oh my god, Derek, you're bougie. Bougie, I didn't say pussy. George guessed only about 3 of them would be there, if they ever existed. Nicholas declared that every single one of them would be there, even the ones that definitely sounded made up. Derek, reasonable as always, went down the middle with his own recollection and guessed that you'd be able to find half of them there. You agree with George, you agree with Nicholas, you agree with Derek. You announced that Derek wouldn't be right about any of them. I'm gonna agree with Derek. Derek assured that you'd made a wise decision. You felt good about your odds. When you rode into the county mall's expansive parking lot, Derek was able to get a parking spot without any trouble. There were rows and rows of cracked and oil-stained slots with only a single car or 2 there already. Just as Derek thought, the location had lost most of its popularity as the years went on. It was at least convenient for your needs. It was probably the only place in the city where the parking wasn't jam-packed. The 4 of you filed out of the car, crossed the lot, and passed through the towering front doors. Oh my gosh, it is different. Kaka. Oh my gosh, another discount. 20 and 40% off. There's no more 50% off. There's CAD. Sale. 23. That's how old we are in this story. Fast. What does that say? Fashion. I mean, at least it's to the point. The interior of the place had a slightly uncanny feeling. The massive structure wasn't changed from when you were a teenager, but everything felt smaller, less grand than before. There were stores that you were almost certain you'd never seen there, yet there was so little to differentiate their offers and appearances from the shops of the past that made you question your memory. Well, here we are. Take it in.
Wow.
Wow. You wandered up and down the wide, mostly empty halls, pointing out stores Derek had named, or almost named, along the way. It was a game of I Spy. The younger brothers were quite entertained, but just by that. They led the pack to get the first look at whatever was ahead. Derek and you lingered behind and gave it appropriate reactions whenever one of the boys shouted out a store name that matched Derek's recollection, or one that he had failed to note. The two laughed and waved back at you while you cheered and booed up at them. When you neared the end of the aisle, there was a break in the store names that could be announced. Derek used that moment to whisper a joking remark. It feels like we're babysitting again, huh? Yep, our precious big babies. He winked and picked up the pace. Nico and George had drifted further away from his watchful eyes, and a responsible babysitter couldn't let that happen. Your group arrived at the crossroads of the mall, where 3 separate halls of stores converged in the middle. The tiny playground of corn rides, flanked by full candy dispensers, remained the centerpiece. The little cars and the helicopter were far more worn down, but still intact. Oh my god, let's ride them. Derek snorted at the revelation.
Yeah.
Well, we definitely are too old for that now. I might seriously break something if I tried to fit. Well, I'll try anyway. I mean, nobody's gonna know. Just don't be obvious about it if it happens. just sit in it. Without the boisterousness of Nicholas and George to fill the space, the sounds of footsteps echoed so much louder. Derek's expression twisted and drooped bittersweetly, looking at the space. Being here now, it's not the same. I mean, you are like 3 feet taller than you used to be. Then his focus came onto his brothers, and his face snapped back to its usual optimism.
So...
Do you guys actually want to go into any of those stores? His little brothers both turned around to stare wide-eyed at their elder. Nicholas and George were genuinely taken by surprise at the idea of behaving as regular customers. They were visiting as sightseers of an archaeological site from times long ago. Oh my gosh, are we allowed to go inside? Are we not tampering with the past, with history? Nico blinked rapidly to hydrate his eyeballs after keeping them open for so long. His expression slipped into an easy grin, and then he put his hands on his hips. Yeah, I'll try it. I'll try this. How the commoners do, going into the actual physical stores and shopping. Instead of like buying online these days. Oh my gosh, I buy online so much. Just recently I bought 2 boxes of Japanese snacks. And they came by, and they were actually in boxes much smaller than I thought they'd be. But you know what? It's fine, because no, there's a lot of snacks in there. They're just like small individual ones. I actually have some right now. I have them to the side, so in case I just find a little munch during stream, I can just reach over and pull. Let's see, what can I grab out of here? What seems good? Cheese Act. Ooh, like a Cheeto maybe. I'll eat this one. They've all been very good so far. I haven't had a snack that I didn't like yet, but I couldn't tell you what they were called. Alright, he scanned the rows and rows of stores with new, refreshed eyes. The target was quite quickly acquired. Nicholas pointed out outstretched hand at a black-walled skater shop. I want to look at that one. He was a skater boy. He said, "See you later, boy." He went to good offer her. Oh, this is a Cheeto. Pretty much. George had come to face an entirely different direction. He mulled over the suggestion silently and was gazing with consideration at a bookstore with huge glass windows that showed off not only the books on sale, but other wares like board games and figurines. I wanna go there. The unspoken difference of opinion didn't escape Derek's attention. He spoke with full authority, truly dusting off those old babysitter instincts. Hey, this doesn't mean I want you guys going off on your own. You're not little kids, but we're here to be together, and there's time to see more than one place. We'll take turns. Okay. Automatically and obediently, George and Nicholas replied in unison. They were good kids. Is there someplace you or Dae want to go? Ah, that's nice. Derek didn't hesitate. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the video game shop.
Oh yeah.
That's what I want to check out. Dae? All 3 Sora's brothers watched you questioningly, each wondering the same thing. It was hard to say without knowing for sure what the options even were. But luckily the center section had a handy 8-foot-tall map that was emblazoned? I don't know. With easy to follow categories and lists of store names. It was a veritable cheat sheet for their little game, and you were glad the two younger boys found stores they wanted without needing to peek at it. There was nothing wrong with you having some extra insight though, and you read over everything laid out. A significant amount of the store sold food. You just left the bakery and should be eating with the rest of the family pretty soon, so you decided against all of those. You also realized something was missing. There had been a music store before, and now the spot was filled by a perfume and candle store. Oh no! Not perfume. Beyond that, there were tons of chain stores with the very standard types of products. Makeup store, art supply shop, perfume and candle store, clothing store while we're here. It's an accessory store I like to visit. Let's go to the camping and outdoor supply shop. Those three are good with me. You shook your head. No, we gotta pick something. Let's go shopping with clothes. I can get behind that. I think I got cheese dust up my nose, or no? Derek nodded his head formally, but paired it with a cheery grin.
Come on.
We've got a plan. The group checked out the game store, everyone went to the bookstore, you all headed to the skater shop. Together you stopped in at the clothing store. Well, it is Nico's day, so let's go to the skater shop. You grew crowded into Nicholas's choice of store. Aggressive rock music played with the graphic tee-covered walls. It was small and cramped, making it impossible for 4 people to navigate between the displays together. Derek and George were filtered through the narrow spaces on one side of the shop, and you and Nicholas were on the other. The claustrophobic atmosphere didn't faze Nico. He lackadaisically surveyed the scene, stopping only when he came across a shelf of slip-on shoes. Nicholas slipped a checkered shoe off the rack and weighed it in his hands. By the intrigue raising his brows, you got the impression you'd be in that spot for a while. So how did school go last year? Oh, that's boring. Do you have a favorite class you're thinking before summer? Have you gotten into skateboarding? I was just wondering, how are you doing lately? How have you gotten into skateboarding? He snickered at the clearly out-of-touch grown-up he was talking to. No way, I don't live that life, but I appreciate the aesthetic. Nah, understandable, as you should. You definitely hiccuped at the small response. That sounded like Nico. Nicholas let out a long, contented breath. He was fully at ease with the world. It is wild that you're literally just there and talking to me. But like I'm an actual person that can speak. He was so much like Derek, even when he wasn't intending to be. Well, it's true. I'm really here. In the flesh and the fur. I still struggle to believe you're this big. Honestly, it feels like we're talking to you normally, like, instead of like a child. That was unbelievable in a good way. I'm still struggling. The smirk grew wider on his face as he put his first shoe down and picked up another, though he ultimately returned that one to the display again as well. Nicholas gestured with his hand for you to come as he returned away more. He walked back to the center of the tiny space. From there, it was easy for his older brothers to spot him. Derek and George waded through the merchandise, pressing in from all sides, almost knocking a few things over on the way. It was a rough place to be for a couple of large adult men, but they didn't have to worry about that for long. I'm done with this, he announced with a shrug. Nico hadn't got anything. He'd only wanted to satisfy his curiosity. We can go someplace else now. To the bookstore. Going in order. The four of you filled into the large bookstore and began to drift around. It was one of the most spacious shops in the mall. George went down the very first aisle of books and you walked with him. He was focused enough that he had to be searching for something, but there was no way to tell what was on his mind. What are you in the mood for? How have you been doing? Are things going well at school? What's your major? I don't think you mentioned it. So have you started seeing anyone since starting college? What are you in the mood for? Something engaging. Oh, he cut that line of dialogue off at the knees. You defeated reaction made him snicker at least. I'll know when I see it. The books didn't hold Nico's or Derek's attention as long as George's. While he remained in one section and considered each tile on the shelf, his brother skipped along from row to row after giving only curiously glances to the specifics. I want to go to the manga section. Oh my gosh! I forgot another exciting thing that happened yesterday. My friend gave me a late birthday present. And so for the longest time, I collect manga from Blue Exorcist, and for the longest time I couldn't find volume 16 for the life of me. It's been months, and I've been actively like telling her about it, and like whenever we'd go to the bookstore, we'd look for it and it wouldn't be there. So she was like, why don't you just try looking for it online? I was like, no, I don't know. I try, but then I don't see it, and I kind of like getting it in person. I don't know. So for my birthday, she just bought it from Amazon, and she gave it to me. She's like, pretty much like, I'm tired of you stopping yourself from progressing in the series. Just take the book, because I'd get like other later volumes, but I wouldn't read them, of course, because like I haven't read volume 16, so I have to wait. But at least I have them for now. So she was like, here, just take it. Please stop hurting yourself. Just read the damn manga. So now I have that now. Yeah, that's where I want to go, in the bookstore, the manga section. It has to have pictures. With a bit of distance between himself and his family, George took the opportunity to have a more private conversation with you personally. His quiet voice and being walled in by books made you feel as if you were in a library rather than a mall. I'm glad you're back, Dae. That floored you. Not that you found it unbelievable. You expected that to be a forever unspoken affection. George admitting it so directly was massive for you. It's good to be back. I couldn't stay away. There's no way I could come to see you sooner. I would have come to see you sooner or later. I'm happy to be here. I couldn't stay away. He simply returned to shopping, as happy as he could be. You felt much lighter yourself. George ended up finding a newly released thriller that sounded interesting. He purchased it when he then went to find his siblings. Nicholas and Derek had holed up in the graphic novel and manga. Yeah, that's the place to be. They looked up as you and George approached. They grinned after seeing the bag under George's arm. I'm finished. Thanks for coming with me. What now? Video game. Derek confidently strode into the local game shop with his younger brothers flanking his sides. The set of three glanced around eagerly, then split off in different directions around the single room. You followed Derek towards the front right while George and Nicholas went to the back corners. He bounced up and down on the pads of his feet like a kid in a candy store. We should totally get something. Sure. What console do you have? None. Not right now, at least. Well, I can get the console here while you're at it. A conspiratorial gleam shone in his shifting green eyes. While watching his back, Derek inclined his face closer to you, put a hand to the side of his face, and shared his real plan with you. I'm going to convince Nico to let us borrow his Switch. I know he got one last year just for himself, but what I don't know is all the games he owns.
Awesome.
That's no longer our problem now. We can pick out whatever we want here. Something that we can play together. Oh, we'll need an extra controller too. He's like, we're gonna steal his Switch. Let's get... Oh, we can't play Animal Crossing. Well, we could, but we need 2 separate Switches to play Animal Crossing. Let's see, what's the games that I play? We get Smash Brothers, maybe. Or Splatoon. He chattered along with poorly restrained excitement, smiling sweetly at you as he did. Derek could have gotten a digital download of a game instead, but there was no need to spoil the fun of picking it out in a real store. Mario Kart! Oh, party game. Let's see what fighting games they have. There's always the obvious sports game. I'm sure they'll have a shooter we could play. I wonder if there's a multiplayer sim game here. A platform would be nice for that. We could get a puzzle game. Sounds good. You could pick out the game. I don't mind anything. Yeah, but it's Derek's idea, so he should pick the game. He's probably gonna pay for it too, so... I pay for the game. I pick the game. Derek's eyes flicked from you to the wall of the games at his side. He scratched his scalp with a whole hand and mussed up his own hair. Would you mind a fighting game? Yeah, that works. Alright. Super Smash Bros. And the two of you worked as a team to scour through the library of Switch games for the right genre with multiplayer capability. A few contenders appeared, and you had a mini-group huddle to come to a final decision. Derek held the case high like a prize it was, and marched towards the register. You plucked a refurbished controller off the wall and followed after him. Derek clapped the case against the counter with as much gumption as someone playing a winning hand in cards. He chuckled at his own dramatics when you had to awkwardly slide to the code. The controller he'd have gone alongside the game. Oh, I thought we were going to sneakily buy the controller. Thanks, Dae. No problem. A multiplayer excursion would have been pretty short without it. Nicholas couldn't go too long without checking in on his big brother's activity. He spotted the two of you at the register. Seeing it was a game for the Switch, he nodded happily. The team was blissfully unaware of Derek's true intentions with buying for that console. Derek played it cool and paid for the game. And the controller. He's like, oh nice, you're getting a Switch game, that's cool. He's like, yeah, for your Switch. Huh? He didn't even look at his little brother until the deal was done and he'd secured the bag. Then Derek flipped it around confidently.
Nice work.
Mission accomplished. Let's hit the next stop. Clothes. Give me a nice hoodie. You checked over the offerings available. Most of it was stuff you could get anywhere else, but there were some decent sales going on. You were able to pick out one thing you wanted to buy. The Soares brothers gave approving thumbs up on your selection. They stuck beside you as you checked out and finished up your turn.
Okay.
Okay. We had some good stops, but it's getting late. We've got to go home now. Nicholas, genuinely accepted the end of the trip. Fine. Thanks for bringing us to this old place. A warmth came to his voice as he concluded his statement. It's cool that we got to hang out together. The sweetness brought a huge grin to Derek's face. He placed a hand on Nicholas's head as he had done for many years. I'm glad we did this. Too. Nicholas beamed at those words. The only thing better than having fun with his family was knowing that his family was having fun with him as well. In high spirits, he slipped out from under Derek's hold and threw an arm over George's shoulder. The middle brother linked his own around Nico. The affection between all three had only grown stronger as the years had gone by. Everyone ambled towards the exit, feeling fulfilled. As you approached the door, George began to speak. Did anyone else notice Derek and Dae won the bet? What bet? What bet was there? Oh, yeah, okay, I was going to say, I've already forgotten the one in the car. About half the stores he mentioned were really in there. That's right. Nicholas still got a peace sign and cheered victoriously, despite having not won himself. Something even better had happened. Obviously, if Derek wasn't right about all the stores he talked about, then he'd be right about how many stores he'd be right about. Derek shook his head with a laugh at the exaggerated description from his biggest fan. Thanks for believing in me. Always, bro. Derek's right all the time. Yes, we're the best. Hey, it wasn't just him, I guess that too. You joke. What about me? We're the best. Well, yeah. Sounding humble was a struggle with how giddy all the praise made him. All the loose threads had been tied up and you left them all behind. You got back into the shotgun seat and strapped in for the drive back to the Sora's home. With everyone was set, you were on your way. It was a peaceful ride, mostly quiet. After a long excursion out, a rest was in order, but it only lasted for the first leg of the trip. Eventually, the soothing rumble of the car was harmonized with the gentle sounds of Nicholas humming joyfully to himself. And only a second later, that was followed by a heart-wrenching gasp, but the eldest brother instantly stepped in his seat.
What's up?
What's up, Nicholas? My eclair! It's disgusting. The eclair? He ran that piece of information through his mind. The facts of the situation clicked into place. It melted. Nicholas whined about the tragedy of it all. Derek was right again, and he let out a nervous chuckle.
No one would have guessed that.
What did you think would happen? It's a cream-filled dessert that's been sitting for hours in a locked car during summer. I didn't think anything. It just happened. I had no thoughts. Head empty.
That's a bummer.
I figured you were going to eat on the way to the mall. I forgot about it. There were plenty of questions and comments coming from both his brothers, but there was little Nicholas could say in defense. You twisted in your seat to check on the youngest. The sight was pitiful. He was slouched in his seat, gazing down into his box, full of regrets. The suffering couldn't be ignored. George was compelled to offer a solution to protect Nico from the consequences of his actions. You can have mine. It's still fine. It's a little soft, but warm muffins are good. Nicholas tucked his knees up and gripped the box more tightly. A new dessert Sally couldn't undo what had been done. I don't want that. I ruined mine. It's inedible. The solemnness brewing in the back seat was cracked by a bold declaration from the very front. I doubt that. Pass it over. Oh, Derek, no. Derek, no. That shit's probably curdled. That snapped Nicholas to attention. He was boggled by his brother. It wasn't hard to imagine why. Derek didn't enjoy treats on a normal day, and that one in particular was in a sorry state. It was even easier to guess the reason all of that didn't matter. Derek could stomach anything for his baby brother. He continued to coax Nicholas.
I see how it is.
I was only going to try to get some of your dessert. That's the reason I didn't get my own. If you're not having any, that makes it even better for my plans. Nicholas wasn't a 6-year-old anymore. He knew a placating stunt when he saw one. He at Derek in pouty resistance, trying to brush the whole attempt off. Yet Derek had grown in that time as well. He hadn't lost his knack at tending to his baby brothers. He even took more effort. He pretended to be oblivious to the rejection. Dae, can you give me the box? There was a groan and a sliding shuffling sound. Nicholas had shoved the box through the opening between the driver's seat and shotgun. And give me that. Just like the guessing game, he wasn't going to win this. Okay. He took the Zig box from Nicholas and brought it up to the front. The lid was already open, and you got a peek at the eclair puddle. It was about only half as tall as it had been originally. The structure of the filled treat had collapsed in on itself. The paper doily underneath was entirely coated in liquefied chocolate frosting and pastry cream. He held the eclair out towards Derek and lifted the box. Oh. Would you like me to feed you? Your fingers sunk into the sides of the overheated pastry with no resistance. They were immediately covered in sticky ooze bleeding out from the inside. There was no way to do what you wanted to do without getting messy, but it was the path you chosen. And no going back now. You made your best attempt to avoid having the car suffer the same fate as your hands, so you instantly declared towards Derek's head.
Oh.
Whoa. It's just like, that shit's fucked up. The unexpected confection floating in Derek's peripheral caught him entirely off guard. He gripped the wheel harder while enthralled whispers could be heard from the two audience members. You sure he might have had something to say at your stunt, but he kept himself composed and casual. He was driving, his little brothers were watching. Thanks, Dae. That makes it easier. His eyes stayed on the road, and he turned his head over ever so slightly to reach the treat. He didn't waste any time taking a bite as he could manage. He barely seemed to chew it before he swallowed. It isn't bad. Not too sweet. I'm honestly impressed. Xavier is a damn good baker. More swearing? I see where Nicholas got it from. You gave the box back to Nicholas. You asked to try it. Derek made it seem tempting. You asked to eat some for Nico's sake. You took a bite of your own. Derek made it seem tempting. You did your part for Nico and you did part yourself. I want to try it.
What?
You too? Yeah, it's better to ask. What if Nicholas is like, wait, I want it now? Nico scrunched his face, instinctively bristling. You nodded, honestly, with no hidden motives. His eyes drifted, heading towards the roll, but he stopped partway to instead close them and smiled ruefully. Yeah, you can. Thanks. At that point, the eclair was ready to fall apart in your hand. You carefully brought it to your lips. You managed to get a satisfying, squishy chomp. The texture was miles away from what an eclair should be, but it still had a very good flavor. Derek wasn't kidding when he praised Xavier's skills. Feeling a little fuller and much more satisfied, you set what remained of the eclair down and returned the dessert to its original owner. He poked at the remnants inside. After all that, he couldn't help himself and scooped some of the mushy mess out and gave it an exploratory taste. A melted eclair does not sound good to me. Just eating straight up mush. He grimaced as soon as it hit his tongue, and he let out a heavy sigh when he swallowed it down. It's pretty gross. As true as that was, there was a breathy chuckle threaded into his words. Not so long ago, he'd been as droopy as the eclair itself. Now, he was starting to perk up. There was one person left who didn't take part in the event. He stayed quiet no longer. Could I try it too? It's all yours. Everybody takes a piece from the community, Claire. The box was unceremoniously dumped into George's legs. He awkwardly grabbed it to keep it from falling onto the floor. George gave a snort. Don't mention it. There was a decent amount left. It was quite a lengthy type of confection. For Nicholas, it would have been at least 2 bites. George, however, was able to stuff the remainder of the confection into his face. And just like that, it was gone. Nicholas barked louder and clearer than before. Well, I did say it was yours. Thanks to the team effort, none of the eclair went to waste. No soggy clouds remained over anyone's heads. You remember to eat your own treat too? You decided not to eat your treat after that? Now who wants some of my vanilla cake? Community cake! It's just as melted as eclair, so it makes for a fitting follow-up. No! No, why? No one wants my cake? Damn. No one wants my cake. No one wants Dae's cake. The trip home came with good moods all around. As soon as you reached your destination, Nicholas and George jumped out of the car right away. Derek took a second to gather up the gift he'd gotten for his father. You made sure you got your own stuff too before following after the boys. Nicholas let you right in with his house key. As he swung the door open, he announced the group's arrival with a grand cheer. We're back! Welcome home! His mother and father returned the call with a familiar greeting of their own. They'd been taking it easy on the couch with the TV, but it was promptly shut off with a click of the remote. Their children were entertainment enough. Shit, we don't need cable when we got the Suarez brothers in here. You and Derek and George stood around in the front of the living room. Suarez child number 3 skipped ahead and going all the way around the back of the couch. Nico stripped himself over his dad's shoulders and snuggled up to him from behind. Happy Father's Day. Mr. Suarez reached up to clasp Nico's arms warmly.
Wonderful.
Thank you, my wonderful son. The well wishes were echoed by the older 2 brothers in unison. Happy Father's Day, Dad. Thank you as well. Happy Father's Day, Mr. Suarez. Happy Daddy Day. Happy Father's Day. Hello, thanks for letting me come. Now, happy Father's Day. It felt totally natural to join in on the merry-making yourself. The content smile on Mr. Suarez's face confirmed that. Thank you very much. Aww. So... happy. The man of the hour struggled to get off the cushion with a heavy cape still hanging over him, but lifting Nicholas along with him, Mr. Suarez managed to get to his feet. In order to keep clinging to his pair, Nicholas had to stretch his chest over the seats of the couch and lean over on his tiptoes. That was all well and good with Mr. Suarez. He opened his arms wide to invite even more hangers to join in. The incredibly inconvenient position was no holdup for his children. Derek and George shuffled in between the coffee table and their dad, carefully arranging themselves around each other and Nico. The group came together like pieces of a puzzle, only being able to attach in specific, perfectly aligned slots. You joined in on the group hug, you waited to hug him after his family was done, you smiled at the sweet scene. Oh my gosh, that's kind of awkward. It's like, let me join in too. I've never had a father. This is the only time I get to be hugged by one. No, I smile. Mr. Suarez relished being embraced from all sides. You could hear a muffled, rumbling laugh come from the mass of Suarez men. Mrs. Suarez had a front row seat to the love fest. She couldn't possibly move from her spot on the couch with the 2 largest sons blocking the way. Their mom sat tight and even managed to squeeze in one hand to rub her husband's lower back. All the love in the world being poured over Mrs. Roy's head and flushed with pride. He spoke to his lovely family with as much affection for them as they had for him.
Day.
I'm so grateful to have you all here.
No problem.
Glad to be here. Yeah, glad to be here. Nico tripped a self-aware mimic of his big brother. What they said. Well, what they said times 2. That comment was a cherry on the silly Sunday. The brother snickered along with you. The bonding moment came to a sudden and abrupt end as Nicholas's grip finally slipped from his dad's neck. He collapsed like a broken bridge and swung face forward into the backrest of the couch with a puffing gasp. His long hair spilled over everywhere.
Oops.
Are you fine, Nicholas? Ooh, look at that swell boy. Yeah! You've all grown so much. Derek's fucking ripped. Look at them shoulders. I can see what you mean by biting the shoulders now. Also, welcome, Pan. Welcome, welcome. How you doing today? Daddy alert. Daddy? I'm sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? We got... we got the father and the daddy here. I think I'm doing quite well. How are you? I'm doing pretty fantastic. I am thriving. I am loving this epilogue so far. I'm having a blast. Yeah, I'm so excited to continue through it. I'm so excited we get to be here and celebrate Father's Day with Mr. Roy's. Although I'm kind of sad that I didn't pick the option that we did something for Mr. Holden for Father's Day, but like that's just like how like the options came up, and there were so many points where there was options, and I thought I would get to pick multiple because sometimes they would do that in previous moments, but it was just one. It's like, you better make this choice count, and I did it. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Mr. Holden, this isn't about Mr. Holden. This is about Derek and his dad. Step back, Mr. Holden. There's a new father in town. Mr. Storrs craned his head over his shoulder to peer down at where his youngest child landed. Still flat against the pillow, Nicholas stuck a thumb into the air. That drew out snickers from the whole crowd, but it was mutually agreed that giving each other some space was for the best. The swordsmen shimmied one after another past the furniture into the dining area. The last one in the pack was Nicholas, who finally pulled himself upright. The missus of the family left the couch behind as well. It was a full migration to the open area of the living room. The flow of conversation continued from there.
Doing okay?
How's your day been? Derek clapped a hand on his father's shoulder. What were you up to while we were out? With great excitement, Mr. Schwartz answered the question. I took a nap! Oh my god. I'm so happy for you, Mr. Schwartz. That sounds like a great way to spend Father's Day. That's cool, Dad. It is. I hope the 4 of you had a pleasant afternoon as well. We had fun. It was a wonderful time of both old and new locales. George and Derek both nodded, not needing to add more than that.
That's what I like to hear.
Good to hear it. More current experiences were shared. Funny anecdotes were told, stories seen lately were recounted. It was a low-key celebration. All that was needed to make the day was spending time all together. With a clear clap of her hands, Mrs. Suarez called the group to attention. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at clapping, like on the spot. Like, there we go. I need to do like a keep. This isn't a good clap. There we go. Has to be intense. Has power. None of this pussy shit. With a clear cup of her hands, Mrs. Suarez called the group to attention. Her eyes were squinted up from her smile-raised cheeks.
So,
Before it gets any later, how about we give Dad his gifts? Mr. Suarez had been patient. He waited for someone else to bring up the topic. He's sitting there like, where's my presents? Now that his wife had, the damn holding bag swirling excitement rushed open.
Yes.
I like my gifts now. Let's do it. I'll be right back. I had my gift in Nico's room.
Yeah.
Oh sure, we can wait. But not long. That was tacked on to Derek's statement good-humoredly, though not entirely as a joke.
Don't worry.
I got it. George flippantly gestured a hand over his shoulder, dismissing his dad's impatience, but the speed he walked was brisker than a normal indoor pace. Derek's hand automatically came to rest over his pocket. He patted the box safely tucked inside. The sight spurred you into double-checking your own stuff. All was well and ready to go. Why George had to stick the gift inside someone else's bedroom became all too obvious when he re-entered the hall. A bouquet of beautiful flowers was spilling over the arms cradled around it, all wrapped up in a pretty bow. Ooh! It was a fitting choice, as a thrilled smile bloomed on the recipient's face. Middleton clutched the bouquet closer to his chest. A few petals brushed against his cheek. Sorry, I couldn't get this into a bag, so here it is. Everyone knows what I got. And it is beautiful. Thank you, Junior. I do remember hearing, like, reading, like, a Reddit post. It's like, something like asking guys what they wanted as like gifts or something, or like what people wouldn't know about them, because you know there's all those stereotypes about like masculinity and stuff, and like oh somebody said, oh, we also like getting flowers. It doesn't have to just be a girl thing. We can have them too. So I'm glad this is being true here. Mr. Suarez gets his flowers as he deserves them.
No worries.
Right, it's cool you deserve to go first for a change. I can live being second. If George had been worried about stepping on anyone's toes, those fears would have been completely big word, but that wasn't his concern. As Derek chuckled, George shook his head. For a change, Derek, you let me go before you more often than you go first. Derek had another answer ready without missing a beat, and he laughed even more. And we're keeping up the tradition. And this is for you, Dad. Derek brought out the sleek package and held it out for the taking. Mr. Suarez plucked it up gladly. He tucked the bouquet under one elbow while pulling off the top of his new present. A tie! I will use it this often. Thank you, Derek.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, Dad. Mrs. Suarez rubbed Derek's back, watching her husband admire the accessory. That will look great on the new shirt I got him. She winked knowingly and headed off the questions that statement might bring. I let him open that one earlier, so he didn't have to wait all day before presents happened. It's like a pre-gaming present opening. No wonder he'd been so well behaved. He'd been preemptively mollified. Mr. Suarez whistled innocently, shuffling around the tie in the box.
Thank you.
Thank you again, my loving wife. He was fully basking in revelry. Meanwhile, his supportive partner took the initiative to bring out a vase for George's flowers. They looked even better, fully spread out in the glass. My turn! Hooray! Chuckling at his childlike joy, you didn't keep him in suspense and lifted up the gift bag from earlier that day. He eagerly accepted it from your hand. The bag was scanned and then pulled open. You'd kept it safe and simple, and it went well. Mrs. Suarez held a smile on his face as he realized what it was. This should be fun. And there was one other person in the room who responded with encouragement. Derek snuck you a thumbs up when no one was looking at him. You're very welcome. I'm glad you like it. As usual, the last person to take the stage was Nicholas with a wide sweeping of his arms.
My gift is my wonderful presents.
Is there a receipt to return it? Is there a gift receipt?
Of course.
Then it is wonderful indeed. It was no joke. Mrs. Suarez looked upon Nico warmly. The temptation to baby the baby of the family was too strong. From the sidelines, the three other members of the family exchanged shrugs and wry smiles. After the highest point of excitement with the gift-giving, the casual get-together wound down even more. The trio of Suarez brothers and their father were all seated around the dinner table, shooting the breeze. Mrs. Suarez had reclaimed her comfortable spot on the couch. There was a book in her hands. Her second gift of the day was letting Mr. Suarez keep all the attention of the children. He spoke animatedly about his life and his work. That line of topic in particular got him going. It was explained that himself and Mr. Holden had been invited to a business owner networking luncheon happening the next day.
Well then.
You see, Mr. Holden has a dislike for such events. In our years as partners, it has gone without saying that I am the one who attends. Although, Mrs. Suarez gave a toothy grin. He was up to something. There's another option this time. I could have my responsible son attend as my representative. Oh. Huh? He could only stare in wide-eyed amazement. It sounded like it was Derek's birthday rather than Father's Day. You can still remember when Derek helping his dad with his business as an equal was just as far off imagination, a fanciful thought for some day, and now you were present when it became a reality. I sent Derek off into clouds temporarily, but it wasn't a dream or a joke. It was an actual situation he was present in. Derek gathered his thoughts and gave it a grounded response. Sorry, I can't. I've got plans to— No, Derek, you fool! You can't ditch this. You've been dreaming of this day for years, and you're gonna ditch it to go to the water park with little old me? That's understandable. Derek Suarez is in demand by all who know him. Not by everyone. Derek snickered shyly, and it seemed the exchange was already reaching its conclusion. You knew what that superseding plan of Derek's was, going to the water park with you. You were so looking forward to it. He had passed on helping his dad to hang out with you. It made you happy. You weren't sure what to think about the situation. You got Derek's attention to talk. Oh. Oh. Oh god, should we talk? Should we expose him in front of everybody? Derek's going to the water park with me. He can do it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we talk about it, or should we just be happy? I can get a coin flip going if no one wants to pick one. Coin flip, please. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, how about heads for happy, tails for talk? It's Tails. Oop. Uh-oh. I mean, I can always go back. I haven't, you know, I am kind of a player that would like pick an option and go back and pick a different one to like see all like the answers that happen. I try not to do it for the playthrough on the stream here, but maybe I'll break that rule just a little bit, just in case this goes south. The topic had come to involve you, even if it had been directed only at Derek. You turned towards the table directly. Psst, Derek, come here. While Derek's eyes went to you, so did the gaze of his brothers and father. They all noticed your attempt to be subtle. It couldn't be helped, and you'd already committed. You held Derek's stare for a moment and stepped away from the entire crowd. 1 second, Dad. Take your time. The only free area in the living room was the opening to the side hall. You positioned yourself at the cusp of the narrowed space. You could hear Derek's light jog coming from behind. He shifted himself in between you and the wall to face you. His voice was hushed, his expression concerned.
What's up?
Is everything alright? Yes, but actually I heard what you were talking about with your dad. That thing keeping you busy is going to the water park with me. The minor eavesdropping gave Derek no pause. He merely tilted his head with pure and honest confusion. I mean, when we're all sitting at the same table together, that's not really eavesdropping. Like, you're actually talking about it right next to me. Yeah, of course. It's gonna be awesome. And even if we didn't already have those plans, I'm not gonna waste the time we've got doing work. You're leaving so soon. Oh, so he's like, even if we didn't have the water park, we'd still... I'd still spend it with you. He's so romantic. Thanks, feel the same way. Alright, you said, reassured. I don't want to make you miss out on it. It wouldn't be a waste if it's something you want to do. Maybe I could go with you. Also, I wouldn't mind going to a business luncheon. We could both do it. Okay, well, I don't want to make you miss out on it.
Where?
Day, I know what I'd regret, and attending a business luncheon isn't it. I swear. There was a level of seriousness and insistence that caught you off guard, but it was more than enough for you to believe. Thanks, I feel the same way. Alright, you said reassured. Well, maybe I could go with you. Oh, so I wonder, I guess maybe these are like two routes that we could do. We could either like be like, no, we're not going to the water park, we're going to the luncheon. But I want to go to the water park. Honestly, that'd be more fun. So I say, alright, you say reassured. Cool, tomorrow can't get here fast enough. The charming laugh and a grin, Derek cut himself off when his own declaration hit his ears. No wait, tomorrow should never come. Then we can keep hanging out all the time. You giggled along with him. Your former reservations were miles away just like that. Together you left the little hidey hole behind and rejoined the party. Derek and you went straight back to the table where you'd left. With complete confidence, Derek jumped back into the conversation he had momentarily left behind for you. So, as I was saying, thanks for the understanding. I'll make it up to you next time.
That is all right.
It is all well. You're already so successful and talented. I need to work hard to keep up. After years of hard work, Derek had earned so much praise from his dad, yet he didn't accept it with beating pride or even downplay it with lighthearted humbleness. He simply rejected it. Hardly. Absolutely not. Oh no, his dad looks so sad now. Something had changed. He wasn't a small teenager who could only guess what it meant to be an adult and believe what he was told. Derek had grown. He had lived experiences that words could be compared to. What he felt he'd done did not match with what his father was describing. But you had to wonder why. There wasn't anyone you thought was more deserving of the terms talented and successful. No good reason came to mind. Despite Derek never looking more mature, Mrs. Torres smiled comfortingly, like he did when his son was still young. It wasn't a gesture lost on Derek. He once again showed that he was not a child. It was Father's Day, not the moment to worry his dad. He winked, smirked, and managed to smooth over the minor bump. You're still way ahead of me. And that was the end of that. Later in the evening, a hearty homemade dinner was served as the final event of the occasion. But eventually George stood up from his chair. He explained he needed to start heading back to his dorm. It only made sense for you and Derek to take your own leave, too. The permanent occupants of the house, Nicholas, Mr. Suarez, and Mrs. Suarez, thanked everyone for coming. One last set of Father's Day well wishes were given. Farewells were exchanged, and then it was time to go your separate ways. Derek pointedly pushed ahead and opened the door for George and you. He didn't move a muscle until you all passed. He'd won that round. His parents and youngest brother stood by in the living room the entire time. Derek called out over his shoulder with the last note of the day's gathering.
Talk to you later.
Have a hell of a day, everybody. Thanks for letting us be here. Then he followed you and shut the door behind him. As soon as you both climbed into the comfortable seats of Derek's car, he was ready for a new adventure. What's the plan now? We've got what's left of the day to ourselves. I'm not sure. You intended to really consider the question, but not a single thought had a chance to fully form before Derek sent disconnected mental threads flying with a shout.
Oh,
Shoot! What's wrong? His head knocked against the back of the seat, and he slid lower in defeat.
this sucks.
I didn't get the console from Nico. That's what we could have done, obviously. We'd already set everything up. Almost everything. Derek offered an apologetic grin. Hey, it's not fair as if I remembered. That does make it less embarrassing for me. Thanks, Dae. You're welcome. I mean, we're still here. We can just run back up there and be like, wait, before we go, One last thing, he just runs over to Nicholas's room and, like, runs out with the switch. Goodbye! Toodaloo, I'll be borrowing this. But I feel like Derek would be too nice for that. He scraped himself off the chair, choosing to lay over the steering wheel instead.
All right.
Another day then. It'd be way too awkward to go back up there and beg Nicholas for a switch. That's something we gotta play smooth. But without it, there's not much we can do at the apartment. Word drifted off. His mind was working, and without another interruption, yours was as well. The loudest sound in the cabin of the still car was Derek drumming his fingers against the steering wheel. What did you want to do? That was the question. You had a starting point. It was worth considering not just what to do in general, but what you could do while you were there in that location. That location. Of course! You couldn't be far from the big park your mom sometimes took you to. The same place Derek frequented with his brothers. I've got it! Let's go to the park!
Leave it to me.
Totally! That'd be perfect! And I know exactly how to get there. Buckle in. He didn't have to tell you twice. You snapped that seatbelt into place for a ride. Anticipation stirred in the air, and the car switched to life. Then Derek pulled out onto the street. The park was even closer than you guessed, because mere minutes after you'd come up with a plan, it had been executed. And luckily, there were a few free spots in the lot. Parking at the park was no trouble. Excuse me. Derek did a hop, skip, and jump out the door. Ooh, what if that's a Shugo Chara reference? You're on the back and bent inside the popped-open trunk. He rummaged around for a minute before slamming it shut. You joined him outside and spotted immediately what the mini pit stop was for. He locked his car with a clicker in one hand, but tucked under the other arm was a well-worn soccer ball. Everything was ready. You and Derek leisurely wandered down the path towards the heart of the park. When you officially arrived at your destination, the sun was barely peeking over the horizon. It wasn't quite dark quite yet, but shadows were threatening to fully embrace the scene at any minute. Scattered clumps of strangers enjoy the summer evening all around the perfectly trimmed field of grass. Parents with their children, groups of teens, elderly pairs, people of all stages of life were there to share in similar yet entirely unique experiences. Derek stood by your side. You could hear him inhale deeply through his nose. He took in the sight contentedly. You glanced away from the wide expanse in front of you to face Derek. He smiled the moment your eyes met. The ball was shifting from one hand to the other. Want to kick this around? What? I thought we were going to take turns sitting on it. Maybe that would have happened if I was Nicholas, but you're at the park with Derek, and he actually uses balls for their intended purpose. Oh yeah? I think I can live with that. Cool. Alright, it's game time. It's ball time. I was about to say, I was trying to think about all the times I've played soccer. I don't really play that soccer that often in my youth. Definitely not now. So I don't know how well that would go. Oh well, I'm sure it'll be fine. As long as I don't get kicked in the head. As I usually do when I ever play a sport. Okay, the two of you clean a far corner of the grass for your own purposes. No one's likely to interrupt you or be hit by a misfired ball there. Derek let the soccer ball fall to the ground with a slight bounce. He warmed up by juggling it side to side between his legs, popping it up on the top of one foot and letting it drop off again. Moving the ball over that way was second nature to him. Derek might not have even intentionally decided to do it. It was purely habit. But then he rolled the ball your way with the tap of his toes. You put more distance between him and you before kicking the ball across the field to return it to the sender. He caught it effortlessly under his heel. The game was on. Why the sad music? Back and forth, an easy rhythm developed between you and him. There wasn't anyone in the world you could sync with better than Derek. The day grew later, and the park slowly emptied of other people. In the quiet of the twilight, the smacking sounds of the soccer ball against feet echoed loudly. One catch of Derek's was especially impressive. He'd stopped the ball without looking, his fond green eyes squarely on your face. But the longer you played, the more the light in its features dimmed. It had been a gradual decline, not that you noticed it. However, it wasn't possible to ignore now. He weakly passed the ball over to you, and it was going to stop short. You had to jog closer to him to even get it. His complete loss of energy was concerning enough that you paused the exchange. For a moment, you only watched Derek stand there, shoulders slumped, an expression defeated. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts? Tell me. You felt grateful for the excuse to be near to him, but given by the slow kick because he spoke distantly to himself. It would have been impossible to hear from the full length that used to be between you, and you still had to strain to hear your ears to not miss his words. I can't believe how long it's been. I'm here, with you, in my old park. So much is like it was before, but it's not the same. Why can't I feel the way I used to about it? Ooh. Elaborate? He mentioned a similar sentiment at the mall, and when you visited Sunset Bird too. Derek pushed it off each time before. The thought had continued to eat away at him despite how much he'd avoided confronting it. It's time for confrontation. Listen, I'm bad at confrontation too, but we can do it together. Derek, what happened? I know something bothered you. Why did you come back to the city? Why didn't you believe your dad when he said you were successful? You know you can talk to me about anything, right? Waited for him to say more. Ooh. Save. I have to go through all of these pages. Oh my gosh, we're almost at 40 pages of saves. Hey, what happened? He pointedly sent the soccer ball over again, putting the ball literally and metaphorically in Derek's court. He pressed the ball under his heel and stared at you just as hard. Oh my god, he stared so hard. The sun went down. He's like, oh, I'm not. Someone's like, I'm not getting into this. Distant lamps flickered on around the park. The darkness in Derek's features was contrasted even more strongly when it lit up from behind. It was much later than you realized it was. You know my life story. Most of it, at least. I wanted to be good at sports, and I tried. In high school and college, I put my all into it. After that, there's not a lot of ways you can go further with it. You can coach or teach or aim to go pro. I had that chance. I could have tried out to make playing an actual career. Really? That was incredible, and it left you entirely stunned. In all the calls you'd had, and during the entire time you'd been here with him, he never hinted at anything like that. That's right. He owned up to the admission with a deeply furrowed brows and a self-directed sneer. Maybe I would have made it in the minor leagues, maybe even the majors. Maybe I would have face-planted, but I didn't get far enough to find out because I quit. What? Why did you quit? He twisted away from you with a pained shout. Derek struck the soccer ball off towards nowhere with all his strength. The ball! It shot into the distance, vanishing completely in the inky skyline before you ever saw it start to slow. Derek stared at where the old ball from his much younger days had gone, even though it was truly and thoroughly gone. I gave up and left, and that's it. Well, that can't be just it. That's definitely not just it. Why? It's alright, Derek. Have you been okay while you were away? I missed that catch you attempted to lighten the mood. Well, not it for fetching the ball, you chuckled awkwardly. Why? Because it didn't matter. Why didn't it matter? You got an answer, a hollow and distant reply that reminds you not all of the Derek you knew. His empty hand squeezed into iron ball fists, solid and all too heavy to hold up. I did love sports. I think I did. Sometimes I'm not sure I can remember. What I do know is that I had something to prove. If I ever stopped, it felt like I'd be given up. I'd be a quitter and a failure who couldn't cut it. And I could never arrive either. There was always another goal in the distance that I still hadn't reached, so I had to keep going. Derek's eyes were hazy. His chest rose and fell at an unsteady pace. He still hadn't stopped looking out at the dark, expecting and getting nothing from it. Downgrading my playing to nothing more than a hobby would have been the same as not playing at all. Wasted effort, wasted potential. What a shame. That's what people would think.
That's what I thought.
It's what I thought. I know it's true. All I did was develop those skills. If I don't use them, then what was the point of trying so hard? To have fun along the way? I mean, I don't think it's a waste. For a second time, a long-hidden anger crackled. He had faced you in his fury, but again, Derek let it settle back into somberness before continuing to address you. But, like I said, what does that mean? Where could that go other than doing it forever? How did it take me this long to realize something that obvious? I was going to have to do it forever. That would have been fine if I had actually wanted to spend my whole life and all my time on perfecting my passing skills, but no, I'm not that smart. From the start, it was a means to an end. I'd be good at sports and then I'd feel worth something, and then I could really live my life. Missing time with my friends and family, the crazy hours, I had been waiting for when that would finally stop. It never did, and never would unless I stopped it. You can see the results of my hard work and great planning right in front of you. I went home as the guy who couldn't make it. I got my life back, and I don't feel the tiniest bit better. It might be worse than when I was more thick-headed and could tell myself I was really doing something. Being here hasn't turned back the clock. I can't look forward to what life could be when I'm grown up. I'm just an adult who wasted so much of my life already because I had a chip on my shoulder. And I'm so pissed off. So it sounds like maybe Derek was having he was kind of having issues in finding maybe like his purpose, maybe like a self-purpose kind of deal. And so he thought maybe he felt lost and where he was going. So when he had an interest, like a slight interest in sports, he thought he could really do something with that. But of course, doing sports, you know, like he said, there's that sacrifice. You got crazy hours, lots of practice, games, and stuff like that. And he thought as long as he just kept improving, it'd be better, but it didn't. And then when you realize you have to do it forever, that kind of just made it all worse. because, you know, like he said, he was missing out on that time with his family and friends. And so he quit because he thought that I'm going to feel better now, or like it wasn't worth it. But then I was like, but now I just wasted all this time, and now I'm back to square one. Like, what the fuck? What's my worth? I was like, Derek, you don't need to be good at sports. And it's okay that you quit. If it wasn't for you, it wasn't for you. Don't spend your whole life doing something that doesn't make you happy. You just gotta find something else that makes you happy. It's hard, but you can do it. His face fell into his hands. That was where the story of Derek stopped. You resolved to reassure him somehow, and you felt terrible he wasn't proud of what he'd done. You chafed against his over-the-top self-pitying. It was frustrating hearing him speak so badly of himself. Oh my gosh, there's so many saves. It's such a big thing. You just get mad back at him. Oh my gosh. You felt terrible. How did it end up like that? There was one person in this world who deserved to hold his head high. It was Derek Torres. You still have plenty of time. Life is just getting started. I'm proud of you. You can tell me I'm wrong. It's true. You've done so much for so many people. That is already worth something. Derek, you demand way too much of yourself. It's okay to just... Yes, that's one. You don't have to do anything. Just live your life. Be kind, be merry, be happy, you know? Carefully, Derek's face lifted. His shoulders remained bowed, though you could see his eyes. Regret is what you saw in them, but you had his attention. You're irreplaceable to your family. And to me. No one has your character, no one has your determination. No one considers others more. You're not a quitter or a failure, or anything else like that. I can't let you keep believing being you is a waste. You should enjoy every day you have coming. I'll be here to remind you of that, and to help make sure that happens. Finally, small smiles began to settle on both of your faces once again. The gloom wasn't insurmountable. Nothing was, when you and Derek were together. You were a team. It was evident in the way he looked at you. Facing the darkness around him left Derek lost, but fears and reservations faded when he had you to lean on. And it was the same for you with him.
I can't say no to that.
Exactly. You can't, because it's the truth. You can't come up with a good argument against it. You're the best person I know. He stood tall in front of you, with a smile perked on just one side. Not because he couldn't make it the whole this time. He was smirking. Okay, I'm about to tell you something that will not be a surprise. My dad did football when he was in high school and college. Hearing stories of that is where my sports aspirations came from. Though I was a little original since I ended up going for a different sport. Derek, wanting to be like his father, I'd never heard of such a thing. Also, not a surprise was that I sucked at it, and I was scrawny, and I hated that. Getting better became the main driving force in life. And focusing on that, putting in so much effort there, it kind of made everything else easier. Being the oldest, having responsibilities on my family, having to be reliable, it felt less scary when there was an even bigger goal to hit. Everything else was nothing. Never had to directly confront my feelings of inadequacy and accept myself for what I was, because I could say I wouldn't be the way I was forever. I'd become successful. That you would change. But he didn't change the way he thought he would. But I put proving myself and being talented over being happy. I missed so many things. I barely let myself see you. And there was no way I could have started a relationship when I knew I wouldn't have been able to prioritize it as much as I should. You deserve better. Oh. So you did want a relationship. I mean, we all knew that. It was all obvious. But he tried to play it off. He was like, you know, since we're just such good friends. But things were happening, and you were there through all those years.
I could have just been happy.
I think that's what...
The whole time.
Sorry. I think that's what really hurts. I could have just been happy. The whole time. Derek's words disappeared as a whisper in the dark. His eyes closed and he took a moment of silence to mourn the life he might have known if he'd had the confidence to go for it sooner. I know it's later than you wanted, but I hope you can be happy now. It's not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. You never had to prove yourself to me. Well, let's not miss any more chances. I think you're really admirable, Derek. I feel that sting all too well. I mean, we do have more chances. But honestly, like, he's 23. You have so much more of your life to find happiness and be happy. Be happy with me. Let's not miss any more chances. Your voice reached Derek. His eyes fluttered open, unafraid to face what was ahead of him.
I know.
Yeah, the only way to make this worse would be to spend the next decade wasting time, feeling shitty about all the time I missed not enjoying myself. The irony of that is too painful. You braced him, you took his hand, you put a hand on his shoulder, you placed it on top of his head, you came with a... Give me a hug, you big lug. After everything, you felt Derek would definitely use a hug. You wanted to make sure he knew you were there. He held you back as soon as you were around him. His body was welcoming and solid against yours. You hoped your presence was as reassuring to him as it was to you. The pounding of his heart told you it at least had some impact on him. I know you figure out what's best for you. I don't think you have to give up soccer if you do it for the right reasons. Everything you've done and whatever you will do is good with me. Yeah. Whatever you do. Well, that's reassuring. I'll figure things out. But either way, it's still about the journey, not the destination and all that. On the happiest note possible, Derek released his hold on you to ruffle his hair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dae. It's cool being able to talk to you about things. I feel so much better. Derek's face was so hopeful and gentle and wonderful. Dae, Yes? What would you like to say? Without thinking, you leaned towards him. You were naturally drawn in by his beautiful green eyes. But you tugged forward for nothing. He waved the half- No! Say it! Come on, coward! Tell me! Tell me you love me! He waved the half-formed statement away like it was a broken string in his face.
Forget it.
Never mind. That's something else I've got to kick around more in my head. No! Just say it now. You've been kicking things in your head for the past decade, and you're miserable. Just do it now. Amongst the wash of disappointment, you got a prickling sense of deja vu. He'd made the same move before. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, Derek let out a bellowing groan. The massive release of air looked to physically deflate his body. Derek's torso drooped lower and lower until he could have touched his toes. He was expectedly flexible.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna have to go get that ball now. No, I get it. You laughed instantly, partly at the revelation, partly at the dramatic sulk it had been said with. Still bent in half, he stuck his hands against his hip and he twisted his head up so you could see him wink. It was a gift. I'm not gonna abandon it here. I forgot about that. Oh well, count me in. We'll tackle life's problems together.
You know it.
Team Dae and Derek forever. At that wholehearted cheer, Derek ran headlong through the brush. You chased after him with leaping steps. You peeked under every picnic table and behind every trash can in the general area before the lone soccer ball was discovered tucked away amongst some flowers. Thankfully, none of the petals were harmed by it coming to rest in their bed. Derek lifted the ball over his head dramatically as if he was the lead in a video game who got a brand new item to equip. You applauded. The two of you returned to Derek's car from there, the last one still in the lot, and left the park behind victoriously. You shuffled back into the silent apartment after another long day out. When Derek hit the light switch and illuminated the space, he began to chuckle airily.
Oh.
Oh? The first sight that greeted you was counters spilling over with unsorted bags and miscellaneous dry goods. They'd remained right where you'd left them at a rest of that morning, patiently waiting for their return to be put away. Even though you saw Derek put them there with your own eyes, their existence had entirely faded from your mind. All you'd been imagining when stepping through that door was a free and clear path to your room in the apartment, and the cozy bed that was included. Your thoughts were spoken aloud. No, not by you.
Oops.
I forgot. Oopsies. I forgot about those. He scratched the top of his head like he was staring at a blackboard covered in algebra, but he cleared away the initial bewilderment with a firm clap of his hands. There we go. Derek kept them clasped together while glancing at you. You can go get ready for bed. I'll put them away real quick. I'm gonna feel uneasy trying to sleep if I know this still isn't done. You're such a neat freak, but I'll help. You laughed. Some of those are mine. Totally forgot to put them away. That happens to you too? I can never leave a mess cleaned overnight. I'm helping. Derek had to be Derek and offered to do it all himself. However, you had to be you and insist on helping anyway. But I'm the one who's got to do it right now. Derek, that's not the point. His brows pinched with a twinge of regret that his problem was becoming yours. However, you didn't need to explain again how that was what you wanted. Derek swallowed the instinct to insist you go rest or apologize and grinned instead.
Let's get to it.
Thanks. Let's do it, team. Time was called and you got to work on the final task before rest could come. There was more of a system for the cupboards than there was for the fridge and freezer. You fished goods out of bags and passed them to Derek, and he placed them on the shelf where they belonged. As he rearranged his serviceable spice set to make room for more goods, Derek explained his thought process. He preferred having breakfast stuff in one cupboard at the far end of the kitchen, seasoning and baked goods together in another, the shelf closet to the closest to the stovetop, and everything else in the middle. When you'd gotten the layout, you switched to putting items away directly instead of playing a support role. With your combined efforts, it only took a few minutes. We're back to the attack roll. The plastic bags had all been stuffed in the space under the sink. You high-tend, smacking both of your hands against Derek's for a job well done. Having a partner to tackle the small things was just as nice as having someone you could count on for life's bigger struggles. Derek had matched your thoughts on forgetting the groceries, and you felt that working together to put those away brought your minds in sync again. His expression was peaceful. A weight had been lifted off his broad shoulders, both from the perfectly orderly kitchen and company he had within it. Derek waved a hand in an arch that was as wide as a smile on his face. Night, Dae. Good night. Have a safe trip to your room. Your quality time with Derek was put on a temporary pause to prepare for bed and collapse into your sheets, but in a blink, the sun had risen once more. You repeated the process of getting ready, though with the goal of being ready to face the day rather than conclude it. And you made sure you dressed appropriately for what you'd be facing. There were long drives ahead. From there, you went into the living room. The perfectly clean counters were a welcome sight after your efforts the night before. Those last moments of the previous day had gone by so fast, and you fell asleep so immediately. It honestly felt like a 10-minute timeout that had been called rather than several hours passing. But Derek's warm greeting was still welcome to your ears.
Morning.
It's a brand new day, a fresh start, and we're already set to make the most of it. His resolve from the park hadn't been lost under the light of a new day. Rather, the Derek from that dark moment seemed a lifetime away, the man in front of you now. Morning. Today's gonna be an adventure. For sure. How'd you sleep? It was another good night. I slept soundly.
Awesome.
His eyes started towards the tidy kitchen where the plenty of supplies were tucked away, and his gaze returned to you. Before our big day, we've got to have breakfast. Can't be running on empty. Yeah, I'll get something. Derek's meal consisted of scrambled eggs and a side of cinnamon steel-cut oats coated in almond milk. You prepared some eggs with simple accompaniments. Plates, bowls, cups, and utensils were set at the table, and the two of you sat yourselves down in chairs. You noticed Derek focused on a single part of his food at a time. He didn't start working through the oatmeal until the eggs were entirely gone. I'm kinda like that sometimes with my food. Like, for example, if I get like fries and chicken nuggets, I'll either eat the fries first before I start on the nuggets, or I'll eat the nuggets first before I start on the fries. Although, technically with that assortment, I would always eat the fries first because cold fries suck. We love warm fries. Delicioso. Oh, I got a lurk in Jack's chat. I'm lurking. You can't see me. Alright. Between by stare, chatted idly about your plans. Do you have a swimsuit? I know I'm asking this now, the morning we're going. I should have checked ages ago. I was excited. But we can stop by somewhere to get one if you don't. Your preparation game is slipping, Mr. Suarez. However, mine is still razor sharp. I packed a swimsuit. I usually end up needing it at some point when I'm back home, even if I don't always know exactly why. You grew up right next to the ocean. Having swimming gear on hand was second nature. You'd probably bring it even if you were going to the top of the mountain. He snickered. Good point. Let's pack it all up as soon as breakfast is over. We can hit the road right away. Oh, and they have changing rooms there. We won't have to drive all the way there in swimsuits. Just remember to bring it along. His planning instincts came back in full force as he rattled off a list of potential items to pack, counting them off on his fingers. Water, the swimsuit, a towel, a change of clothes, sunscreen, cover-ups maybe, this and that. You joined in on the discussion, you listened happily to his chat. You began to feel nervous now that the time to go had actually arrived. I joined in. You brought up proper shoes and making sure your phones were as close to fully charged as possible. You nodded along. Everything should be covered with your two forward-thinking brains working together. Alright, we're putting our one brain cells, each of our one brain cells together. Derek grew more and more eager as he spoke. He stopped briefly to polish off his oatmeal and down a bottle of sports drink. You followed his lead and made a quick work of your breakfast. Both of you cleared off your own dishes. From there, you went straight back to your rooms to gather the new supplies you needed. You had a carry-on size bag as part of your luggage that you could use for the day trip. It had been emptied out already for your stay at Derek's. The first thing you packed was your swimsuit. It was swim trunks. And I packed a t-shirt. Am I allowed to pick multiple things? Let me make sure. Water bottle is the last piece. Oh, okay, so this is like, alright. A t-shirt and a towel and my sunglasses, of course. One second. I have so much. Oh my gosh, it's right here. There we go. Yeah, my sunnies. And then, I don't think I really need anything else. I'm gonna grab my water bottle. It's so great that you get to go swimming. You were going to look fantastic. The thought of going to a crowded park and it was stressful. The thought of wearing it in front of Derek was stressful. You couldn't wait to see what Derek would be in. It's like, oh, what he wearing? Whatever it was, it would be a sight to behold. We get to see those well-toned muscles, front and center, full view. A few more bits and bobs were slipped into the bag before you zipped it up. You mentally ran over the contents, going through an imaginary checklist for all the important supplies. When you felt certain you had everything you need, you slung the bag over your shoulders and regrouped with Derek in the living room. His gym bag was under his right arm. Derek attempted to give you a thumbs up without letting it slip out. This is gonna be good. Yeah! You left the apartment behind, knowing you wouldn't be seeing it again until the day had ended. Once Derek, you and your bags were packed into the car, he pulled out of the lot. Derek's and your first big outing with just the two of you had begun. There was a lengthy trip ahead of you, but Derek had it all under control. He used the opportunity to check in with family and friends. Cove! With how busy each day in prison Vista City had been, it was only in moments like this when you had a chance to keep up with texts. Lee was on a trip herself, gallivanting around Europe. She sent you a whole series of photos she'd taken, from food she's eaten to fashion she'd worn. It all looked amazing. Liz shot you back a message to say she was so swamped. She apologized but had little time to chat with her little sibling. I thought it was her little shindig, like her job, but no sibling. Knowing Liz was okay comforted you, and so did seeing her queenly attitude still hadn't changed, but it was a bit sad that both of you had such separate lives now that you were grown. But once you put your phone down... Cove? No Cove? We can't even check out our roommate? Let's check on him? How's the fish? How's my pet? Oh well. Once you put your phone down in your lap, Derek was there to avoid any dead air. He chatted boyishly about the water park. He recounted stories of his past excursions there with his family over the years. How one time they almost got kicked out because Nicholas jumped into Derek's back to go down the single-person slide with him instead of waiting to have his own turn. Oh, maybe that's why he started making Nicholas go first, or making other people do their turns first. Maybe that's where it started. Maybe that's where the trauma started. Luckily, no one was hurt, and they got off the hook in the end. It was hard for anyone to stay mad at a kid like that. Then, as if his words materialized a mythic lost city into existence, the massive slides Derek had been describing began to rise up against the skyline. The sparkle in his eyes as Derek spotted them only added to the legendary effect of what you were beholding. You'd arrived. Before you could enter through the hollowed gates, you had to pay a terrible price. $15 for one day, oh god, parking pass, and then $45 for each for tickets. Bleeding me dry. It was worth the cost, according to Derek, and the exchange was made. That afternoon was young, when you actually made it inside of the water park. Ooh, look at that! Oh my gosh, where's the lazy river? That's where I'm going. Let me pass out. Better make sure I get sunscreen on though. I don't want to wake up with burns. Oh my gosh, I used to have like a sunburn so bad on my back that I couldn't even wear a shirt. I just had to like sit around shirtless for like days because the pain was so bad. I couldn't stand anything laying on. I couldn't even lay on my back to sleep. Just couldn't have stand anybody touching it. It was such a bad burn. That's why you're supposed to wear sunscreen. I don't think I started wearing sunscreen anymore after that, but still, wear your sunscreen. Don't be like me. Stupid. Okay, whoops. I'm not on the wrong thing. There we go. It was a dazzling playground with rides curving and looping through the air, taller than the palm trees lazily fluttering in the breeze. Their leaves greeted every guest with a friendly flick of the frond. And the entire place was rimmed by an expansive artificial wave pool that broke off into smaller streams squeezing through the walkways. Ooh, a wave pool! Oh my gosh, those are so fun too. I also love those. Alright! He jogged ahead with all the enthusiasm of a first-time goer before spinning around to face a person who'd actually never been there before. Let's get our swimsuits, then we can get started. The individual changing rooms and showers are over there. Derek poked a finger off to the left to direct your gaze. Over the heads of strangers rubbernecking, you could make out some simple beige buildings. It was the only part of the place that wasn't immediately eye-catching. Plus, there are lockers you can use to keep your stuff safe. Want to meet up back here when we're done? I can handle that. Be back in a flash. The huddle of you two broke and you got in line for the bathrooms. Eventually, you each got your own stalls. In the privacy of the small space, you performed a grand quick change act for no one but yourself. A transformation. Just smoke bomb, and then you're dressed. You weren't about to waste your park time in there. Derek and the water were waiting. Though after throwing one set of clothes off and another on, you paused to make sure nothing was left behind. With all your belongings bundled in your arms, you fumbled the lock open and left the stall in record time. You were charged again to claim a locker during your visit. It was the real amusement park experience. With a shrug, you packed your clothes and phone inside for safekeeping. Then you made your way back to the entrance. There he is! And all his muscle glory, got that black and green trunks on. Nice, nice. Reminiscent of his PJs back in the day. Although they weren't green, they were black and white, I think, but you know, still. Through the crowds of the other guests, you continued forward until you spotted Derek standing with his now bare feet at the edge of the... Why are you looking at his feet? Why is the grippers the ones you're looking at? Like, not his back muscles, his shoulders or his pecs. You see, like, oh my god, his feet are out. The dogs are out. We're at a water park. They're supposed to be out. Water bubbled over his toes when the waves came in. Oh my gosh, really focusing on them toes. He was sporting only a form-fitting black swimsuit. Stretching down each side were green accents that made his eyes pop even more than usual.
What's up?
Sup, pal? Those verdant eyes were focused right on your gold ones. The fixation was so intense you couldn't help getting the impression that it was a pointed avoidance of looking anywhere else. Like your swimsuit-clad body, for example. Oh, he's like, I can't be caught. I can't get caught looking. All set? Up. Yeah. You know, you're really ripped. Can I say I appreciate your swimsuit? So did you pick the water park to see me in a swimsuit? So which of us is gonna be the sussy fuckers here? I guess it'll be me. You're really ripped. And with that, you'd officially made Derek's day. He beamed wider than a champion winner's victory photo. Thank you.
Come on.
Where should we get started? I want to do anything and everything. There's no way to lose. You recollected the main attractions Derek had filled you in on during the ride. With the certainty of an authority on the topic, even though you'd never stepped foot in here before, you told Derek where you'd hoped to start. Let's go down some slides. I want to swim in the wave pool. We could explore the water playground. How about we take a trip through the lazy... Oh my god! The lazy river! It's here! I'm so happy. But if we get to do all of them, we should probably do the exciting things first, and then the rest is to relax in. Let's do the slides. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, brother! You shot a hand towards the twisting yellow one, making it very clear which ride you were intent on going for. Derek had a thumbs up for that. Good choice. The two of you raced across the park and came to an abrupt stop at the long clustered group of people who all had the same idea as you. Amusement park lines at peak summer visiting hours were no joke. You inched forward every minute or so. Screams echoed from the top of the stairs as guest after guest hurtled down the water slide. Distant surf rock played over the speakers as you waited your turn. You didn't even notice it was there until you got higher up the steps. Derek entertained himself and you by doing a little dance and playing an air ukulele in time with the tune. You staggered all the way to the launch platform. It was a closed top rather than a half pipe. There was a perfectly round opening for the slide that continued into a deep, dark descent. A low roar came from the swirling waves, flooding through the massive tube. It was the straw of a giant trying to suck you inside. Your heart pounded. Oh my god, Vor? After you. No, you first. Thanks. Here I go. Lord, can you go? Nah, you first. But don't hold up the line, Derek. I'm more stubborn than you are. I'll be more of a bitch. His hands lifted towards his chest, placatingly. Alright, you win, as usual. Me first. That's right. The right technician led you to the lip of the slide, repeated the safety measures that you already caught when Derek went, and gave you the okay to push off. You shifted on your butt, double-checking your positioning, and then you scooted into the rush. You were off in an instant. You zipped down and around as if you were a gumball on one of those fancy machines that made the treat go through a loop before arriving in a waiting child's hand. But the warm embrace that you landed in was an explosion of heated pool water.
Self-voicing enabled. Self-voicing disabled.
I keep hitting that by accident. Why is the V key gotta be so close to the spacebar? Even through your waterlogged ears, you could hear Derek's cheers as your dramatic arrival. A massive smile stayed on your face as you surfaced. You and Derek waded through the waist-deep water, catching the breath that had been taken away by the rush. It was a wild ride, but only the beginning. You were certain to hit every one of the half-dozen big slides in place. And you kept jumping in line for slides over the rest of the afternoon. No, we gotta do everything. Let's go explore the water playground. Yeah, we could. It's over this way. The slides were front and center in the park. Derek brought you around behind them. There was a water playground. A rubber-coated floor with a few inches of water over the entire space clearly differentiated this area from the rest of the park. At the heart of it was an impressive jungle gym with multiple levels, bridges leading to different structures, and water jets shooting out everywhere. But the star feature was a truck-sized bucket threatening to... Oh, I remember those! Every time I'd go to a water park, they had one of those. Threatening to spill its contents over at any moment. It was a Saturday morning cartoon. Playhouse come to like... Oh! Sam, when did you get here? I just looked over and she's like laying on her blanket. Hey! Puppy. Did you come while I was reading? Puppy, 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 puppy. Oh, puppy break. Little puppy break. Yeah, girly. Okay. But yes, that section was mostly for younger guests, but based on the signage and the fact that it was full of kids, it was big enough for grown-ups too, and you didn't want to miss out on anything. It's time to get dunked. Besides, Derek would have told you if it was a bad idea, or maybe his childlike impulsive streak was showing its colors and he simply didn't care about his technicalities either. It was hard to say, but at least he was having a good time. The two of you clambered up the steps and explored the catwalks. Derek ducked in the weed to avoid the spray of nearby fountains before intentionally sticking his face in the one closest to the jungle gym. He shook his head to get the water off, hitting you with the crossfire.
Sorry.
Sorry. You sputtered a laugh and stunned in place by the surprise splash. Derek leapt over a tiny flight of stairs of the jungle gym to put more distance between you. Why? Why are you running? Why are you running? You scared? But there was no time for it to form a proper reaction to any of that before there was a new source of excitement. The bucket is about to drop. Shouting, Derek opened his arms out wide and beckoned towards you. You ran down to him. You ran to Derek and grabbed his hand. You sprinted past him to get there first. I'm going to pass on that one. You jumped off the platform into his arms. You stayed right where you were and shook your... Catch me! Whoa! Derek stumbled a step on impact. Despite the unexpected stunt and the added difficulty of you being wet, he caught you like a champ. The momentum didn't stop. Derek spun around and sped towards the splash zone, bringing you with him. Oh my god, he's carrying me! The massive tank gradually tipped until a waterfall spilled over, completely submersing you in its flood for a single moment. Then it was all over. The only sound that happened was a small wave that rippled out from the drop point through the rest of the playground. Derek shifted over to help you get down on your own 2 feet. That was wild! Woo! I am not doing that now! Woo! The high of the on-land plunge lingered and you cheered at the top of your lungs. Yeah! Okay, and now we're doing another thing. Let's go to the wave pool. What a coincidence. So do I. The particular attraction was the majority of the park. It wrapped its way against the walkways and into every corner. You didn't need Derek to point the way you wanted to go, as you were essentially already there. Derek knew that too. There was no need to pick a different spot of the expansive pool. He just jumped in. You jumped him in the water. You joined him in the water. He didn't we jumped him in the water, just beating the shit out of him. It was an interesting experience, the wave pool. The pool had a gradually sloping shape with a shore on one side. Waves pushed from one end to the other on a timer. They were going when you got in. You bobbed up and down with a replicated motion of the ocean. Usually you had to choose between a man-made swimming experience of the still water in a perfectly shaped pool or the vast, wild, unpredictability there we go, of the sea. The wave pool had the pros of both. The wave pool's attempt to mix them was a terrible idea. The wave pool was in a category of its own in a good way. The wave pool was in a category of its own in a bad way. It's in its own category in a good way. Whoever thought of it was brilliant. Nothing was like it, even if it was based on existing ideas. You were disappointed wave pools weren't very common. At least they existed at all. You swam through the pool, you tried wave riding, you splashed Derek while he was guard. Attack! A dormant deviousness bubbled up inside you. Dormant? Has my deviousness ever been dormant? You cupped your hands, filling them with a chlorinated water. You waited until Derek's head turned fully towards you, and then you launched an ammunition straight ahead. Ah! Nailed him. I should have seen that coming. He used a hand to wipe away both the clean drops of water and the look of amusement, revealing his game face underneath. It's on, Dae. He just drowns us. You screamed as Derek struck at the surface no sooner than he had officially declared the war. The cresting of the water added a whole other dimension to your classic splash fights with Derek. You moved with the flow, using it to your advantage and shooting back when you had the high ground. Derek fought against you, and the difference in the battlefield, he wasn't used to it, but he had more experience with these kinds of scuffles. Nico and George were always up for roughhousing. Elizabeth, not so much. Hey, now it's my time to finally shine. I could never beat this shit out of my sister, but I can Derek. The clash of titans was a sight to be seen, but for some reason other guests instead elected to move further away instead of staying to witness it. A truce was called when both of you were breathless and being eyeballed by one of the lifeguards. Okay, now it's time for the best part of any water park. The lazy river. Definitely. I need to take another drink. I got a feel in my throat. Okay, actually, this is probably a good point. Before we get into like the best part of water parks, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. So I'm just gonna pee. I'll be right back. Should only be like a couple of minutes, if even that. I'll have to see if Sam needs anything either. My doggy. So yeah, I'll be right back. Hold tight, guys. The lazy rizzer. The lazy rizzer. The lazy rizzer. What the fuck is a lazy rizzer? Somebody who has riz game but puts in no effort to it. But no, the lazy river is coming soon. But yeah, I'll be right back. Hold tight, and also behave Because as you all know, BB is watching. I'm back. Alright. Time to get lazy. I did indeed have to feed the doggy, but she is fed now. She got a little treat too, so she's all good. And make sure I am unmuted one more time. Am I good? Yes. Okay, I am perfect. Peachy. Alright. Derek wove his way around the path. He didn't need a map to navigate the area with confidence. Around the bend and flanked by a row of palm trees was a sloping artificial shore that led into the river rather than the wave pool. There was a single employee tasked with passing out donut-shaped floats for the ride. Here we are! He strode up to the park worker, holding up 2 fingers. They got the message and handed Derek 2 tubes. One was kept for himself, and the other was obviously for you. Could have been for somebody behind me, you never know. Getting into that float wasn't relaxing or graceful. Yeah, that's true. Oh my gosh. I could never get into them easily on the first try. As tacky as it felt when dry, it was a tricky beast to mount when you hit the water. You barely avoided both flipping over the side face first into the river and bending entirely inward and slipping through the hole in the center. Derek had his own tribulations. He gave you space to kick off, but waited too long to follow. You were going down the ride without him. Derek, come back! He got into the water on his foot, paddled his arms, flared his legs, and pumped his chest forward and back in an amusing attempt to get some forward momentum going. It was not effective, so he went with plan B. It did not surprise you that he had a plan B. In a slightly sacrilegious move, he got off the tube to swim through the lazy river. Derek! That's not very lazy of you. That's against the law. Jail. Once he reached you, he dove under the surface, came up through the hull of his float, and made use of his upper body strength to pull himself into a sitting position. Finally, you were properly situated. Derek was at your side, and the leisure time could begin in earnest. The sun's heat fell down over the world so hard it might have been a physical blanket draped on top of you, but the underside of your body that was dipped in the cool water kept your temperature comfortable.
Oh, man.
Man, I can't remember the last time I was in this river. Nico never had the patience for us, so we skipped it every time we came here. I can imagine that. Mild conversation followed on and off about appropriately mellow topics, such as the weather and how pleasant the drive there had been. Between that were moments of quiet resting. As leisurely as the pace was, slow and steady could still win the race. You made a full loop around the park and drifted back into the starting bay. Or cove, you might say. You chuckled to yourself and sucked lower into your tube. Oh my gosh, Cove has never been to a water park. We should have brought Cove back. Goddamn. Next time. Goddamn it, if only GB Patch was doing more moments in DLCs. Cove could have gone to the water park too. I wonder if he would have liked it. You chuckled to yourself and sunk lower in your tube. The ride was so relaxing you began to fall into that special kind of half-awake humor. For hours, there was nothing in the world but water. Fun, Derek, and even more water. There was no work to be done or places to be. You had to do nothing but whatever you felt like doing. You ran on every bit of enjoyment until time caught up to your heels. Lights started to wane as the sun hid behind the towering slides. Dripping wet and thoroughly wrinkled, you and Derek scampered over to the lockers. Turning the knob was no easy feat in your current state, but you needed towels and money. After a long day in the water, you were starving. Oh my god. That's true, because when you're in the water, you use up so much more energy, and you just get starving so quickly. You ignored your grumbles in your stomach to focus as much as possible on keeping your grip with slippery fingers. Finally, you managed to break open the safe and access the goods inside. You plucked up the towel that had been resting on top of your clothing pile. It was an inspired piece of forethought to make it as accessible as possible. If only to consider taking your wallet out of your pocket ahead of time. If only. You made good use of the towel until your hands were dry for the first time, and you weren't even sure how long. Then you started to dig for your money. Oh, the fingers must be so pruny. Derek leaned back on his heels and craned his neck to look past his locked door to you. Ready to eat? I wish. Why is it so much harder to getting stuff out of your pocket when you aren't wearing the pants? Huh, maybe it's a positioning thing. It's an annoying thing. After a final awkward tug, you succeeded in worming the wallet out of its fabric cocoon. There we go. With a flick of your wrist, you closed your locker. Getting dressed could wait. A second clattering slam followed right after. Derek shut his too. He tossed his neon towel over his shoulders like a shawl, then folded his arms. Honestly, the food here isn't bad. For theme park restaurants, at least. It's worth trying. That's good. A decent meal is exactly what I need right now. You made like your wallet and securely wrapped yourself in a towel. It dampened instantly, but was still very cozy. You made a break for the central area where the poolside restaurant was set. Your towels rippled in the wind and your feet slapped against the concrete path. You felt free as a bird, and all of 13 years old. The waterpark restaurant had only outdoor seating, well yeah, and a small shack where the food was prepared. But the rich, savory scents wafting from the sliding openings on the front of the building convinced you more than enough. Once you and Derek got to the window, you wasted no time putting in your orders, paying, and setting up camp at the closest available table. What do they have? What are they serving? I need to know this. It is very important information. He leaned fully back against the white plastic chair and chuckled contentedly. It's been a long time since I've gone to a park, this one or any others. I'm always busy, huh? So busy, we really made it today. But we did. Exactly, we did it. His cheeks and eyes lifted, pleased. You were more grateful than ever to be there at the water park, in the state you grew up in, and at the side of your very good friend. A friend. You're just a friend. Your meal soon arrived and was finished briskly. Swimming had made you extremely famished. The potential post-food conversation was cut off for you and Derek and every single person in the vicinity. It began with the echoing bell over the entire park and then transitioned into a spoken message. The employee announced as cheerfully as possible that the park was closing soon and all guests needed to get out of the pools. Get the fuck out of here. We get to clean up. Derek glanced up into the sky and the general direction where the disembodied voice came from.
I swear.
Man, it went so fast. At least it was really nice while it lasted, and we can make tomorrow good too. There was something in his wandering gaze and the playful quirk of his lips. The end of the occasion had skipped all the other stages of grief and gone straight to acceptance for Derek. Tomorrow is... Well, I have a feeling it won't be too hard to have some fun. Watch him with intrigue. Oh, what is he planning? Look at his sneaky gaze. What are you thinking? Once again, I am asking you, what are your thoughts? Full expecting to be let in on what he kept his spirits so high, but he merely grinned your way and explained nothing. Still, the approaching closing of the park spurred the both of you on. It won't be responsible to dawdle. Your trash was thrown out and you jumped in the shower for a brief wash before changing into your actual clothes and getting back into Derek's car. It was late by the time he parked once more in his designated spot for the apartment complex. What little remained of the night was passed into peaceful relaxation around the apartment before collapsing into bed. Early the next day, you lazily hung around the apartment. Derek was showering after the gym, and you'd already both had a quick breakfast. It was a true change of pace to have a slow morning, a slow day on your trip. You welcomed the break. Derek wanted to pop over to his parents' house one more time. He was still itching to get his hands on Nico's Switch, but there was a blank schedule besides that. No long travel, promises to fill, or plans to keep up with. To balance out the one free day, the next was set to be extra full. Tomorrow evening, you would be leaving Prism Vista City. Your bus ticket was already purchased. You need to pack and prepare and somehow do everything you could ever want to do before it was too late. Truly grasping your own departure wasn't easy. So much had happened, but it all felt like way too fast. Like a much-anticipated audiobook set to 5 times normal speed. Your life with Derek was very nearly only a memory. Your adventure at the water park had taken a place in your mind right by the time you got to the other boardwalk. You got to go to the boardwalk with the Suarez family. Whether it was years ago or only a day ago, over was over. Being closer in time made it no more reachable in the present. A cheery holler from the hall shook you out of your own head before you could get entirely lost in it. Hey Dae, I'm ready to go. Finally, I've been fading away out of here. Let's go see the family and feel alive again. That's the plan. His eyes twinkled boyishly as he grinned at you. What are you planning? You're being sneaky. I see it in your eyes. Your lips quirked up at the infectious enthusiasm. Everyone there is looking forward to seeing you. Oh, me? I thought I was saying that to him. Come on. Derek led the charge out of the front door, which he locked behind him and onward until he arrived at the other store's front door. You rang the bell and didn't have to wait long before Mrs. Suarez's eager face appeared. The expectant smile was identical to the one she wore when you first reunited.
Good to see you.
Good morning, Derek. Dae, welcome back. She ushered the two of you inside with as much gumption as your original rival was well. Before you could question that curiosity, you were confronted by another. The living room they led you was entirely empty aside from you and Derek and his mom. 3 of Suarez's men were missing. George could be on his way, Nicholas might be waiting for the guests in his room, and perhaps Mr. Suarez needed to use the bathroom. Separately, any of those possibilities made sense, yet all of them being the case at once felt odd. Should we have come later? No, your timing is perfect. She smiled at you wider, but the leading tone of her voice and that Nicholas-esque gleam in her eyes wasn't particularly comforting. It only made you more certain that something was going on. You were going to ask, but the words slammed against the back of your throat when George and Nico sprung up from behind the chair. Surprise! How do they fit? That's what really got you. No, the surprise is like, oh my god. You're both giants. How did you get back there? The Suarez living room wasn't suited for hiding. The boys must have been lying on the ground, pressed together, and you had to be positioned in the exact right angle to not see them tucked away there. Your wide-eyed expression was their reward. The 2 jumping jacks laughed openly. And even kind, Mrs. Suarez clapped her hands together in satisfaction at your slack jaw. What is the surprise for? You stared out the question, still in a daze from the entirely unexplainable jump scare. What do you think, genius? The voice of that sharpened quick was unmistakable. You hadn't managed to blink since the younger Suarez's shout, and the trend continued. Liz! I was like, who the fuck? None of these people have the nerve to say that to me, have that attitude towards me. Who could it be other than Liz? Pointing your dry eyes towards the kitchen, you had to wonder if you were seeing things. Somehow magically, your older sister had appeared out of thin air to leer at you smugly from over the counter. The laws of space-time were no consideration when it came to teasing you. Liz? Duh, of course that stunt wasn't their idea. You stumbled down onto the couch and needed to sit down. You rushed over and hugged her. You ran up to Liz and pinched her cheek to see if she was real. You went to Liz and pinched her. That's what she deserved for shocking you. You stared speechless in total disbelief. Your eyes darted back and forth between her and the stores. I'm pinching. You snapped the roots that had kept your feet in place and darted to the other side of the room. In less than a minute, your fingers were squeezing into Liz's left forearm. Ouch! Liz stomped her foot with a great drum and put her hands on her hips indignantly. She should have worn a sunflower dress instead of a romper because she looked 10 years old in that pose. Jeez, I'm real! Or were you just getting your revenge? You shook your head at the accusation. I was only making sure. It could have been a hologram or something. Well, it isn't. I'm here, in the flesh, and now with a smarting arm thanks to you. Sorry. As if intentionally completing the Lizzie-ness of her behavior, Liz teasingly stuck her whole tongue out at you. That persistent self-satisfaction Liz had radiated throughout the room was reeled in to reveal a softer, more genuine pleasure. How good to see you, kiddo. What happened to being so busy, Liz? Yeah, you lied to us. That was merely a ploy. I'm never too busy for you. Or a bonus trip where all I had to do was show up. Huh? What do you mean? Liz laughed with an all-knowing air. It was a sound you were very familiar with. I do love you, but I wasn't going to rearrange an entire trip to join you now when I already had to prepare for one for Mom's party in less than a month. You can thank your beefcake friend for handling the details and his parents for letting me borrow their guest room. That's how it happened. He's nosy as well as persistent. Derek was involved? Of course he was involved. We should have known, the sneaky way he was looking at us. The mischievous glint in his eyes. You had felt nothing could shock you after the Lizario, but you had been proven wrong. The man who suddenly had a spotlight thrown on him stood with an awkward stiffness. His arms were folded so tight that the form might have been chiseled out of stone. Is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? Neither. That's the truth. I'm gonna take that in a positive way then. Good for you. Derek, you really helped Liz with her trip out here? Derek's friend shrunk shyly. The decision to view his actions in a good light was being put to the test now that it was your turn to talk about them. The sibling group wouldn't have been complete without Liz. Who knows if she'd have time to come to the city during your mother's anniversary? Nicholas and George missed her. Especially Borge. Nico shot out that commentary without looking away from his phone. George glared, completely unseen by the target of the daggers, but he didn't vocalize his disagreement with the statement. And we figured you wouldn't mind seeing your sister when she came by, so we worked it out. Surprise. Thanks, Sarah. Wouldn't mind. This is amazing. Derek Suarez, you're too nice. Okay, I get it. You'd have to do that. Who wouldn't mind? Hey, no worries. Bashfulness crept over his features even more, though. Like Derek's general perspective, it was a good kind of bashful rather than a bad one. He was pleased with himself. I'm sure he is. A sneaky man. And the door at the very end of the hall burst open. The entire room simultaneously appeared in that direction. Surprise! Mr. Swords had finally made an appearance of his own, and it was in an entrance. He waved his hands in the air and walked over with a jaunty high step. The parade of unexpectedness that day was endless. Before we could even ask the question, Mrs. Swords explained what that was about. Mr. Swords was going to be behind the counter. However, I banished him to his bedroom till he was certain Liz's scheme was finished. He was laughing too much. He was going to ruin it. I was about to get him myself, but he managed to figure it out. Oh my god. Mr. Suarez, you're truly a gem. Every single one of Mrs. Suarez's sons nodded in support of their mother's decision, including Derek, who wasn't there when it happened. He must have been able to imagine it easily enough. Yes, I didn't get to stay, but I could still join a little late. It's an extra surprise. I mean, we were surprised, weren't we? Let's making lemons and lemonade. You never had a reason to wonder how Derek ended up with so much optimism.
That's what I like to hear.
Very good. Thank you for being a good sport, my wonderful husband. My lovely wife. And welcome to you, Dae and Derek. We're all here.
Right.
That's right, we are. The Ursa and Suarez family enjoyed a mini reunion full of affection before eventually things settled back into a casual atmosphere. The addition of Liz into the mix was truly seamless. George and his parents bustled around the kitchen to cook their own late breakfast. They'd had no time for food when waiting to make a grand reveal. Nicholas elected to help by not getting in the way. He sat at the table with his face on his phone. Dingus had been completely sucked into the screen in a way you hadn't seen before. Let's get the switch. Let's see it from now. You stuck with your sister on the couch. Derek flanked her on the other side. She recounted her traveling adventures, including how at one point she too had to ride a bus and that it actually took a wrong turn. Oh my gosh, the drama. Drama on the road. Since when did bus drivers take the wrong route? Liz demanded of the air. Her long list of points were worth noting, continued right up until the new announcement was cheerily made. Food's done. Hooray! Eggs, sausages, and well-seasoned diced potatoes have been prepared. Ooh, sausages! With fresh fruits available on the side, the whole room smelled of pepper, garlic, and a host of other savory spices. Derek already ate, and Liz politely passed on the meal as well. She'd had way too many snacks during the overnight trip and couldn't have another bite. You declined. No, give me. I want the food. You didn't know about that, but you weren't ever going to pass on free. Exactly! Oh my god. It's free. You know, I was... I'm going back to like the raspberry cake story that I had at my bear visits today. I was walking with my my coworker, and she was like, oh, I don't know about raspberries on cake. You know, I was like, oh, I don't know. You don't want to like pass up on the cake. And she was like, do you even like raspberries? No, but it's free. I will never Turn up free food. Never. Your very kind host stood aside so you could get your meal first. You didn't want to keep them waiting by disagreeing with the order. You got off your seat and filled out a dish with some breakfast and returned to your place by Liz. Right before George's butt made contact with his seat, he paused mid-air.
Oh.
Oh wait, I forgot the chili flakes.
It's no problem.
Sit, I've got you. Derek winked at his little bro, and said younger brother plopped down into the chair. The scrambled eggs piled high on George's plate jiggled. Derek pushed off the cushion and took a few long strides into the kitchen and retrieved the tube of deep red edible confetti. Rather than walk over to the table, Derek stayed right where he was and lobbed George's chili flakes over the counter. Heads up! The receiver snatched it right out of the air. George looked at the item now in his hand and chuckled. Good pass. I'm not rusty yet. Derek saluted from a distance as George began to liberally sprinkle chili flakes over every part of his meal. At the other end of the dark wood table, another familial exchange occurred. Mrs. Torres rubbed her littlest child's bowed back and spoke to him gently. Oh, it's because he's bent over. Nico, are you eating? Her sweetness got a lukewarm shrug from one shoulder from Nicholas. His phone remained in his grasp in the center of his head tension. Food wasn't enough to sway his focus. I'm just gonna have a bowl of cereal. Hey Nico, are you texting someone? Someone is a busy boy, you tease. How sweet, you made your love for cereal public, you joked. I'd have cereal too if I needed to eat. Maybe you should eat more. A bowl of cereal isn't much of a balanced meal. I would joke. He dared to take his eyes off the screen for long enough to roll them. We've been together long enough to take that step. We've been together about 10 years now. It's finally time to make it public. Mrs. Suarez gave the team one final pat and left it there. She was content that he at least wasn't going hungry. Unexpectedly, your ears perked a small squeak and then the unmistakable rush of running water. Once again, your gaze went to the opposite side of the room. Derek's back was turned to the crowd, and the clatter he was making continued with the clanging of paint. Are you doing the dishes? The actual reason why Derek had gone to the kitchen and stayed there became evident. He'd intended to wash the dishes. Boo! His dad, too. Nowhere but the Sora's house would such a gesture be met with swift dissent, but Derek and his impulse to do everything for everyone was infamous.
Please don't worry.
Son, you are our guest, and you didn't even eat. You can't be the one who cleans up. Liz acted mostly as an observer to the family circus, though couldn't help tisking about it under her breath. What an absolute menace of politeness. I know. Put him in jail. Derek Suarez, get back over here. Don't leave me, you jokingly reached out to him. I can help too. Now let me do it. Boo. Get your butt back over here. Your justifiable demand didn't go unheard.
Aww.
Dave. Derek's face turned just enough to peek at you. A tiny frown pulled at the corners of his mouth. I'm serious. You better not wash those dishes. Fine. With drooping shoulders, his head hung low, and dragging steps, Derek retreated from the kitchen. What wasn't low anymore was the angle of his mouth that had perked upwards.
My thoughts exactly.
I couldn't have said that better myself. Mr. Suarez and his junior gave a round of applause as the eldest son left the sponge behind. Yay, Derek, you did it! Soon breakfast at the Suarez home was finished. Nico put his phone down for long enough to pour cereal and milk into a bowl and eat. The kitchen was cleaned by George and his parents. Derek remained seated with his idle hands in his lap like a proper guest he'd always been at your house growing up. So, Nicholas spoke without being spoken to for the first time in an age, and more amazingly, the phone was gone. It must have returned to the comfort of Nicholas's romper pocket. Want to see the pool? Yes! That's what I was saying earlier. No pool? This place is a downgrade, but if there's a pool, it's an upgrade. We can dip our feet in, get some sun, hang out. Let's go see a pool. As a young lady raised by the shore, she had an ingrained beach snobbery, but she didn't need a glare from Derek to correct her attitude. I'd check it out. Okay, we'll see how it stacks up to the old one. Derek piped up in agreement as George nodded along.
Let's get to it.
Let's do it!
Go on.
That's a perfect plan. You go enjoy yourselves. Dad and I will stay here. Take a break from parental supervision. Mrs. Suarez had a very proper chortle. They certainly do not need any supervision. They are very mature adults in their own rights. Besides, Nico. He is close. His childlike gleefulness was followed by a frustrated sigh that was distinctly teenager-like. We're leaving now. Nicholas said we, but was obviously going with or without anyone else. He was grown up enough to make that decision.
See you.
Bye! Oh wait, we're going with him. Nicholas slipped a key off the hook by the door and was out. Hurried goodbyes were exchanged, and then the rest of the sibling group made a beeline to catch up with Nico. Your target was strolling through the hall, hands on his hips, and whistling a tune. His terseness had cleared entirely as soon as he had left. Nicholas had cast a glance back at the crowd, stumbling up to him. He offered a smile and struck up a casual conversation. I've gone down to the pool for at least a couple minutes almost every day since summer started. It's basically a ritual. That's cool. You need your daily dose of chlorine. That I do, bro. It's like with your daily vitamins, get your daily dose of chlorine too. How can you function throughout the day without it? The party of five continued onto the ground floor of the apartment condo and out the back. Nicholas took out a key card for the pool door. He already had it on him before ever suggesting the idea. He meant it when he said he was going there was a regular occurrence. The normal key he took must have been for the house. Ooh, it is nice. But does it glow at night? Oh, look at the little billboards on the buildings too. Wow, a nice view, huh? This place fancy. This is the ground floor. Is that what he said? Is that what that said? This was a bit too high to be the ground floor, but you know, what do I know? The area itself felt familiar, as if you were the one going there every day instead of Nico. A pale blue rectangle surrounded by rows of identical lounge chairs. It was a pool. The pool at the other apartment was so much better, but this new pool was a step up from the other. You like both pools, as far as the bride brought you to. Just another generic shared pool. They're both good. They had unique charms and qualities. The width, gradual increase of depth, how the stairs were arranged, all stood apart from other locations. While everyone else stalled at the entrance, Nicholas kept on walking. He headed straight to the edge, crouched low to roll up his pant leg, shifted onto his butt, and ducked his feet into the water. Liz and George shared a side-eyed glance. Bombastic side-eye. There had been an assumption that you'd be hanging out together. Nicholas, however, didn't show much interest in that sentiment. His mood had been all over the place, and ultimately, Liz and George elected to give him space. The two camped out on two side-by-side lounge chairs, close enough to keep an eye on Nico, but not enough for conversation to be audible between the pair in solo. Derek watched the chips fall. Despite this supposedly being a fun-in-the-sun adventure with the whole gang, he was frowning. The water sloshed from Nicholas kicking his feet. His eyes were towards the sky, and those long strands of brown hair were nearly brushing the concrete tiles. He felt much further away than he physically was.
Anyway,
I'm gonna go sit with Nico. Feet in the pool was the only way to go. Then he might like the company. Would you mind if I wanted to just be me and him? It's been a while since he's gotten any one-on-one time. Oh. You mean you don't want to hang out with me anymore? Why? I understand. Of course I wouldn't mind. You deserve quality time together. I'd prefer to talk with him too, but he's your brother. I won't push my way in. I think I'll survive it, Derek. You'll be like 4 feet away, you tease. I'm not mad, but it is a little disappointing. You don't have to worry about me for that. You're so polite.
I guess it's fine if you want to be apart from me. I mean, it's not like it's not like after the day after tomorrow we won't see each other again for a long time, but you know.
Just like guilt trip him. No, I think I'll survive it, Derek. You'll be like 4 feet away. Thanks, Dae. Maybe it's not a big deal, but I'd hate to make you feel like I ditched you out of the blue. Derek, it is okay. Go to your brother. Bye. I will see you, because you'll still be right there. You waved one another off and parted ways. Your assigned companions were stretched out quite comfortably as you approached. Neither lifted their heads from the rests underneath them, but their eyebrows went higher.
Hey.
Hello. Hey. I have arrived. That's what I say. You took the chair on George's left, you took the chair on Liz's right, you stayed standing in front of the loungers, you sat on the floor in front of the loungers, you sat on the edge of Liz's chair, you sat on the edge of George's chair. I'm sitting on Liz's. It'd make it easier to talk if you didn't have to shout across one person to another, and you had no scruples about making Liz share. You bent right down and positioned yourself on the already occupied spot, nearly squishing her arm in the process. That was an entirely normal sibling stunt. She didn't bat an eye. How kind of you to spend time with your older sister. Your charming gentleman is in the other direction. I missed you, Liz, you sincerely. How I've missed your snark, Liz, you tease. You're welcome. I came for George, actually. Hey, you're the one who abandoned me for your new brother. I figured Nicholas would refer someone alone time with Derek. No, I've missed your snark, Liz. And I, you, Dae. You and your sister grinned wickedly at one another as siblings should. Then Liz proudly smoothed her romper while working the crookedness out of her expression. Well, before you arrived, Borge here mentioned the recent Father's Day celebration that happened and how mild it was. Fitting for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
And she just had to give her usual Elizabeth Brad commentary right now. Their plastic seats creaked as Liz and George stretched their torsos to lob mutual glowers across the space between them. And then they fell back down, all smiles and snickers. But as I was saying, nothing about the event was unexpected. Though it's possible my standards are too high, I need to accept that nothing will ever top the first time. How can you beat a couple of 13-year-olds skipping town to have a Father's Day party with one of their sisters and no dads in sight? Liz lifted her hands off her lap and spread them out in a wide shrug. One arm bumped into you. That was an occupational hazard of being a cheeky little sibling. Oh well. Father's Day parties are predictable? You should look in a mirror. I knew you'd be joking about that forever. You still are. Maybe you were predictable too because she squinted at you coolly with a retort already on her lips. It's my responsibility as the oldest to carry on the family history, especially the embarrassing pieces. Wow, truly bringing up the relics, huh? Oh, I know you have to. The more something means to you, the more sarcastic you have to be about it. That one got her to pout. Sheesh. She's like, damn, you got me. This is normally resolute attention span began to waver. It was because George's head first. She had been distracted by him, and his disturbance was with his brothers. Derek and Nicholas remained on their own. The men on the water's edge were in their own little world. The elder had an arm around the younger shoulder, whose head was resting against the taller Sora's shoulder. George couldn't know what they were saying from that distance, or if they were even speaking or what expressions were on their faces from that perspective, but his gaze remained set. George! The unexpected firmness in Liz's voice entirely snapped him out of his growing rear. Yes? There is something we must discuss. There is?
So?
Duh, you've danced around the details, but now that we're face to face, you must tell me, what is this person you're seeing actually? Oh my god, you got a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a partner? Tell me.
Huh?
What? You're dating some stranger? You're dating isn't that how it works? Maybe we don't have a label yet, but well, I can't believe it. How did you know, Liz? I had a feeling and asked. We do text and call, you know. She made it sound so simple. Maybe it was. You hadn't been bold enough to ever broach the subject. Let's not lose focus.
Come on.
George, how can I judge if they're good enough for you if there's nothing to scrutinize? And is they even right? I am starved for details. Well... Oh. Zay has... Zay, them, zir? Pronouns? So, okay, I apologize if I pronounce that incorrectly. Feel free to correct me if you guys know the proper pronunciation. I'm not too familiar with these sorts of pronouns. Yeah, so feel free to correct me. Progress. We made progress. What else? What's their name? Nova. We're both at the same college, both in STEM, and met at a speaking event where people from different majors and classes all attend. I look at him blushing. He's in love. Aw, how did it happen? You two making a connection? Basically, between talks, most people hung around the halls waiting for the next to start. Neither of us had made much of an attempt to strike up conversations with the others, and ended up gravitating towards each other silently. Your sister couldn't help interrupting. The comment in her head was too good to keep to herself. She giggled delightedly. Gravitating. What a way to describe a couple of nerds coming together. Go on. You know, I'm not an expert in small talk or that interested in it. Nova overthinks things. Makes chatting with strangers a challenge. But after waiting around for what had to be at least 15 minutes, Zay started asking me questions. It went from there and has kept going. We exchanged numbers at the end of the event. Back then I thought Zay had gotten bored after doing nothing for so long, but Nova told me later that Zay had been trying to get himself to just say something already the entire time. I'm sorry I'm sounding so awkward. Zay also said that Zay decided to talk to me. Zay also said the reason Zay decided to talk to me in the end was because of my forest tranquil features. I don't know exactly what that means. Your green eyes and your light brown hair. Very nature-esque, despite being in a city. The sight of George, so absolutely aglow, was enough to make Liz shrivel. Oh no, I'm being won over already. Who will be the bad cop when you bring them home? Derek? I doubt it. Don't worry, sister. I will be a bad cop. I bet Nico would. He's got spunk. No one needs to be a bad cop, Liz. Nova's great. George. Derek could be serious when he wants to be. George is the darling and deserves everything. I doubt anyone would hurt him. I bet Nico would. Yeah, too much. Nova wouldn't get a word in edgewise without him giving a third degree. That would work. You too. You, Liz, and George continued to familiarly chat amongst each other. Or rather, you and Liz kept getting George to dish out on his life in college with Nova and other friendly and not so friendly acquaintances he made. But eventually... What's up, everybody? He's returned. Oh, why you got that face? You tilted your face up. Standing over the three of you was the solid figure of Derek Suarez. Behind him was Nicholas, fiddling with the strain of his wild mane. The youngest and oldest Suarezes had ended their quality alone time. Whatever went on between them, they didn't mention it. George or Liz didn't ask. Your sister was keen to pry into George's romantic life, but not the worries between two brothers. Welcome, boys. Take a seat anywhere you like. I don't mind. The last hints of pensiveness lingering around Nico softened at the brash greeting. I'm the only person in this pool area who actually lives here. Where did you get all that authority? Liz is the boss wherever she is, whether it's true or not. Liz struck a dignified pose with one shoulder jutting forward and her hands on her hips, but the fact that she was lying down while doing it made it fairly silly. It's easy to be in charge when you're always the oldest. No matter how tall or muscular any of you kiddos get, I've got 2 to 9 years on you. Oh my god. Liz, you're so old. Don't forget it.
I know.
We won't. I guarantee you bring it up often enough to ensure that. Good. So are you going to accept my graciousness? I think I'm going to pass. For all the cheers promise of lounging, I don't feel comfortable in them. They're always either too slick or stick to your skin and no way slippery with 0 in between. I'll miss on the seat too. Of course you will. George and Liz were so tickled by the simultaneousness response that she was sure that they would have high-fived if he wasn't so reserved and she's not so set on behaving maturely. Nico's slight friend was entirely unmoved by the teasing. Derek, however, did react with an awkward chuckle. Now whole group was able to reunite with ease. As if the five of you had been chatting the entire time, Liz hummed, self-satisfied. I'm not complaining, but I have to say it's so weird to be sunbathing at a pool and not the beach. Pools have their pros, if you say so. Crossing his arms, letting his eyes shut, George shared his own perspective. It was rare, but always welcome. I think it's weird to be at this pool, not the one we grew up with. Oh yeah? I only ever saw it from a distance. I don't know the joy of truly being there. That's too bad. Yeah, it's better than this one. Yeah. Yeah, for me too. While the brothers wore a set of nostalgic grins, Liz's smile was far more devious. If you want to, I wonder if we could sneak a peek. Oh no. They're like, oh yeah? She's spoken to existence, now we're gonna go. All the gentle sentimentality from George's face dropped to the floor and metaphorically shattered. The idea of doing that never in his lifetime would have crossed George's mind if he had been left on his own, but Liz was here and continued to make her case. There has to be a way to slip in. We don't have to be long. No one will know we don't actually live there. Elizabeth never changes. Her rule-breaking intentions were brushed off entirely with a light-hearted laugh by Derek. It was nothing more than talk. At least it had been until a calm, even voice made it real. We could do it. The lock broke years ago. No way have they fixed it. Oh my god, he's like, I have the insider information. Derek snatched the mantle of brazen-induced shock off of George due to the middle son's own stunning suggestion. Nicholas whistled in amusement. He wasn't nearly as scandalized. She really brings out George's bad boy side. Damn straight. Maybe I shouldn't have brought her after all. I don't know, Derek. Impulsiveness seems to run in the family. George, I appreciate your sweetheart side and bad boy side. You can't get back when Liz now. You teased. No. It runs in the family. Do I have to remind you of that time you jumped into that old pool while fully dressed? The whole group laughed. Liz hadn't been there, but a fact like that couldn't be kept under wraps. His brothers, parents, friends, and random acquaintances were all aware of the night Derek took a night swim in a sports jersey and jeans. Exactly, I'm definitely not the only Suarez with a mischievous streak, bro.
Come on.
Hey, Nico's worse than both of us combined. Guilty as charged. Liz, George, and Nico, the troublemaker trio, which they now were, shared sneaking glances between one another.
What?
Well, you can't be serious. We're already at a pool, and not even swimming in it. We don't need another more illegal one. You guys lived there long enough to disturb permanent pool rights, I'd say. Come on, it's barely crime. Don't be a Boric. Boys, listen to your big brother. Liz, listen to your little sibling. I can't do that. I really can't. You know, along with Derek's very reasonable points, you shook your head. What a buzzkill. I say you have permanent pool rights. Your agreement with indecency was followed by 3 whoops. The trio was actually a quartet. Derek scratched at the top of his head with an expression equal parts amusement and bemusement. You too? Huh. It's the Ursa way, and that's 4 against 1. Majority rules. Yeah, break-in time. Nicholas was pushing his luck with that line, but Derek sighed in acceptance. He ran a hand down his face to steady himself. Okay, let's do it. But don't call it a break-in. We're visiting our old home without checking if we have permission. It's different. Sort of. Another round of cheers rang out in the lesser pool's gated area. Derek bounced nervously on his feet and snickered.
Oh,
Y'all so
man.
bad. Y'all such bad. Bad boys and girls and bears. But he meant it as a compliment. Your criminal organization began Operation Walk into an unlocked pool in a way that is not entirely equivalent to breaking in. The 5 of you tiptoed out of the condo complex, worried Mr. and Mrs. Suarez would decide at the worst possible time to check up on you, but made it to the car. George insisted on the middle seat for the drive over. He didn't have it in him to make Liz take it, and Nicholas adamantly refused to. Ooh, so I get the passenger princess whirl again. On arrival, Derek found a place to park far in the back, away from prying eyes. The set of brothers led the way to the pool's gate. They strode forward confidently. It was a trip the 3 had made hundreds of times. You'd never doubt but that they belonged. George pushed on the door, and it swayed open without resistance. A light breeze could have gone through that security. He glanced at the rest of you and curled his fingers into a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. Hacker voice, I'm in! The pool was exactly as it appeared in the distant memories you had held out into for so many years. This is awesome! George and Nico scampered around carefree. They checked out each nook and cranny and had a story to tell about everyone. The 2 brothers shouted reminiscences back and forth across space. From the time Nicholas had caught a bee without being stung to the day George got hit with a massive nosebleed in the deep end, their 2 lit up in the presence of an old, inanimate friend. The hit of nostalgia had done wonders for getting over his innate rule-follower tendencies. You were grateful for Liz's stroke of brilliance. It was a perfect addition to your sibling gathering. The young ones were happy, and it had been much too long since you and Derek snuck around somewhere you technically weren't allowed to be in. The woman in question observed her handiwork from the greatest distance. The sweet curve of her mouth expressed a happiness her dry commentary didn't. It's not the beach, but it is nice. Once the initial excitement settled down, the casual hangout session continued on as it had been left off. Like Derek had guessed, changing venues from one pool to another didn't have much of an impact on what you did, but it'd make for a new memory to add to the collection. George stood near his brothers as he recounted a recent paper he'd been penned on the Doppler effect. Nico and Derek gleefully expressed awe at the achievement.
Nice work.
You've always been the smarts of our operation. With 3 chances, at least one of us guys had to have a decent amount of brain cells to rub together. You're all smart. Brains, bronze, and looks. Your brothers have it all. George is book smart. Nicholas is street smart. I am so impressed, George. No, you guys got it all. A full set of rosy faces grinned at you. Look at them all. Thanks, Dae. My voice. I have to keep going. We're not to the end yet. George's informative explanation was cut off by a fast-paced techno-pop beat. It wasn't a bad tune, but it made Nicholas shriek. She's calling? Now? He scrambled to retrieve his long-abandoned phone. The events of the morning came back to you with clarity. She was the reason he'd been so distracted. Your girlfriend? You watched the teen cautiously. Nico had completely frozen after managing to get the device out of his deep pocket. What do I do? Answer it. Was George's plain reply. It was perfectly reasonable, and the only other option besides not answer it. Unfortunately, that bit of common sense was of no help to Nico. His breathing was rapid, and the phone shook in his hands. Derek, you give advice. You've got more experience liking somebody than me. Oh? Oh? I only found one less than a year ago. In most cases, Derek was the first to jump at solving a problem, but he pretended not to see that the whole scene, at least until he'd forcibly been thrown into the event by George's straightforwardness. George! You knew that glower. Derek's brother was starting to send him to an early grave again.
No.
This is not the time. How can I tell anyone else how to handle romance well? I always choked when I tried talking to my crush. Oh yeah. Derek, who was this crush that you had? Please elaborate. Who were they? I wonder. Oh my gosh, I wonder who could have been. Was it Cove? Imagine. Dae, the thing I wanted to tell you this whole time, after all these years, I have a big fat crush on Cove, but I was too scared to tell you because I thought you had a crush on him. Listen, Cove has 2 hands. We can both hold them, and we can hold each other's. Well, the brains and brawn can't be denied for the trio, but your one weakness is clear. None of you boys can woo to save your life. She is not my crush. As much of a mess Nicholas had dissolved into, he was still together enough to set that misunderstanding straight. He was so offended his voice cracked. She's a psychic. I've been on her waitlist for months. A psychic? Then just answer. George reasserted his suggestion, this time with an extra dose of obviously in an undertone. There was no reason to hesitate, as far as he could see. It had to be done. Nico bit his lip, twisted his face away from the screen, and for good measure squeezed his eyes shut. Finally, he tapped to answer. Hello? A small, high-pitched voice was on the other line. You knew what it sounded like because you heard it yourself. His phone was on the speaker. Nico realized with horror. Everyone else was forced to be aware of it as well. Oh, hello. Kayla? Is this Nicholas Suarez? I'm Miss Kayla. I'm calling all the way from St. Sarah Bell Boarding School to tell you the future. Give me a 10, and you'll know what to do then. Her catchphrase was well rehearsed and full of approachability. Kayla was there to serve, but Nicholas only managed to squeak and fumble to turn the speaker off without hanging up. Liz didn't have a similar struggle. She couldn't stop herself from voicing a thought aloud and entering the conversation. I've heard that before. St. Sarah Bell. What do you mean? Who are you? Do we know this? I don't think I know this reference. Rather than replying to the queries lobbed at her, Liz instead delightfully declared the answer to a mystery that had been in only her head. Oh, okay. This is a XOXO droplets reference. Okay. That's where Shiloh attended high school. I think he was also there for part of middle school, but that's beside the point. Ooh, you know fellow SS Byte? What's his last name? I can maybe, at the start of the line, tell you about his future. Nico only watched helplessly. He couldn't cut Kayla off by changing the phone setting now, but words weren't working well enough for him to explain that she did not have to chat with Liz. Either unaware of or quickly avoiding Nicholas's date, Liz bulldozed ahead. His name is Shiloh Leon Fields, but don't strain yourself to come up with something. He's 22 and graduated from that school years ago. I imagine you won't have much to say about that. That breakdown of the situation was punctuated by a snort from Liz. Miss Kayla came right back with a scoff of her own. Before she even spoke, you got the impression Liz had met a challenger in smugness. I do know Shiloh Fields. He's got those huge eyes, freckles, and all those hats. I've always lived in this town. I didn't always go to SSB, but I was right nearby when he first moved in. So there, I know him and his old group. They're infamous. Huh. For all her normal snark, your sister was speechless. She didn't even try to further compete. You couldn't blame her. A random psychic, the little brother of your long-time friend, happened to call, was familiar with another of your childhood playmates. Whether it was luck, chance, fate, or pure coincidence, it was definitely odd. And you had to wonder if the group she referred to was the same one Jeremy was also a part of. He and Charlotte did at least attend the same school together. You might have multiple acquaintances in common with Miss Kayla. Really? What can you tell us about Charlotte? Hey, do you know Jeremy? I wonder if maybe you could tell us about Pran? He's a friend of a friend. Wait, Liz, what about the guy who yelled at Charlotte and us? Do you know anything about a guy Charlotte didn't like? Jeremy hated him too. You stayed out of the particular conversation. Do you know Jeremy? Kayla didn't bother asking who you were. Your question got an instant reaction. Jeremy who? Jeremy Marion King? He has green hair and orangey eyes. I went to school with Shiloh. Aha! I know the man you speak of. Jeremy's weird but sort of funny, and his eye and hair color combo is super rare. I've never seen anybody else with it, except on TV, though I know someone with even more special colors. But anyway, her voice dipped lower, and every word was said slowly with emphasized enunciation. It was valuable info, priced at around $10. It needed to be clear. My prediction is that he's attending a business college in another state. He's avoiding his parents, but they are waiting for him to graduate so they can convince him to come back. His friend Pran is keeping them company. Kayla tripped again in her normal girlish tone, satisfied with a job well done. There you are, a whole reading especially for you. Thank you for your wisdom, Kayla. Does it count as a prediction if you talk about their current life? It's honestly pretty nice to know what's going on. Can I get a refund? So you're following him online, right? You tease. Alright. Following him online. No! Something about that particular shout got through to Nicholas. He blinked out of the stun lock he'd been stuck in for an entire conversation and sucked up a fast and full breath. Sorry about all that, Kayla. It's me, Nicholas Torres. I'm here. Oh, I almost forgot why I was calling somebody. You're the real client. What do you want to ask about? It'd be nice to know why this is happening so late. I thought it was going to be in the morning. Sorry, she said, not sounding sorry, even a tiny bit. Oh, sorry. My big brother, Chand, visited, and he's more important than you. Oh. There wasn't much Nico could say against that retort, though he still couldn't stop himself from looking sour. He learned how it felt to be on the receiving side of such an attitude and didn't appreciate the taste of humble pie. Both Derek and George guiltily chuckled on the sidelines at such a display of karma. Hey. The voice coming through Nicholas's phone remained unapologetic, but a spark of genuine interest in the present returned to the self-described future seer. That's what you want to talk about. You've got a big brother, too. Oh, how does she know? Miss Kayla didn't practice the concept of client privacy. That was the second harsh lesson Nicholas got in a matter of minutes. He slapped a hand against one eye and hurried to end the call before any further education on his life's displeasure could be taught. No, I want to hear. It's cool, forget it. I hope you have a very good day. Tell Chand I said hi. He doesn't know who you are.
See you.
Goodbye forever. What did you want to know about, though? What was all that? What was the reason? What was the reason for the phone call? From his face to the phone, Nicholas smacked his fingers against the screen to end the psychic connection. With a deep sigh, Nicholas's whole torso slumped over. He went low enough that his hands almost scraped the floor. The encounter had deflated him. What was that about? George posed the question out of simple curiosity. He didn't give a hint of judgment or suspicion, but Nicholas reacted as if George asked where the last cookie went to his crumb-covered little brother. Nothing. It was about nothing. The little shutdown took George by surprise. He frowned. The biggest brother of the bunch took that as a sign to step in with a soft smile and some almost parental words. Well, Nico can have his fun. We've all wondered about what might happen in the future. George's usual placidity returned after a shrug. He could accept that Nicholas didn't appreciate any attempt at prying and focus on chatting with Derek about his own matters.
No.
I haven't. I'm not sure I want to know. Realizing everything about me and everyone else was entirely set to the point where each move could be predicted and would make the world feel almost pointless, even if it was a good future. But what if it was a bad one? That'd be even worse. I'm convinced. I definitely don't want to hear about my future. George nodded, to himself mainly. He reasoned it all out, and that chapter of the conversation could be closed. Until a low murmur came from the still drooping figure of Nicholas that left an ugly wrinkle across the page. Uh-oh. Drama at sea, but it's the pool. It's easy for you to say. Ooh? Ooh? He hadn't been trying to join the conversation. He'd made it crystal clear that it wasn't a topic up for discussion, yet Nicholas was agitated enough about whatever it was to voice the contempt. What's that supposed to mean, Nicholas? Free of suspicion was no longer a description that applied to Joya's words. They were dripping in it. George's attention now went on him. Nicholas coolly peered at his brother between the long, thick strands of his hair that dangled in front of his eyes. He didn't speak. Derek's characteristic grin strained under the rising tension he'd attempted to sidestep. He clapped his hands together and made another go at shifting focuses.
That's a bummer.
Nicholas really is getting older. He sighs a lot more nowadays, huh? The weight of the world is starting to get to him. That sucks, but there's no avoiding it as you grow up. Derek succeeded in getting George's icy stare pointing his way instead, but it didn't last. George watched him intently, only long enough to read what he could from his older brother's accent beads, then he came to some kind of conclusion. At that point, the middle Suarez turned again to Nicholas. He didn't look at him, it was through him. Some things don't change even when you're older. Ooh. I feel like an owl just going ooh, ooh. That boys are fighting. George didn't grit his teeth or shout. There was a lack of a feeling, a disconnectedness that was even worse than anger would have been. Oof. His eyes are wide. Nicholas's fingers tightened into fists. Oh my gosh, is that Arthur meme? And he sprung upright. He stared into his brother's face defiantly. He shook with an impotent rage George lacked. George had been looking down on him, and easily could, even at Nicholas's full height. That added an extra sting to whatever their younger Suarez said next. You know what sucks more than growing up? Being the last to grow up. I'm the one who gets left behind. I'm basically an only child now. It's just me and mom and dad at home. The flash of fury burned out quick. Nicholas began to crumble with every cracking sentence.
It's not fair.
And the worst part is, I'm probably just being annoying, right? The spoiled baby of the family who's always crying for attention. Of course adults have to go out and do their adult things. It's dumb to think people could do anything else, so I can't even talk about it with anybody. Oh my gosh. I mean, you know, that's kind of a valid concern, you know? A valid point. Nicholas's plight devastated Derek. He was ready to move heaven and earth to solve the conundrum of aging if he could, but George's features didn't so much as twitch. Did you really not tell anyone? It was the callousness that left Derek speechless. He couldn't stop the days from going by, and he couldn't even stop his younger brothers from being mad at each other. Nicholas and George Suarez glared at one another unflinchingly. And what is that supposed to mean, George? You told Derek, didn't you? You knew how you felt, and I bet he knows what that call was about. What else would have been talking about by the pool? You can always talk to Derek. Only him. Oh, he's feeling left out. George had said it all without saying it. He was accusing Nicholas of loving Derek more than him, and George hated that. Well, am I right? Oh, he's angry. The staring contest ended right there as Nicholas hung his head down, dropping his glance to the floor. That was only a battle. The war wasn't over yet. You're so smart and somehow not smart at all. Unaffected by the insult, but simply frustrated from the lack of a real answer, George once again looked at Derek. Derek's mouth had continued to hang open in horror, but he finally closed it. He too turned his gaze away from the middle child. He didn't have any words to offer that time, so it did happen. George stared between his two silent brothers, futilely turning from one to the other. They were crowded together in the same space, but seemed to be so far away. Ultimately, it was the lack of a response that George took as an answer. All alone, right next to the ones he cared about most, George whispered bitterly.
Fine.
I knew it. The suffocating stillness exploded. Nicholas wasn't finished. You don't know shit! I know there's no need to having three of us around. Derek is more than enough for everybody. Oh, shots were fired back and forth with no ground gained on either side. I was literally 6 when I obsessed over Derek. You can get over it already. I'll get over it as soon as you do. I'm waiting for one of them to just push each other into the pool. Nicholas thrust his arms out wide, caught up in the heat of the feud. The need to take George down. He sacrificed the secret he'd held onto so tightly. Well, guess what, George? I did tell Derek about that call. That means he can tell you all about how I never even mentioned him to the stupid psychic. I have 2 older brothers, not just him. Oh, so the psychic reading was for George. That's what I was kind of thinking about. I mean, at first I thought maybe it was about Derek. But then I was like, no, that'd be too obvious. I haven't forgotten that even though you're so sure I have. When I asked for the reading, Derek was already long gone. I wasn't going to demand the universe to bring him back. He had better things to do. Hey, that's not... Derek instinctively spoke out against the idea that his family was such a low priority, but managed to hold his tongue. This was between Nicholas and George. Neither could even see Derek amid their mutual misdirected hurt. I wanted to ask how much longer I'd at least have you nearby. Maybe you'd go away for college, or maybe you'd stay here. I didn't know. But you might have felt bad if I asked you directly in case you were going to leave. I don't want to hold you back from going for whatever life you had in mind, with or without me around. And that's the only reason it was easier to admit to Derek. So there! Nico's arms were folded defiantly as he mimicked the sign closing remark the psychic used to tell Liz off. However, nothing about him came across as truly satisfied. He had to twist his face away to try hiding how glossy his eyes were. Nicholas couldn't avoid the throat-clenching motion in his voice. George was completely floored. Shock, sorrow, and relief fought for control over his face. It contorted with deep creases. You understood then why Derek had kept quiet about what happened. It wasn't his place to admit something like that on Nico's behalf. After a pained stretch of silence, the feeling that settled in George's heart was an Olympic-sized pool of regret.
I'm sorry.
Nicholas, I'm so sorry. It was a struggle for George to speak. He swallowed thickly, his Adam's apple bobbing. He didn't try to cover how watery his eyes had become. You were right about me, and I was wrong about you. I haven't gotten over the memory of being the odd man out, even though it was years ago. That's not fair. None of it has been. George looked to the sky, getting lost in its great expanse as his mind sank deep into the past. You and Derek have to have moments that are only for the two of you. We're not a set, we're individual people, and we have our own relationships. Though to me, it still always felt as if there's more moments of Nicholas and Derek than any other. When I was a kid, I never thought I could win. You were clear about whose company you were looking for. I didn't want to make things awkward by being a third wheel, and mostly I didn't want to test the water to see how much I was welcome between you and Derek. I was too afraid that I wouldn't be. It was better to tell myself I didn't need to be a part of it. Aw. You know, I kind of did wonder, since Nicholas was always clinging to Derek, like, and like, I kind of thought about it and stuff too. It's like, oh man, George is always the odd man out, huh? Isn't he? But he always seemed fine with it, but I guess he really was hurting this whole entire time. His eyes and hands squeezed shut. George was able to face his brother directly. He still forced himself to continue. But as much as I could count on myself out, I wanted to be included. I wanted you to say George was back when I showed up, or that you wouldn't go somewhere if I wasn't coming too. And I wish I admitted that a long time ago. The stiffness over George's whole form released after he said his truth. His fists unclenched. His shining earth-green eyes could be seen again. He'd let go for real. While George was a pillar of peace, his brother was the opposite. Nicholas vigorously scrubbed at his face, transferring tears and snot onto his bare arms rather than his face. Ugh, yeah, that's gross. Somebody get this kid tissue. When he could at least pretend he'd pull himself together, Nicholas spoke again with absolute conviction. I'm sorry I ever treated you like that. Back then and still now, all I think about is how I feel and stuff. Obviously, it was easy for me to move on as if it was nothing because I was the one getting my way. I stopped wanting it to be that way, and that was my closure. But now you're the ones having a good time while I'm watching on the sidelines. There's barely a place for me anymore. I really know how it feels, and instead of maybe getting some empathy, I still only thought about me and needed everyone else to care. Sorry, George. I guess I got what was coming with this. That conclusion brought a disagreeable frown to George's face. He looked over the youngest through a narrowed, serious gaze, but the firmness was founded on affection. It was unmistakable then. George wasn't simply a middle child. He was an older brother, all along in his own way, and even when Nicholas couldn't see it, he always had been. Nicholas, no you didn't. You were in elementary school, remember? Why should you be punished for that? Besides, you're not giving yourself enough credit. Me and Derek did what we wanted to do with your support. It's been years since you've put your feelings over ours. Going to college, moving out, growing up at different times, it brings separation. But abandoning you isn't what you deserve. And even if you did, I wouldn't be glad over it happening anyway. I don't care about fairness. I'm biased. George's brows stayed pinched, but he lost the air of a teacher schooling their misguided student. The warmth of his affection was too apparent. Above all else, my family should get as much good as they can, even if it means they're spoiled sometimes. They should be spoiled.
Don't worry.
And that sentiment goes double for my little brother. Derek might have too, but don't forget either, Nico. You're the only one I've got in the whole world. Nicholas's tears went unwiped. They were free to roll down his face while he shouted as loud as his lungs could manage. I love you, George. When we decided to pick a college nearby, that was one of the best things that ever happened to me. It's great when we work on those way too big puzzles together and play the weirdest games we can find.
Thank you.
I'd never want to lose that, even though I know you can't hang around here for the rest of your life. I want you to keep coming back. I'm grateful every time you come through the door. George's lips trembled. His blinking was rapid. For someone as reserved as him, it was a display of emotion no lesser than Nico's heartfelt declaration. I don't want to lose you either. I love you. Sheepishly, George lifted his arms from his sides. It was a small, subtle gesture. He didn't even bring them all the way up, but he took the initiative to reach out. Nicholas didn't need any more of a sign than that. He bounded ahead and jumped into his big brother's chest. George's long-held fears of rejection were shattered for good. It took a second to get over the emotional and physical stun of Nicholas's hold, but soon George reciprocated. The two embraced one another fully with nothing left standing in between. They were left in peace to have that. Once it was over and the two young men began to part, the piece missing from their brotherly bonding took a step forward. I'm sorry too. I want to be included. I want to say sorry. The unexpected statement got immediate laughter from the recipients. George and Nicholas threw their heads back and stayed unified with an arm over the other's shoulders. What did you even do? For those two, nothing was more of a joke than Derek, Mr. Responsibility, the perfect guest Sorges, needing to apologize. Derek scratched the back of his head, accepting his turn as the third wheel. He might be awkward over butting in, but Derek absolutely meant what he said. I did way too much of the wrong things, and not nearly enough of the right things. I'm the one who insisted on handling Nico all the time because I didn't want to ask for help, and because I saw myself as the only big brother of the family. My overinflated sense of importance and metrodome is what took away any space for George. But that was only when I thought there was something I needed to handle. If everything was fine, I wasn't there at all. I was too busy with school and practice trying to prove myself. Neither of you are to blame for how everything went down. You had to be demanding to get my attention, or you had to stay out of my way.
Really messed up.
Oh, why the VA have to be crying? I should have been there, not more, but better. I'll let you have each other too. The least I can do is apologize. That attempt to accept responsibility was met with an almost fatherly chastening from both his younger siblings. George was able to glance down at Derek the way he could with his one little brother, while Nicholas shook his head and let out a world-weary sigh. That's not true at all. Yeah, no way, Derek. I took demanding attention to a whole other planet. Sure, I was a kid, but that doesn't mean it was cool and easy to live with. You did the best you could, but better than I would have if I had to be the responsible one. Can you imagine what a disaster that would have been? We wouldn't have survived this long. That imagination broke Nico's giggles back. It lifted a sad smile onto George's face. Not the comment itself, but seeing his younger brother happy. He spoke sincerely to his older one.
It's okay.
I need to say sorry as well. You didn't try to push me aside. You didn't have a chance to. I saw what I saw between you and Nico, how you were so close. You had something that... Sorry, I'm trying not to burp. You had something that I wasn't a part of. But I decided entirely on my own to wait around for you both to come to me when I'll never even attempted to be there for either of you. I should have made an effort for my family. You were there for me? George in his calm presence was one of a kind in his family. He was used to those around him being far louder. However, Derek's and Nicholas's insistent yell still caught the middle son off guard. It was a full rejection of his earnest admission, but as much as George believed that about himself, the refuting of it wasn't a surprise to anyone else. Each brother viewed their own faults as source of all problems, while the others could barely see those shortcomings past the love they held for their family member. From end to end of the semicircle of swords, the smiles began to spread. Why are they all frowning, though? Alright, we're all sorry, none of us need to be. How's that? It's great. It's great. The two spoke the same words one after the other, still linked together. Derek watched them, swelling with pride that he got to call them his family, his brothers, and his friends. Perfect, but let's reframe what I was saying. Derek had a grin bright with confidence. He never looked more like the brother he hoped to be as he showed up to his little siblings. He clapped a hand to each of their backs, making a proper huddle among the trio, and stared at them head on. Nico, if you ever decided you were too big to need your older brother anymore and never wanted to see me, it'd break my heart. Please don't stop letting me be there as much as I can. Nicholas sniffled once more before nodding, determined. George, you'll always be my co-pilot. I know you've been backing me up since we were kids, and you're welcome with me anywhere, anytime. Your presence is my pleasure. A dark red flushed over George's face. He was too embarrassed to react with steadiness. Instead, he offered a shaky thumbs up in the center of the loop. It was true that George was Nicholas's reliable big brother, and he might have been the tallest of the bunch, but in front of Derek, you could never miss that he was also a little sibling. Letting out a bark of laughter, Derek gave the boys another smack across their shoulder bones for good measure. Oof.
Promise.
And I promise that I'll always find a way to see you sooner or later, and when I can't be there in person, I'll call. We're never gonna lose touch. I love you, bros. Tightening his grip on their shoulders, Derek physically signified his vow to never let his brothers go. Nicholas responded by letting his head rest on Derek's solid arm. Thanks, Derek. I can call too. Love you. Same, for both of what he said. I'll call and I love you. He followed after Nicholas in more than words. George placed his cheek against the well-trimmed side of Derek's head. This time, with the full trio, the Swords brothers snuggled into a loving embrace. You looked on in relief. The tension, hurt, and the subsequent comfort had been easily felt even without participating. You've been entirely frozen, attention fixed on the three brothers until a nudge to your arm brought focus to your own situation. Liz was smirking at you. Oh, are we gonna have a moment too? Should we also hug, Liz?
We can't let these guys show us up. I love my sister.
At some point, both of you had stood. You couldn't remember exactly when you got into your feet. In the spirit of sibling affection, let me say that I appreciate being here together with you, Dae, because it'd be even more awkward if I was stuck watching the scene by myself. I love you too, Liz, you said affectionately. My thoughts exactly. I think it's sweet. Oh, wow, love you, sis, you tease. I wonder how much longer they'll go. Shh, don't interrupt them. I love you too, Liz. Those weren't the words she had said, but you were certain it's what she meant. You get me. We see each other. The two of you snickered into the palms of your hands. It was an attempt to be a little quiet, but your own sibling camaraderie was notable enough to gain onlookers of its own. Your sister and you glanced over to the intimate scene of brotherly love, only to find the group of them staring back at you. The three men expressed a gradient of embarrassment. Nico beamed the least fuss, and George the most. Derek was in the middle of the scale too, amused and uplifted to feel that ashamed. But each came to the exact same conclusion about it. One more apology was needed after all. Sorry. I totally forgot you two were there. Oops. Sorry again. It's my fault. I pushed Nico to talk at a bad time. We shouldn't have aired that out in front of you. I would say not. It was quite entertaining, at the least. She leered forward, and the floral bracelet she wore jangled on her wrist from the dramatic way she placed her hands on her hips. You know, I was very upset when you spoke about Derek being enough for everyone. I could hardly stay out of it. No offense, but George is my favorite of the Sora's trio. Liz wasn't known for a subtle touch. She was on the nose with all her thoughts and opinions. That kind of directness could only lead to one thing. George blushing again. Liz, you don't have. I mean, ever since that boardwalk trip, they've been thick as thieves. A large hand landed square on George's head, startled him into stopping. It was Derek's. He winked amiably. Hey, she's allowed to speak her mind after we did, and it's a solid choice. Agreed. That's a sensible lady with good taste. George smiled shyly. Thanks. Both of my brothers are my favorite. Me too.
Right.
Same.
Oh, I'm not Derek's favorite.
Responses flowed into one another, the other in perfect order, like dominoes lined up exactly so. All three of the Suarez's are my favorite. Derek's my favorite. I could never pick only one. I'm biased. I had to babysit you kids. Derek's my favorite.
Really?
Oh, he's so happy. Oh my gosh, I am? Yeah, another smart call. Derek is the best. Not even joking when I say that is the answer that makes the most sense. Oh, what is that supposed to mean? Glancing between the faces of each, noting the individuality and familiarity in the features, you thought getting to spend this trip with those brothers was something you'd always be thankful for. When Derek's laughter filled the air, it rang differently than before, playing a new song. Man, if I was younger, this would have been the point where I jumped right into that pool. Clothes be damned. Jump, 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 do it! Luckily, I'm enough an adult to remember I've got an expensive phone in my pocket, not to mention my wallet. I'll take them both out and push you right in. You can still do it if you put those down first. What if you left your phone and stuff on land? Then you could. I'm still jumping in the pool. Just gonna put my stuff down. I kind of wanted to. I was gonna leave my phone and stuff on land. Disaster reverted. You can still do it if you put those down first. The solution was all the youngest Soras needed to literally jump at the chance for more trouble. Nicholas's eyes glittered like the sun-drenched water tempting him. Yeah, I want to go in the pool. Far less enthusiastically, George joined the impromptu swim plan. That doesn't sound too bad. Yet the nonchalant way he shrugged over it seemed even more daring than Nicholas's open exhilaration. Let's do it. Before the third brother weighed in, Nicholas started to pull out his phone, the original match that lit a slow-burning fuse so much earlier in the day. That was it for Dae Ursa. His little brother might have been able to party harder than he could, but he didn't intend to be left that far behind. He wasn't so old after all.
I see how it is.
It's on. 3 phones, as well as wallets, keys, coins, old receipts, and wrappers, and a few stray puzzle pieces were fished out and piled up for safekeeping. Your sister's belongings stayed within the warmth of her romper. She was once again the incredulous observer rather than a participant. This episode clearly entertained her more, though. I'm taking her stuff out of her pocket and I'm pushing her in. Well, as the actual older sibling here, I'll supervise from up here. No one watched you two, so don't try anything funny, other than jumping into the pool fully dressed, of course. Thanks, Dae. Thanks, Liz. I wanted to jump in, too. What the fuck? I'm so sad. I thought we were all gonna jump in. The teasing chorus cheered. Then they were off. Derek, George, and Nicholas dashed in a row straight towards the edge and flew into the air without hesitation. 1, 2, 3. The brothers crashed into the water, disappearing into the explosion of white bubbles. But seconds later, their brunette heads with smiling faces popped out. Every Sora's brothers celebrated with reckless abandon. Woo! Awesome! Yeah! Liz applauded her show from outside the splash zone. It was a wise choice, not only because of the obvious crossfire from the jump, but because Nicholas immediately started flinging water skyward. That offense wasn't taken floating down. The old water war was waged in another age. Smacking and splashing, defensive and offensive moves, and general merrymaking occurred in the depths of that summer day. When a truce was finally called, part of the peace talks included drawing off before going home, so the brothers clambered out of the pool. George gratefully took a seat once more. After so much excitement, a mental pool chair was a welcome friend. You and Liz lounged by him. Even Derek and Nicholas gave the chairs a chance. Your merry gang of 5 whiled away the best of the afternoon together. The lives you were leading were so different that there was never an end to the new things to tell and hear. But eventually, it was unanimously agreed that it was time to bring the party back to the Sora's home. The kids ought to visit with their poor old parents, as Liz put it. The second pool, that was technically their first pool, was left behind. After a short drive, you'd made it back. It was nearly evening by then.
So,
Hey, welcome home. Did you enjoy the pool? She moved out of the way to let you all inside. Derek hesitated before bringing up the rear. It was hard to ignore that he was shyly scratching his cheek and keeping his head down now that you were inside. It was a great time at the pool. Yeah, exactly. The pool was so good, and that's the truth. Mrs. Sora's affectionate gaze trailed across her 3 boys and then settled on you. She knowingly winked. I'm so glad to hear that. She knows all. Mother knows. Mr. Soares gleefully made his way over to when he realized your group was back. His eyebrow arched and you could feel the mischief coming. I told Mom you may not return as dry as you had left.
true.
He did say that. Darn, we've been found out. They got us. Snapping your fingers, you try to look disappointed. Your delivery had the Soares family laughing. The next few hours passed by at a more leisurely pace. Together, progress was made on a 1,000-piece puzzle. At one point, Derek plucked one of the pieces from the I have no idea where this goes pile and tossed it at Nicholas to catch his attention. Without taking his eyes off the puzzle, Derek wondered out loud if he could take the switch over to his place for the night. He had played it as if it was no big deal in the hopes that Nico would feel less pressure. Nicholas let out a deep sigh but got up anyway. Just as Derek had always struggled to say no to him, Nicholas equally couldn't deny his big brother's request. Yeah, we're gonna play Smash Brothers! He returned a few minutes later holding the console with a tangled power cord and a couple controllers piled on top. I'm guessing you wanted 2 controllers? That was exactly right. He knew Derek wasn't getting it for himself alone, but in order to experience it with you, looks like Derek never needed to buy an extra controller himself.
Aww.
Wow, thanks. Nicholas's gaze narrowed as he pulled everything closer to his chest. But, before I hand this over, could we play a few rounds with the family? His eyes went wide and pleading. Instead of answering, Derek turned to you, his head tilted as he someone asked for your opinion. You nodded.
What do you think?
We'll be staying here a while longer then. That's fine with me. Cool. He shifted back to his little brother, game face on. I hope you're ready to lose, Nico. That's cute. Don't prepare your victory speech just yet, bro. George, you're in too.
Come on.
It is not a choice. It's the law. A tiny piece of cardboard in George's hand broke onto the kitchen counter. Dropped on the kitchen counter. Why did I say broke? At the unexpected enlistment. He blinked but then smiled. Fine. Yeah. The Soares family gathered around the TV and the brothers got the console up. With a new battle sparked between the Soares boys, you and Liz decided to give your moms a quick call. They were tickled to find out what happened with Liz's surprise trip. Between the 4 of you, it was decided Liz would go down to Sunset Bird to see them in person soon and that you would stay in the city. Your trip was with the Soares family, and there was the visit later in the summer that would center around your moms completely. After the call ended and you placed your phone back in your pocket, you had a new thought. Huh.
What?
What? What's that about? When are you leaving? I know you're here now, but you never told me for how long. Oh, I'm out of here tomorrow, technically. This is a very short trip. I say technically because my flight's at 11:59 p.m. Can you believe it? She's talking about a major inconvenience, but beggars can't be choosers. Derek? Your brothers were absorbed in game land when Liz nearly shouted that last part over his shoulder. It was loud and pointed enough that there was no way they could miss her teasing. Derek watched you Ursa siblings over his shoulder. His cocky grin fell to a frown. Yeah, that's true. You're leaving tomorrow night. Both of you are. Both of us. Hot there. Oh, thank you for the sippy, Jack. I have a little bit of water left. And I attempted to get the last bits out. There we go. Thank you, thank you. I'll have to get more water at some point. Oh, shit. I knocked some garbage out. Oh, we'll have to clean that up. Okay, Sam's sleeping. She doesn't realize. Aren't you supposed to be streaming? Give me water. You hydrate. Bitch. I say that endearingly. Yeah, that's true. You're leaving tomorrow night. Both of you are. Dad tried to muster up another smile, but it was weak in comparison. He seemed small all of a sudden, squished in the center of the couch with a brother on each side. Then he shrugged.
This sucks.
Things were starting to feel normal having you here. Just in time for you to not be here anymore. Nicholas's chin lifted at his brother's crestfallen tone. His gaze bounced back and forth between you and Derek, but you found his expression to be difficult to read. George, meanwhile, gave his big brother an understanding pat on the back. When he caught your attention, he nodded encouragingly. Without a doubt, you knew that you could rely on his family to be there to support him alongside you, and to bring him cheer during the days you were gone. You were thankful for them.
Sorry.
Well, I hit a nerve. Sorry. Nah, let's forget about it. Forget about it. It's not tomorrow yet. You agreed. You felt a bit down. You were worried about Derek ignoring his own feelings. You were encouraged. You weren't sure how to feel about leaving so soon. I'm down. I don't want to leave. Sighing quietly, you picked up the loose thread on your shirt. You knew this was coming, but that didn't make it any less bitter. You fell into such a natural rhythm saying with Derek. It was going to be harder than you anticipated to go back to the way things were before. The game had been paused ever since Derek stopped watching the screen, but the scene had as strong of an impact on Nicholas as it had on his favorite person. His brows furrowed tensely. That settles it. Nico breathed in a deep breath through his nose. Gathering his nerves, he pushed himself off of his seat. He walked with purpose away from his family and towards your sister. Hi, could you give us some privacy? Us youngest siblings need to talk. Oh my god, what he gonna say? He's gonna ring me a new one. Liz's lips twitched, possibly with a bite of disagreement or question, or even a snarky quip, but surprisingly she kept it in. Okay. Go easy on them. You might be their cherished little one, but Dae is mine. Yeah, sure, I hear you. He nonchalantly waved her off, and Liz gave you one last brief glance before yielding. Once she was gone, it was just you and Nicholas in that corner of the room. Actually, could we talk outside? Alright. His behavior so far had you stunned, but you followed him outside anyway. No one tried to follow, though you could feel every eye on your backs as you and Nicholas left. Standing in the street, Nico silently examined you with half-open eyes. Your mouth twisted awkwardly as you looked around. There was always a chance that Nicholas could surprise you, but you had a good guess about what the conversation would be about. Should I be worried you brought me somewhere without any witnesses? He's gonna toss us into the ocean and hope we drown. Nicholas's cheeks puffed out in something like a pout, but he exhaled loudly instead. There's something I want you to know, so just listen. Do you remember that night you took Derek to some party thing at that club your family goes to? He said to simply listen and then went straight on to one to answer. Nico was trying, though. He smiled nostalgically at the very mention of it. I still remember. I almost forgot about that. Huh? No, I don't. You shook your head. Smile. That night was one of your fondest summer memories, though you didn't have a clue what Nicholas had to tell you about that party now. This might be wild to you, but believe it or not, that night left an impression on me too. I was so upset that Derek bailed on the movie, we had to go without him, and then Mom and Dad wouldn't even let me stay up to see him get back. They tried every trick in their book to get me to go to sleep, but nothing worked. I just wanted him home. And they never did get me to go to sleep. I blanked myself out by accident. I burned up whatever energy I still had that late by getting so upset. Nicholas chuckled at the memory, rubbing at the back of his neck. His eyes remained wistfully glazed for another moment. I couldn't understand why he wanted to go away all by himself. That didn't make any sense. Me, him, and George, but at that age, we know I really meant me and Derek. We should stay together. That's when life was the best, right? Silently nodding along, that detail didn't surprise you, but it also didn't stop the guilty feeling growing in your gut. You knew his 6-year-old self well, and the last thing you ever wanted was to hurt him. At some point, I did wake up in a rush out to see Derek, my big brother, my best friend, and he hung out with me, exactly like I knew he would. I think Mom and Dad must have gone back to their own room, because I remember Derek being the one to put me to bed. He promised to tell me all about what happened. It was great. A slight smile tucked at the corner of his mouth. Nicholas gradually met your gaze, and then he crossed his arms. When he tucked me in, I was so happy that Derek was there and talking about the cool things he did. At the time, they were the biggest and most important adventures. I fell asleep perfectly content. But when I woke up the next day, I was sad all over again. It took a minute for my baby brain to realize that almost none of the story was about the fancy party or how he was the only one of us who got to go. It was about doing something with you. Oh my god, my legs are getting tingly. I'm like, oh my gosh, a reveal. Even though we already knew what was coming. Your heartbeat was louder in your ears. You inconspicuously wiped your sweaty palms on the sides of your thighs. I couldn't even explain that to anybody, including Derek. I didn't have the words. All anyone knew was that poor little Nico was feeling down. Don't worry, I get it better now. Perspective and maturity and whatever. You glanced out the condo and your chest ached. You had a good feeling that he was searching for Derek. He really liked you. That's what I realized, and that's what made me sad. Derek's face when he looks at you now is the same as it was 10 years ago, when I was wrapped up in my blanket and he was dressed in his fancy clothes just talking about you. But it doesn't make me sad anymore. Nicholas's lingering melancholy melted into a warm laugh.
Basically, he really likes you.
That's the point. You're not supposed to reveal for him, Nico. Oh my gosh. But it does feel kind of nice, you know, the one who is so obsessed with Derek, the observer of Derek is the one to tell you that he likes you. I mean, nobody else would know better than Nico. Or maybe Derek, but we know how Derek is. A smile brightened your features. It was wonderful for Nico to share what he could see with his own 2 eyes, and even more amazing to know with certainty that it was the truth. Nicholas ruffled a hand through his hair in a manner much the same as Derek did. There was no surprise there. You returned to the condo together with matching conspiratorial smiles. By the way the room hushed as you walked through the door, you knew not a single soul was minding their own business. Despite everyone's best attempts at pretending to be busy, it was obvious that Liz and the Stories family were all equally curious about what happened outside. Everything okay over there? Should I be concerned? We're fine. Nicholas had cupped a hand next to his mouth to yell at your sister. As his brain caught up to his actions, he leaned towards you with a raised brow. We're all good, right? We're 2 peas in a pod. He rejoined his brothers and you went back to Liz. After that talk, you felt a million times better about where you stood. Welcome back. I see you're still in one piece. Yep. I'm even more whole now. Aw. Aw, cute. Gosh, every time I say the same thing like a character says, I'm like, damn, what does that say about me? I am a video game character. Nicholas hooded his chin and flashed his siblings a determined grin. He cracked his knuckles. Oh, crack them. See if I can crack my knuckles into the mic. Oh, there's one. You only get one, apparently. I don't even know if you guys heard that or not. Okay, that's enough of the seriousness. Let's race.
Let's race.
Let's race. Alright. Liz's brows raised as she watched the bizarre exchange. You slapped fingers over your mouth to muffle your laughter at first, but you couldn't leave your sister hanging, so you gently got her attention by pushing her arm. They're still talking about video games. A car game. Oh, that makes sense. She combed some stray strands of hair behind her ear and watched this chaos commence. Well, there's no reason we should sit out now. Our jobs are done. The family, you and Liz included, ended up crammed shoulder to shoulder on the couches. Liz announced her intention of beating the brothers in a game she'd never played. Her enthusiasm for the gold win was as powerful as ever. You hoped the condo would survive the competition. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Shaggy, for the plug. If you guys have not already, feel free to join the Discord or follow the Twitter. You will get live notifications of, oh my gosh, you'll get notifications of when I go live on Twitch. I can never say that correctly. And you will get access to the stream schedule, so you'll know what we'll be streaming on what day and what time. And also in the Discord, you'll get access to polls that determine what we'll be streaming on every Thursday this week now. Because we have a free day, so you guys get to pick what you want to see, you know? So for example, we had a poll last week, and the options were double Subnautica, double Our Life, Animal Crossing, League of Legends, and a short hike. And you guys got the vote, and some of y'all got jokes because there was a 3-way tie, so I had to get out the wheel and decide. But it ended up being Animal Crossing. So yeah, feel free to join. And also, Shaggy, thank you for the munch. I'm going to eat one of my snacks. I'm going to eat this one Japanese snack. It looks like it's like rice. You know those oyster crackers? Like those circle crackers that you put in soup? It kind of looks like those. And it has like a funky giraffe on the front playing soccer of the packaging. So I want to eat those. So thank you, Shaggy. Nice little snack break. I'm gonna have to eat dinner afterward. Oh. They got a little sweet coating on them. Is there anything in the middle? I can't tell. Oh, you bought the snack? Good job. I told you I did. I told you I got both of the boxes. There was 2 boxes and I couldn't decide, so I got both. They kind of taste like if animal crackers were in a circle form. They're very hard. But they got a little sweet taste. They're pretty good. I thought they'd be savory, but they're not. Which is okay. Alright. I'll be snacking on these for the rest of the stream now. Her enthusiasm was for the gold win. It was as powerful as ever. You hoped that the condo would survive the competition. I will play. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna be the winner. There's nothing like a good racing game to get the blood pumping. Your fingers were already fidgeting in anticipation. You needed a controller as soon as possible. Got me in for this. Since there were only so many controllers, it was decided that everyone would take turns, starting from the youngest to the oldest. Ooh, me first! Oh, I guess I mean youngest, like, in order, not youngest siblings. Nicholas faked humility as he accepted his position as first. The races began, the room bounced with wild cheers and shouts. Even Mrs. Suarez jumped in line for a race. She was a welcome addition to the event. Mr. Suarez, on the other hand, had a history of gaming offenses. He was watched like a hawk by the other participants to make sure he didn't pull any funny business. It was to no avail. Just for the top three decided the race was intensely neck and neck. Mr. Suarez managed to bump George from behind with his foot and destabilize his son's driving. Now, one person actually saw him do it at the heat of the moment, but there was no debate on who the kicker was, no matter how much Mr. Suarez depleted his innocence. He's cheating! Jail! The fact that his insistence was threatened with laughter didn't help his case. The rest of the rounds went off with less cheating, though weren't any less memorable. Eventually, enough of the day passed that Liz rose to her feet. It's getting late. My ride back to Sunset Bridge should be coming soon. I'm going to give my legs a chance to stretch and wait outside. She flashed you a weak smile and then double-checked that she had all of her things together. Thanks for having me. Bye, everyone. Before she could make her exit, Derek sprung up as well.
Okay.
Wait, Dae and I should get going too. You don't have to leave by yourself. What a gentleman. At that, Nicholas and George finally stopped what they were doing and turned to their big brother. Both of them were identical frowns. Derek glanced away from Liz towards the growing audience. Sorry, we'll see you again tomorrow. He sheepishly scratched the back of his neck while his brother continued to stare pitiably. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you come over to my place for a change? Mom and Dad are welcome, obviously. You too, Liz. Let's do it tomorrow. The idea was meant by surprise, but the room shifted positively. Getting to Derek's place was more unanimously agreed on than ever, even Mr. Suarez being a big cheater. A new plan made, the group said goodbye for now. You and Derek accompanied Liz out. Though halfway, Derek paused and remembered to barrel back inside. He almost forgot to take the console home with him again. Perfect timing for not. Derek wasn't letting it slip through his fingers. He returned in record time as he joined an actual race. Together, you hung outside with Liz until she was safely on her way home. It was still mind-blowing that you didn't have to center your life around a bus or a shuttle schedule anymore. By the time Liz's ride was out of sight, the sun was hanging low in the sky. It would be dark soon. You hopped into... Oh, did you hit the bag? My dog hit the bag and she got spooked. It's okay. It's like the switch bag that's hanging off my desk. You hopped into Derek's car and flopped into his front seat. You're ready to settle down for the day. Derek carefully stored in console cords and 2 controls into the back seat before taking a spot behind the wheel. As soon as... Hey, get away from there. Garbage fell on the floor. You can't be back there. Hey, get back. Get out of there. Mush. Let's keep an eye on her. As soon as Derek pulled the door shut, he slapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Woo! I've been waiting forever to try that new game.
You know it.
Well, it's not that new. It's already a few years old, but you know what I mean. It's new to us. No, get away. You don't need to be messing with the garbage. Well, not, okay. You're adorable. Aren't we just playing games? We matched his eagerness. You gave him a thumbs up. I'm also eager. Hurry up then. We're burning daylight. There's not much of that left. He laughed and gave you a playful salute. You tapped your toes in anticipation.
To me.
You got it. Derek eagerly turned the key and the engine roared to life. Within seconds, you were cruising down the road again. I'm really glad you and your brother got to open up to each other. You got Derek off guard with that. His eyes were on before his whole expression softened. Me too. It was a good reminder. Just because we know that we love each other doesn't mean we can take it for granted. You'll never know what's going on unless you try to see it. Yeah, it takes effort to keep a relationship alive. There's another rep passed by in a comfortable silence, and soon enough you were standing in his apartment door. Derek pushed it open and motioned for you to go in first. Carrying the console and those various wires under his arm, Derek trailed behind you. He casually gestured towards the living room.
I got you.
Take it easy and relax. I'll get this bad boy set up. No, or you can relax. I'll set it up.
What?
What? You can't turn this around on me. Yes, I can. I just did. Why not? You did all the driving. Now you can take it easy. Derek scratched the side of his head. You didn't budge from your position. Your logic does check out, but I got this. Derek reluctantly released the cords and let you take over managing the task.
Aww.
Thanks, Dae. He sat on the edge of the couch, kicked his shoes off, and then stretched his legs out. Once the console was all ready, Derek declared something was missing. Luckily, it wasn't one of the cords. That was covered. I'm gonna put my pajamas on. We can have a late night game session in our regular clothes. Oh yeah, I'll change too. Awesome, let's group in 5. With the daylight, you both scrambled down the hall and into your own rooms. A few minutes later, you returned to about the same spot where you'd come in, but clad in much cozier outfits.
Nice work.
Oh, I like your shorts. They're such cute jammies. That's gonna be a record. Now we're set. Derek retrieved the game you got at the mall. The case had been waiting patiently on the coffee table for quite a while.
So?
There's VS and T modes. Oh, versus and T modes with this fighting game. What are you in the mood for? I want to work together. I want to play against you. I think we should switch between those, but start on a team together. But start as enemies. You pick. You pick.
Really?
Are you sure? Yes. He passed you the game, and you carefully read the back of the case. There wasn't a particular mode that jumped out to you. You're the one who's been wanting to play this. I'm happy to be here and experience it with you. Alright, thanks. Let's team up. Woo, lookout game. Team Ursa Suarez is a go. Let's kick this game's butt. You threw up a high five that Derek enthusiastically met with a loud slap. He picked up a controller and shot you a wink. Derek put the game in and hovered by the console until he was satisfied that things were booting up correctly. He then relocated to the couch across from the TV and plopped down in the center. I want to sit next to him. Dive bomb. The motion tilted him slightly on the cushion. The dramatic arrival sent him into a fit of laughter. Derek's cheeks were flushed as he wiped a tear out from the corner of his eye. Hi, Dae. Hey. You were close enough that your leg brushed against his while you got comfortable. Even after putting a few inches between you both, your shoulders occasionally bumped. Derek's welcoming smile brought a warmth to you. Or maybe it was your hyper-awareness of his body heat radiating through your side. Either way, it was getting hotter. Well, maybe we should take off our clothes then. Let me reel that back a bit. And on that note, your digital adventure began. Hours rapidly went by from there. You were getting by just fine. I am not a pro gamer, but I'm not awful, I would say. Sometimes you got stuck, but there wasn't anything you two couldn't eventually solve. Though Derek was usually the one who had the solution. Every time you caught Derek's attention, he flashed you a self-satisfied grin. Your throat was sore from the highs of making each other laugh and from the lows of shouting out of frustration at the TV. The game was still in full swing when suddenly Derek spoke up. Not for further commentary on your movies, but for real-life considerations. Did you want any snacks? Out of habit, you glanced in his direction. He had his sight locked on the TV screen even still. I can't keep putting my stomach off. Could you hold down the fort while I'm gone? Before you could even answer, Derek was out of his seat and dashing towards the kitchen. I'm on it.
It's no problem.
I can bring something for you too. How about you have a cat, a scalp Hector out of their store? You messed up the progress you made of the game. I don't need any snacks, thanks. Oh, whatever you're having. Let's share. Cool, I'll grab enough for both of us. There's gonna be animal crackers. And the repeated clatter of cupboards doors, you knew he was checking every cabinet for the best treats. You stomach began rumbling in anticipation. Derek returned and his arms were filled with all kinds of goodies you picked up on your grocery trip, and a couple you hadn't seen before. They must have been tucked away for a special occasion before you'd arrived. No, you can't have my animal crackers. I'm sorry, Sam. They're for me. He carefully placed 2 water bottles down and then dumped the rest onto the coffee table.
All right.
Behold! A horde of snacks. The best thing I'd love to see. Derek flopped back down to the couch and did a double take at the table. You'd already managed to swipe a handful of things. Ready to jump back in?
Got it.
You know it. The TV's change of brightness as the game resumed from the dim deposit menu was noticeable. Squinting, you listened to the familiar music following through the speakers until your eyes adjusted. Though it wasn't long before the game managed to suck you in once again. As the game accelerated into its most important moments, neither you nor Derek could be contained by your own seats. You kept pushing and pressing into each other on the couch. Ooh, the dramatic music. And I slept by joyously. At one point, you took turns watching the other work through some single-player content. Despite Derek's usual position as a responsible one, you unknowingly stayed up gaming late into the night. Gradually, your eyelids drooped. Your laughter was replaced by yawns, and your voices grew softer until they were whispers floating slowly into cotton-filled ears. The last thing you heard was the melody of the game's music still playing, but sounding so far away. Good morning. You returned to awareness slowly. Your eyes were still heavy, and you rubbed at them. You crushed into a cushion. You were exactly where you'd started your virtual exploits last night, on an off-white couch with Derek. Your head was on one end, while his was at the opposite side. Derek's legs were awkwardly tucked underneath your arm and lower back. It couldn't have been comfortable for him either. Instead of collapsing onto the floor, you'd fallen over each other. Despite your bleary vision, you could make out his apologetic smile. Derek was already awake. He's like, oh yeah, because he's under us, so he can't get up. So he's just been probably sitting there for like hours, being like, oh god, I can't move, or else I'll wake the beast. What if he has to piss? He let out a low chuckle, one with far more life in it than anyone who had been unconscious would have.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't want to risk waking you up by moving. We've been kind of stuck like this for a while. Good-humoredly, he winked. Having a sleepover in the living room as grown-ups definitely has one perk to overdoing it as kids. Said perk was interrupted by the sound of a ringing phone. Derek's eyes widened in an instant, and he shifted to reach his phone on the coffee table. He checked the caller ID, and when a disbelieving smirk crossed his face, his voice was a whisper.
Are you serious?
No way. You couldn't guess whose mere call would get that reaction. Is it Cove? He slid his finger across the screen and tapped his speaker button. Casually, he leaned back into the couch and stretched out an arm. From the fond twist of his lips, you knew that this at least had to be someone close to him. Hey, Nico. Oh, of course.
Hey.
Morning, bro. Good morning. Dad, you're actually the one I wanted to talk to. I just called Derek, so I wouldn't bother you if you were still sleeping. Oh, and I only my sleep? Dude, you're the most morning-y person to have ever early rose. Sorry, I was struggling with that one. Nicholas Soares really did not know Cove Holden. No, Cove. He's one. That was one competition Cove took to the gold, and every time. You got up so early, and I now could give you a high five on the way to bed. You went to the gym before. The sudden stand-up routine broadcast into Derek's living room was cut off prematurely. Nico definitely could have kept going. Okay, we heard you the first time. Hey, you asked for it. Derek pointed a judgmental finger towards the phone. The only thing he said was quietly to you. This kid. He lifted his voice up to let the conversation drag.
What's up?
So what's up? What do you think? Dae is leaving soon, aren't they? So when will you come over to see me? Now? Soon? When you go come see me? You're supposed to come see us. Derek theatrically rolled his eyes, and really laughing at Nicholas's eagerness. We gotta talk about it, and I mean me and Dae, not me and you. Dae is here already. Sorry, Nico, you're gonna have to share. We'll sort it out. I'll let you know.
Fine.
Alright, see you later. Yeah, I promise. We will definitely see you. Bye, Dae. Derek pressed the red button on his phone screen and ended the call. Nico's gesture really was sweet. It might have been years since you last babysat him, but you still had a special attachment for him that you didn't have for any other teen. Derek let out another long sigh, still holding the phone in the air. He looked up at the device as if it was a magical wand.
Oh,
I
man.
should have figured. Derek, what were you going to say before you called? Derek shook his head with the right expression. I was about to say that my own place we didn't have to worry about little brothers interrupting our peaceful morning together. Wow, that's so true. Technology has proven me wrong. You snorted. Nicholas didn't ever need to call a psychic. The timing was prophetic. Speak of the devil, right? He must have called so soon he dragged himself out of bed. Typical Nico. He shrugged a single shoulder and then reached down to place his phone on the table again.
No problem.
We can still take it easy, though. You should take it easy as possible for a stressful trip. He carefully disentangled himself from you and got to his feet. You flopped down onto the couch as he slipped out, suddenly blessed with more space. You push yourself up and settle into a sitting position. I'm gonna take a shower and everything, then we should have breakfast. You finally left the model comfort of the couch, shaking off the remaining sleepiness. Go for it, wash that hair. I have to get ready too.
Talk to you later.
See you soon. With that, he headed off to the back of the apartment. You skipped to your room to begin your normal brewing routine after a particularly not normal start to the day. Derek's insistence on playing in pajamas has certainly worked out in ways you hadn't foreseen. Maybe he had an inkling of it. With two gambling brothers, it was possible he had practiced dozing off on the controller before. While checking your wrinkled clothes, your phone buzzed with a text from your sister. This was giving you the heads up that she was going to pop in to see some friends in the afternoon while she had the chance, but she'd be there to see you off by the end of the day. You typed a quick message letting her know that was cool and sent it. When you finished your morning ritual, you turned out to the main area of the apartment. Finished with his own daily prep, Derek made his way back to the couch. He couldn't stay away for long. Welcome back. Thank you. Hunger had become a third wheel to your party by that point, and you got to work to send it on its way. You and Derek threw something together and had a relaxed meal. It was all good. The two of you could pretend that this wasn't the last time you'd be waking up together for who knew how long. Oh, Liz texted while you were gone. She's going to see us after she does some friend stuff. It'll be in the evening, probably. You're not alone. Not looking shocked. Liz grew up in the area, too. She had plenty of roots to water in that land.
Anyway,
Speaking of people to see, my family's coming over here today, so is Liz. But we've got to ask your mom still. They're going to want to say bye, I bet. Okay. Can Mr. Holden come too? We'll be a little bit nicer this time around. For sure. Oh, why's he got that face? Thanks for letting them visit. I'll text them. Of course. It's gonna be so cool to open my own place to the grown-ups after being their guest a million times. And I love having you here with me. It's like we're living together for real, permanently, as if you weren't just a guest.
that's a bummer.
Too bad it's gotta end. But does it really have to, though? I can move in. Me and Cove can move in. All morning he'd appeared giddy, excited by your presence. That light still shone through, but averting your eyes from reality wasn't a foolproof strategy. He'd accidentally broken the illusion. He pressed his lips together tight, and his brows pulled intensely. Today's gotta be big. It's the last chance. We should do something you couldn't do anywhere else. Confess our love for each other? You braced yourself for the coming conclusion, then smiled. You have the best ideas. Yes, let's do it. Now, how to end this trip on a bang.
It's
The last chance. Those three words came back softly, a more fragile echo of the original, yet they held even more weight. Well, he paused to take a deep breath, deep intentional breath, then he plainly offered a suggestion. We could go to the boardwalk.
what do you think?
Okay. It's even further away than the water park, and we probably have to leave after only an hour, but we can make it if you want to. What do you think? Derek's normally clear eyes were clouded with emotion. The boardwalk was a special place to him. Hell yeah, let's go! When Derek had good ideas, he really struck gold.
Let's get to it.
Let's do it. He was halfway to jumping to his feet, but we realized where he was. As soon as we finished our food, obviously. That did not seem obvious to Derek until a second ago. We could eat on the road.
Oh.
Alright. I have some good thoughts sometimes. You let your anticipation carry you through snarfing bits of food while building up anything portable. The dishes hit the sink, and Derek waited off washing them for now for a change. He raided one of his cabinets for granola, and you pointed out some other snacks to take. All in all, you were ready and out the door in 7 minutes. During the drive, Derek's brain was in a sharp focus. We should make sure everyone knows that the get-together will be for dinner, a ladies' dinner.
I got you.
I'll leave it to you if you want to tell the gang about our own plans for the day or keep it a secret. I don't know if you want to deal with everyone asking why they weren't invited, but they are a lot more grown up than they used to be. Sometimes I forget that. Are you kidding? I'm bragging about this. Therefore, keeping it hidden doesn't seem worth it. I'll just tell him. Great idea. I'll say hush hush. It's our secret.
It's our secret. Just you and me, Derek.
Nobody needs to know. I mean, we didn't tell him about the water park thing, so I mean, what's a little secret gonna hurt? He put his fingers to his lips. I won't say a word. They don't need to know about the boardwalk, just like they didn't need to know about that time we snuck out the sunset bird. After a very long ride and some struggles with parking, Derek had to resort to circling like a vulture until a spot opened up. You and Derek were strolling under a wide blue sky into the bustling boardwalk. The boardwalk amusement park was as dizzying and dazzling as it was 10 years ago. Music was playing from storefronts, screams blared out at peaks of the coaster, and crowds of people were laughing and talking from all sides. You knew as soon as the scent of the sea and fried food struck your senses that this was the right call for your last stop on your trip with Derek. At your side, Derek spoke, soft and sentimental. We made it. Took us long enough. Together you stepped further down the path. For a place that felt so alive, it was almost uncanny how little had changed over the years. The bike rental store was there, though they also offered shiny electric scooters. For the lazy people like me. There were still vibrant stalls offering a variety of fair foods, and the two big rides, the roller coaster and the Ferris wheel, continued to tower above the bustling crowds. You were sure of one difference without needing to see it. The face painting counter would have a total stranger running it. Xavier had moved on to decorating Kate's rather than children's cheeks. So, being there was a time machine to a summer long gone, you and Derek were two teens once again. He got your attention with enough boyish excitement to confirm it.
So?
What do you want to do while we can? We'll have to leave pretty early to make it back for the farewell dinner. But we can ride the rides, grab a treat, browse some stores, or hell, we can rent our own bikes if you want. His pure enthusiasm made frowns outright impossible. You chuckled, the joy vibrating through you coming out. Your first time at the boardwalk was an experience. It was such a cute trip. Both of your parents and siblings had been there, but separated into two groups. For better or for worse, you went all across the very boards currently under your feet. Meanwhile, the adults hadn't had their heels on the floor. They were fit into pedals. The shock you felt learning they'd gone off on bikes without a care in the world, it was as fresh as ever in your mind, and that wasn't all that lingered within you. Important decisions about face painting, Nico being carried around like a sack of potatoes, snacks on up the bench as the sun set, and the Ferris wheel. Doing it not only in hindsight but as an adult made the moments even more significant. They were precious, and you'd never experienced your first time here again, or what it was like to be 13 when the world was only beginning to open up wide. Even so, your thoughts weren't completely tinged to rose. A fuzzy blanket of nostalgia couldn't make you forget how it was almost a nice time. Well, almost was a nice time. How it only got to stay good because one person cared enough to make it certain it did. How Derek Suarez cared more for others than himself. That remained starkly true about him more than a decade later. For a brief time you'd been in the area, he gladly let Nicholas direct the activity, multiple times, and did his best to not let George feel left out. Along with looking out for his own family, he never let that supersede your comfort and wants. And he accompanied your sister too, after he put in all the effort to help her come see everyone. Derek even went against all of his good boy standards and stuck into an apartment complex pool for the sake of the group. You're sure he had fun in being a part of the misadventures, but most times he's been a passenger in exploits, despite having to be the person who drove everyone else. It's time for Derek to lead this. That answered Derek's question for you. I think you shouldn't ask me what I think. This is your... Oh my goodness. Jack, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, I'm streaming still? And you ended? Never before seen. A pumpkin raid. Thank you very much, Jack. It is much appreciated. How did your stream go? How did the Animal Crossing go? I hope it all went well. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Dae Ursa. I am a bear PNG tuber. And I stream video games and art Monday through Friday through the week typically. And today we're playing Our Life Beginning and Always. Short Animal Crossing stream today. It went well. You know, it'd be like that sometimes. I'm glad it went great. So if you got a raid and dash, or if you guys gotta go get something to eat, get a drink, go get some rest, feel free to do so. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day, and for those of you that are sticking around, I hope you have a good time here. I moved my farm and added some new paths. Ooh, nice, nice. I have to form the way for where you go, if that made any sense. Well, yeah, I think we're just getting up pretty much leading up to the end of the epilogue here. I'm not gonna guess how much longer it's gonna be, because there was plenty of times throughout playing this that I was like, oh, this is probably gonna be like this much time later, and it ended up not being that much time later. It ended up being much longer. So I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, and I'm just gonna play. You know, I'm just gonna let it go. Okay, this is your day to enjoy the boardwalk after spending your whole life making sure everyone else had fun here. I can't wait for when you play Animal Crossing, because I still got them closed waiting for you. Yeah, I'm gonna get on stream on Thursday, and you're gonna be like, let me in. Let me in. Beaten on the airport door. That's what's gonna happen. Listen, last time you said that, you ended up streaming for 11 hours. I know, exactly. That's why I have to not. Open them gates. I will. On Thursday. I'm hoping it's not going to be 11 hours, but I don't know. This is going pretty long. We'll see. We're about almost halfway there. Derek's grin collapsed open. A crease formed in his brows. He was stunned and very touched. While the appreciation was unmistakable, he hesitated to accept such an offer.
Don't worry about that.
You don't have to do that. It's your vacation, and you've missed out on stuff too. Listen, Derek. No matter what happens, you're always going to create an excuse for why you can't be the one that does what you want to do, so just do it. You never know. Yeah, I know. You were surprised by that response, but it didn't play out like a rejection. He only needed some extra encouragement. Like a kid who thought it was bad to open a present for his birthday, even if he got permission from the giver. And it's your vacation too. A working vacation, but still. Eye contact temporarily failed him. Derek watched his own foot scuff at the spot where one slab of wood met another. A downturned face didn't hide the wide smile across it. Thanks, Dae. Don't thank me yet. Have some fun first. Gradually, his normal confidence returned. It wasn't a mistake. He wasn't doing something wrong. He could simply enjoy himself, and he would.
Come on.
Okay then, if you're positive, sure. Want to get our faces painted? We've got to start the day right. Is he still friend-zoning you? Yes, sort of. It doesn't even feel like he's friend-zoning me. It's like he's friend-zoning himself. It's what it sounds like. He's just like, oh my gosh, I'm such a... Dae sees me as such a good friend, and I'm over here like, I love you! Please accept that! He's like, oh my god, we're just such best buds. Bruh, I know. Although, we might maybe like crack in his resolve just a little bit. We shall see. Listen, if we don't get a confession, I'm gonna have to keep going. This might actually have to turn into a 12-hour stream. It's like, give me the confession now. Alright, let's get our face painted. Woo! Derek spun in a half circle and resolutely thrust a hand ahead of him, straight towards the chosen destination.
Nice.
I'm gonna get whatever I want. It could be anything. The sky's the limit. Do what we did with Ko. Give him a big fat kiss. I mean, if it gives me the opportunity, I will. Every time there was like an embrace or hug opportunity, I did it. The first moment I saw him, and he was leading us out of the bus station, I held his hand, unprompted. And apparently that's still not getting through to him. Like, I don't understand. The cheer in his voice and the shimmer in his eyes was better than any thrill the boardwalk could have offered. You almost had to feel guilty yourself. He'd done you another favor by allowing you to be the one who did him a favor. That tended to be the way it went. You weren't complaining about that particular dynamic. Hey, you getting one? Of course. This boy, I swear. I can't. You know what? I don't know. I can't tell if he's worse than Ko or not. It really is a debate. I mean, maybe not, because... Well, I don't know. I don't know. You're both stupid himbos that don't understand how much you are loved. I don't know. They're both bad. You're both bad boys. With no time to lose and a plan in mind, you and Derek went to the old face painting stand with a new artist. Welcome. I've got a free spot if you see something you like. The painter was far less glamorous than Xavier, but no less friendly. Or worse at their job, if the new example photos who were to believed. They had their own flair in the strokes and choice of color. You ushered Derek into the seat. It was his day, and for once he was going to go first. After you! He appreciatively obliged, strutted ahead, and hopped onto the raised chair. Derek had no embarrassment over being an adult at a face painting stall. It was nice to see. Oh, excellent! What can I get for you? Derek took a polite glance at the offered styles on display, though didn't need any time to decide. How about a shooting star? Oh, good choice. The artist wasn't simply being polite. Well, they might have been, but shouldn't if they were. Derek beamed like a star himself. Nothing could fit better. Taking it from point to point before attaching a long tail, soon Derek's cheek was emblazoned with a bright star streaking across his face. But they hadn't finished yet. The style had upped its production value since you were last there. The artist added a finishing touch of glitter, sparkly, to the centerpiece and painted sparkles over the basic tail. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Oh, okay, never mind. I was looking at the... My friend had messaged me, and... She was, like, telling me something. It's like, okay, I can ignore that. And then she messaged me again and said, what do you mean? And I was like, what? I didn't even say anything. It's like, what do you mean, what do I mean? And apparently she was, like, referencing, like, a previous text I sent, like, hours ago. But I was just sitting there like, what do you mean, what I mean? I haven't said anything. I'm just playing a video game here. Oh, but that looks nice. Oh my gosh, I got the gradient in there too. The star. You are a star, Derek. It was a pleasant surprise for Derek as well. He'd been sure of what he was getting and ended up with more. Hopefully that would be a pattern of things to come. Thank you. Derek shook the hand of the artisan vigorously before bounding out of the chair to show you. Check it out. Not bad, huh? Looks pretty nifty. Honestly, I always thought the shooting star was the coolest. It has the most going on out of any of the options, but it's not exactly Nico style. It's a perfect fit. He let out a tiny laugh, with only barely stopping himself from scratching his freshly painted cheek. You're sweet. Thanks. But he twisted on his heels and took 2 steps backwards. The front of the stall was clear, and Derek was in place to keep watch. Your turn. Cool. You walked under the large umbrella that covered the stall and settled into the paint-splattered seat. Hello, what can I get you? It was a difficult question, but after some serious soul-searching, you said... Football, soccer ball, basketball, butterfly, heart, I want a shooting star too, a rainbow, whiskers and a painted nose, an alien face, spider, skull, car, spider face, sun. I got the sun last time. Should we match? Should we both get a shooting star? Or maybe a rainbow? Or a heart? Those are the ones that are picking out and that are sticking out to me. Oh my gosh, this is the biggest decision of my... Be gay. Okay, be gay, new crime. Be rainbow. Another wonderful selection. For the second time, at least with you and Derek, it might have been their dozenth for the day, the painter put their talent into action. You've forgotten how tricky bristles felt being drawn over your skin. You wonder how you managed to stay still for this in the past, or how even younger kids did it. It might be because the process wasn't too long. You were in expert hands, and while you'd been distracted by the unusual sensation, they had finished. Your rainbow was topped off with a dash of glitter, and the piece was complete. You smiled into the mirror, and the artist angled at you. Thank you. It's my pleasure. When you rejoined Derek outside of the stall, he admired the charming composition. You got a thumbs up from him.
Awesome.
A classic. You paid the artist for their work. Just you, since you were covering Derek, and he certainly wasn't paying for you, and then rolls back to the thick of the park. I pay. Derek was on his way, and you were relieved to have him directing the course without a reminder to do so. Since we're here, we've got to ride on the roller coaster. Then what are we waiting for? Come on! Alright. Mutual thrill propelled you through the crowd, flying past the souvenir shops and food stands so fast you could imagine yourself already on the coaster. The line was wrapped around the whole base of the coaster, but neither of you intended to give up. You could be patient for your reward. Though patient didn't mean calm. Derek restlessly bounced from heel to toe and repeatedly clasped and unclasped his hands, sometimes shaking his fingers out. His behavior was more appropriate for someone about to jump into a big game they'd been training all their life for. But Derek had already gone through that kind of experience for real, so it was fitting for him. The thick row of people filed forward at a gradual pace. Derek shot out eager chatter when he got to move. He held onto his high spirits the whole while, and eventually you reached the boarding platform. Finally, the suspense of waiting to be on the ride was replaced with anticipation of the drop. You got in a mild middle spot in the coaster, though with the bias towards the front. It was good with Derek, and that was good with you. Together, you piled in for the ride and closed the safety bar over your laps. A check of all cars was performed as usual, and then when the clear was given, the wheels cranked ahead. They pulled higher and higher to the peak of the man-made wood mountain, until without warning, the coaster careened over the side. Derek called loud enough to hear over the shouts of everyone else, plus the clattering car and your teeth clattering in your head. You zoomed through twists and turns, being jostled around like you were tossed into a tumble dryer. And then it was over. You jerked forward with the car's speed decreased significantly at the last leg. Once the car cranked to a crawl and rolled into the station, you headed across to the exit on the other side, making sure not to leave anything behind. All the fellow riders went down the path in a group. Derek was out of breath and buzzing with energy. You were in a similar state. After ruffling his already completely tousled hair, Derek sighed happily. That was great. Yeah. You began to drift over to the boards again, heading nowhere but encouraged forward by the tide of park goes going through. He grinned over at you, as sweet as a mouthful of cotton candy. What do you want to do next? Wait, no, what do I want to do next? Good job. It's all up to you still. Derek and you joined in with the laughter filling the park. Force of habit. Don't worry, I can keep reminding you. It's Derek's Day. Derek's Day, huh? I don't like the sound of that. I was about to say D-Day, but no. He cast his focus up to the sky. Derek traced the edges of his jaw using his thumb and pointer finger. It reminded you of the way Mr. Soros would stroke his beard thoughtfully and respectfully. Derek was missing the facial hair, but the effect was the same. What does Derek Soros want to do? You've hit the roller coaster and face painting stall. I'm not a huge on the refreshments here, honestly. They've got bikes and the scooters, but you can do that almost anywhere. On top of that, time's running out before we have to leave, so he's been going somewhere and stopped himself. That was also a pattern of his. Uh-oh. When Derek spoke again, it was quiet, wistful. More for himself than in the conversation. Probably shouldn't stall any longer. That's not responsible. What? I'll tell you this time, but before I do, let's ride the Ferris wheel.
What could he be stalling for, I wonder?
In the Ferris wheel? Okay, now I'm intrigued. Lead the way. Alright, let's go. Derek glanced around to get the lay of the land. You wandered far from the coaster and entirely lost touch with where you stood in the park. Ayo? Ayo? But your new target was the tallest structure for miles around. There was no trouble in determining a path towards it. Together you made another crossing of the boardwalk. The line for the Ferris wheel wasn't as jam-packed as the first ride you stopped at. Far more guests could fit at a time, and it was simply less of a draw to the high-energy guests attending the park. You couldn't get on immediately, but the wait wouldn't take long. Derek's attitude standing there was in stark contrast to how he behaved on the creeping crawl to the coaster. His feet were firm on the ground. A ride attendee got to the door for both of you. That didn't mean you couldn't add your own touch of cordialness. Please, you first.
Thanks.
How kind. He promptly climbed in. You carefully got up to 2 steps into the car after. He finally gonna make a move? Probably not. Derek sat on the right bench, the same side he picked the last time you were there. I'm gonna sit right next to you. Derek squished his shoulders up around the sides of his face in childlike excitement and welcomed you to the seat with a grin. He put out an okay sign for the attendant. No, we don't know though. We'll see. Now the employee closed the tiny elevator room. You were fully encased inside. It muffled the raucousness, that's a big one, so much you could believe the entire world had suddenly faded away. Glancing out the window showed that all was well. The car rocked forward, and you watched as the ground grew further away. You and Derek were completely unreachable from there. For the duration of the ride, it was only you and him. That was freeing in a way. Derek seemed to think so too, because it got him to talk about without reservation. I know we didn't get to do all that much here. We're finishing up, and the sun hasn't even started to set. But even still, this has been the best trip to the boardwalk I've had in years. He poked out a small chunk of glitter on his cheek that clumped together and stuck out from the rest.
You're seriously great.
I hope you know I really appreciate it. You're always looking out for me. I'm happy to. You deserve to have someone spoil you. You're welcome. I feel the same way about you. Yeah, I know.
You deserve to be spoiled.
Oh my gosh. The music has changed. The vibes. What are the vibes saying? The Ferris wheel continued to go around on its set, unchanging path. Always forward, never back. Even in the brightness of a summer day, a shadow fell over Derek's face.
Well,
You succeeded in making me happy. Is it alright to ask if you had fun too?
No, you can't ask.
Well, he looks sad. I know. That is so like you, Eaterlord. I'm having a wonderful life. You're a very sweet man. Of course, any time with Derek is a good time. That's good to know. His gaze dropped, and his voice was low, heavy with the weight of emotional strain.
Thank you.
Thanks to you, I finally got to feel like I did when I was a kid for a little while. That means a lot. It's what I've been chasing since I got here. The big park, all dark and empty, Derek's pained confession, the scene all flashed through your mind. His words rung out, how he felt he'd lost so much and could never get it back. Maybe that wasn't entirely true after all. The soft smile on his face was exactly the same as the boy you once knew. Hey, remember that time you stayed over at my place and we camped out in the living room? We talked about the future in our dreams. Father's Day thing might have been more of a bombshell, but I haven't forgotten the rest of that adventure. Yeah, same. We had such grand plans a decade ago, huh?
Man.
Now we're here and I have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, that's to be expected. I don't think anybody knows what they're doing. Derek pressed himself into a heavy metal wall behind the seat and sunk down it. Now, I wonder what my 13-year-old self would have done if he'd called a psychic and they told him where his life would have actually gone. Maybe demand a refund. Come on, Derek. Everyone knows you're too polite to ask for your money back. You're right, but I would have thought about it. Have made a great speech in my head about how it's only fair to not have to pay for a reading like that. Derek's voice faded out, replaced by the sound of his fingers tapping against the seat. One after another, they played a rapid beat like the fluttering of a heart.
This sucks.
Sucks that there's no way to actually know what's going to happen in the future, huh?
Forget it.
Forget it. Oh my gosh. All those years ago, when I was 13, thinking about who I'd be 10 years later, I wonder what my past self would have thought. I wonder what my future self will be like now. Would they be disappointed? Depressed? Sad? Forget it. Anyway, at least today was fun. A good break from having to be grown-ups. Why are you switching so much? Yeah, you said it was a good day. I wonder when we'll see each other again. Thanks again for letting me do this. Boo, I want to be a kid forever, Egypt. Asking you to marry us as a backup plan. Yeah, about that. I wonder when we'll see each other again. You did appreciate that you had the chance to come for a short trip. It didn't stop you from already looking ahead when you could be together during another time. Whenever you want. Or can, anyway. Whenever? You sure about that? Yep.
Leave it to me.
It's my apartment. And I can say that Dae Ursa is allowed to visit all the time. He declared it proudly, with a faux air of haughtiness. If his pitch had been a little higher, the statement would have been fairly accurate imitation of Liz. It was all more than a little silly, but the smile growing on your face stopped short of becoming full. Derek's bold-faced confidence was only pretend. Regret remained hidden behind every smile. I'm not going to be too busy for you anymore. I figured out what my actual priorities are way later than I should have, but I did.
I swear.
Part of that is being someone you could actually count on again, so my door's always open.
The truth is...
Since you've been here, I finally started to see a future I want to have. I've thought about it more and more, and it keeps coming back to the same thing. What is it? Tell me. Tell me right now. I don't want to be this far away from you. Yeah? That was it. All along, the entire time you've been staying with him, and even before you'd actually arrived, those were the words Derek had been holding back. He didn't restrain them any longer. I was hoping to be closer to you when I lived in this next city over. Being neighbors was my dream. I wasn't totally kidding about that. We aren't getting divorced. But I wasted all the years we had being at a manageable travel distance from each other. I pushed off facing you for real until I reached a perpetually moving goalpost. I regret that. I still do. I don't know if I'll ever stop pissing me off. Derek caught that his long-held anger had begun to carry him. He squeezed his eyes shut and forced a shaky, though steadying exhale out. That's not what matters, though. I can't redo the past. And I've got to focus on what I can do. And what is that? I could move. I could live next to you now. He's gonna live next to me and Cove. Or maybe you could just move in with us. Or we could move in with you. I'm like dragging Cove along as we're a package deal. The clawing darkness of the past faded under the shining hope of a better tomorrow. Why not, right? It's not as if I'd be canceling any amazing plans. I gave up everything before you got here. So this would be the best time for it. I don't have to renew my lease, and the career ideas I do have could come with me. I can start them somewhere else. Or, I know you're with Co, but if you've been wanting to come back to this area for more of a vacation, I could keep the apartment and you could move in. Maybe you want to move closer too, but I'd be up for whatever you are. We could be there for each other, day by day.
But he's not saying the words. He's not... but yeah, you want us to be together, but why? Why is that? Just 4-letter words. Starts with L. Just say it.
For the first time, Derek had expressed the whole and honest truth of what he wanted for his life. For himself. It wasn't about his family, or only for your sake. But even then, Derek couldn't help pre-compromising his preferences. He doubted the appeal of his hopes to anyone other than himself.
Don't worry about that.
And they were roommates. I get if you think it'd be overkill, or you're still worried about how it'd work out. It wouldn't have to be forever. He went cheeky and familiar. I'm not asking you to marry me again. Why not? Just ask!
You could give it a try.
Maybe it lasts for only a year, then we'll have new plans. I'm gonna need time to figure out the long term either way. So that's it. Derek's new plan. What do you think? Bruh! No! I think it's perfect. I'll help you house hunt. Or if you want it, I know Ko wouldn't mind if you stay with us. Derek, I respect what you want to do, and I don't want to stop you. Are you kidding? I can't live in that apartment. Would it really be alright for me to live with you? I love to visit again, but I don't think it's a good time for either of us to move. He's coping, I know!
I love you, bitch. I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch.
What do I even pick? There. That was almost too good to be true. You could be with Derek in a great place right by your family and friends. You'd hope for it yourself and for a moment wonder why something that perfect hadn't come up before. The next thing you remember why. Neither of you picture the other feeling the same way. You imagine Derek was pursuing his sports dreams and never would have interrupted that. He saw himself as unworthy of others' acceptance until an abstract level of success was attained. Those days were behind both of you. The answer you gave and the dazzling smile it gave Derek was proof of it.
Really?
Really? You nodded with complete resolve. There wasn't any need for doubt. Absolutely, Derek Suarez. Woo! His arms shot up as he whooped a victorious cheer. Unfortunately, the Ferris wheel car wasn't built for that kind of a celebration. His fist cracked directly against the metal ceiling of the cabin. Ah! But he laughed heartily, shaking off his smarting knuckles. Nothing was going to bring him down. He started to ramble off moving logistics and preparations that needed to be made, informing the landlord that there'd be another occupant was paramount, but he was positive she wouldn't mind, and you'd be able to keep that key he'd given you from the start, of course. It was dry, grown-up responsibility stuff, yet it sparked more excitement in you than any amusement park could have. Derek was able to rein in the frenzied babbling long enough to extend a hand towards you intently. You understood what he meant by that. The place, the time of day, the terms, so much of the situation was entirely different for the first time Derek had made you an offer, but the feelings behind it remained the same. An earnest desire to not be separated. Shaking hands, why not a smooch to seal the deal? You took hold of one another securely and shook.
It's a deal.
Deal. Wow. He slowly let you go before staring down his hand in a wide-eyed disbelief as if it wasn't his. But it was. Derek had taken his own life into that hand of his. He believed he wouldn't lose hold of it ever again. I actually did it. His scuffed fingers curled into a fist, and he lifted his intense green eyes to your face. Derek had grown, he'd held himself back. He changed, and he'd remained himself. He developed into an adult he should be proud of, and he was still the boy you met 10 years ago. It was all true at once, and it made you happier than you could say. I'm feeling better about the future already. Thanks to... My confession! Where is it? It's been 5.5 hours. Derek, please. Derek had gained genuine confidence. He trusted his own decisions now that they were made to seek the best instead of to hide from the worst. Nothing in the world was more heartening than that. I am too, Derek. Derek satisfyingly stretched out his arms in front of him. He learned his lesson about moving them higher. Well, I might not really know what I'm doing with my own life, but I've at least got a nice apartment, a great location with a balcony, and my favorite people all around. Derek, please just say you love us, please. L, for the way you look at me. Oh, it's only one Z. I'll take that as a win. You shook with the swaying of your personal cabin and of laughter too. Derek snickered himself but clung to a piece of the prior seriousness. It is a relief though. Feeling good about sticking around here is more progress than I had a few days ago. And 23 is not that old. There's plenty of time left to work it out. You've got things more figured out than you think. The word is our Ursa, Derek. Absolutely. You don't need your whole life planned anyway. You don't need a plan. Maybe. You're usually right about stuff. For the first time in his waking hours, Derek was completely at peace with himself. Your spirits had flown straight to moon like a pair of shooting stars, though physically you were still in the gently drifting cabin and its position was on the decline. The wheels turned continuously slow until it came to a full stop. Derek's joy was replaced by it with utter horror in an instant. I'm not at peace! Derek's over there, just sitting on the side, just so looking off into the sky in bliss, like, Ah, yes, inner peace. And here, and I'm sitting on the other side. I'm going, ah! On the inside. Derek Suarez! You're gonna put me in an early grave. He threw himself to the window and pressed his face against it, but Derek could only watch and stumble his look as the first of the cars unloaded lower down. The ride was coming to an end. When your cabin arrived at the bottom, you took your turn to dismount. The same attendant gestured toward the tall framed exit gate and thanked you for coming. Doing as instructed, you left the Ferris wheel behind you. Derek picked up his pace, bounding with each step to get ahead. He didn't go further into the crowd. Instead, he jumped right in front of you. You paused, foot in midair, at the sudden and quite solid obstacle in your path. His arms were folded, his eyes intent. Sup, Dae? Wow, it's you. We haven't seen each other in forever. Derek grinned boldly as you curiously peered at him. Would you want to ride the Ferris wheel with me? What? A redo? You blinked and then put your foot down. As used as you were to the repetition in relation to the Suarez family, that one caught you off guard. Whether this was Derek's impulsive side or his secret long game planning side, you couldn't tell. Maybe a bit both. Yeah, what a surprise! Derek chuckled self-consciously. The shock had to have been clear on your face. It didn't stop him. He rambled on and on without taking a breath. But honestly, I know we just did that and had a whole big talk, but there was something else I planned on saying. Get on the Ferris wheel! Get on there right now! I'm pushing the people that are getting onto the side. We're getting on that wheel. I thought I'd be able to go over it all, that it went so fast, but I can't say it any other place even though it's important. The most important. Okay. If we can do this one more time, I'll never ask for anything again. Well, I'd ask you something, but it would be different, I swear. Get your ass around right now! Then his entire face closed up and he finally sucked in some air through his nose. When his eyes opened, the way they were wide and pleading. Of course he'd have a pro puppy dog face. It was Derek's genes. Thank you, I'll tell you when we're there. Did I even answer? I think I went too fast. Oh well. A brand new promise lingering in your heart, and you looped around the width of the Ferris wheel to get in line once again. When the line thinned and you reached the front, you got into another car. Derek took his usual seat on the bench set towards the right-hand side of the entrance. He gestured a hand towards the left bench, asking you to sit across from him. It'd be nice if I could face you more easily, was his reasoning. This had to be serious if he didn't want to welcome you right by his side again. But you took a spot alone on the middle plane. Whatever you want, Derek. I feel like I'm about to have a job interview, you joked. He said quietly, you had no idea where this might be going. It was thrilling. You had no idea where this might be going. It was nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking. Your heart thumped hard. Your stomach clenched. Were you on the Ferris wheel again, or the roller coaster? The sensation made more sense with the latter. Derek didn't fill the space with chatter, as you were used to. Instead, he made use of his requested vantage point to which you intently from across the small room as the rest of the cars filled with guests, each having their own story that led them to the Ferris wheel that day. In a way, you and Derek were only one of thousands, nothing special at all. The attendant who'd let you on the ride hadn't even seemed to realize you'd been there minutes before. But in another sense, you and him meant a great deal. You were both irreplaceable, depending on who was looking. The way he watched you with unflinching focus, it was clearly apparent which view he held. The silence was all-encompassing, but the strength of his gaze kept your rapt attention. It was only once the Ferris wheel began its slow spin without interruption that Derek truly began reaching out to you. He placed his hands at his sides, fanning his fingers across the bench for balance. He leaned in towards you, physically showing how he was ready to open up. I'm listening, Derek.
You're seriously great.
Before anything, I want to thank you. Derek Dae was awesome, and you're awesome for doing that. The sound of his warm voice filled with familiar zeal was the greatest relief. No matter what was about to happen, you were safe with him. Derek was happy and bright, grinning as you always pictured him in your mind. It was difficult to imagine him as overly serious, even when you said it in person seconds before. Get him right now. I've tried. I've been trying for the last 6 hours. But it's not even just that. Today isn't even the half of it. Doing chores and running errands, making me feel so much less shitty over how I quit. And can I also mention real quick how cool it was that you cared about me and what I was thinking instead of pointing out that I was irresponsible or wasted such a great opportunity? That was a big deal to me. But the smaller things matter too. You stayed up even later to help me when I absolutely had to put those groceries away right then. You insisted on putting together the game stuff so I could take it easy for a little. And you've always got to try to take the door opening move away from me. He laughed without reservation. Talking about you had a way of bringing out his boyish enthusiasm. And on top of all of that, you're good to my family too, even when we get dramatic and have our issues. They're a major part of my life. Always will be. So seeing how you get along with him is... well, let's say it tips the scales for even more. A special something danced inside his bright green eyes. It was as if he'd realized himself for the first time what he was actually doing.
Well,
I don't want to leave anything out, but I should get to the point. Yes, I'd die of embarrassment if I ran out of time again. Derek's wink made you crack a smile. He had a way of bringing out a pure joy in you, but his expression soon shifted. Derek put his game face on. It's gotta be now. Say it! Say it! His voice was low, dangerously close to inaudible. He didn't want to miss any of it.
the truth is,
Dae, my dream hasn't changed. My actual dream. Not the dream of being the best at some sports, so I didn't feel like a failure. I mean the one I told you about right here, almost 10 years ago. That evening came back to you in an instant. It was the first time you'd rode the Ferris wheel. You had a very similar view then. Derek had been right where he sat now, but so much smaller with his baby brothers asleep in his lap. The sunlight had been fading. Shadows pressed in around you, and Derek whispered his hidden hope while you were almost alone. Picturing that scene, reliving the words he said, the first drop of the roller coaster inside you was coming. Derek had no idea what was going on with your thoughts. Or if he did, he wasn't letting it psych him out. He was someone who did what he set his mind to, and his determination was resolute. It's always been what I really wanted, even when I was pretending it wasn't. I still want, someone on my side, who's there for me as much as I'm there for them. A partner in life. You told me back then that I had that in you, and I couldn't believe it. Literally. Admitting that was the only shake in his single-minded declaration. He had to pause and offer an apologetic smile. I honestly didn't think it could be true. It was nice to hear, but I wasn't going to hold at you to it. Which was extremely dumb because you were the person I was thinking about the entire time I was saying it. Derek's hands flew to the sides of his head and gripped it. He wanted to shake himself for that. That's why I told you, not somebody else. The muscles in his legs tensed as he pressed his sneakers heavily against the immovable floor. There was nowhere to go, and that was the only reason he stayed in his seat. So instead, he used the energy to pull his radiating emotions into a single point and put that in words. I couldn't admit what I felt then, or even hope you felt it too. But not anymore. So for once and for all, I'm gonna say what I've always thought. Say it! Say it! Please, I can't hold out much longer. Derek's premeditated positioning came into full effect as he stared you down straight on.
I love you.
Really? I love you too. Finally. I had no idea, Derek. Wow, you loved me? I wouldn't have thought that. Imagine. I want us to be on a team, to face problems together. Not because there is no one else, but because there is no one else. And you can do what you want. I have a proposition for you, Derek. I propose that at max 10 years, but at the least 1 year, and somewhere in that time frame, we get married. Then Derek let out a sigh and slumped in his seat. How did you react? He didn't know, but he'd already accomplished something for himself simply by having the courage to tell you. That was it. You met his gaze steadfastly. That was it. You went over to sit right next to him. That's it. You kissed him. Ah! That was it. You hugged him. That was it. You took his hand in yours. I'm really... no. Disgusting. Yes! The distance wasn't needed anymore. You broke the cardinal rule of the theme parks. Don't get up from your seat while the ride is in motion. Your feet were unsteady in the dangling cabin, but your nerves were even. After a couple hunched over semi-waddling steps, you dropped onto Derek, landing your lips against his. His skin heated up with tingling goosebumps. You pushed yourself off and glanced down at him after a wonderful moment together. He managed to help you into an actual seat on the bench, embracing you in the process.
Are you serious?
Alright, so that definitely means what I think it means. Imagine Derek's like, oh, wow, Derek, you're such a good friend. Derek spoke with incredulous weight. Aw, as obvious as it was to both of you, it didn't seem possible. The old feelings you'd held onto since the original day at the boardwalk, and even before that, were as alive as ever. I love you too. I love you too, Derek Shores. Yes, it does. I meant it then, I mean it now. Better late than never. I'll take it. I can't think of anything better than being there for you and having you there for me. No, I fucking love you too. Those words froze Derek solid. He stopped breathing. He didn't blink, and the stasis lasted long enough for you to worry over his oxygen levels. You must think of me as such a good friend. His face might have been blue under all that red in his cheeks. A deep breath through a crooked grin was what finally broke his rock-solid features.
Oh, man.
I don't expect a perk of pick in this spot is that I can't get up and sprint around for 10 minutes. That wouldn't have been a great reaction, but probably exactly what I would have done if I could. That is exactly like you. I could go for it right now myself. You gave his leg an understanding pat. He sighed with equal parts affection and long suffering. You are too cute. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't do that. I'll give you a pat. You're enduring, man. He let out a shaking breath, completing the process of breathing only once over an entire minute. Well, since a nice jog around the boardwalk is out of the question, I'll have to do something else. His eyes were alight. For one example, I could kiss you. Oh! Sir! Sam, this is not the time to be barking at the neighbors. She just started barking at the back door. It works. What a hug. Now, I like that. He took your hands into his without hesitation. You gripped him back and leaned closer. He met you halfway. Your lips touched, first slightly, then with more confidence. His lips were pulled up at the ends the entire time. The first time you'd ever kissed Derek was when you were barely teenagers, hanging out at the old park and making plans for the future as well as you could then, by making the backup deal. The second was only a minute ago. Your way to once again tell Derek that you wanted to be his and for him to be yours. You know, yeah, I think so. Both were important, but this one, a reciprocal kiss, born of mutual affection, was the very best of them. However, you had a feeling there'd be many chances to outdo it in the days, weeks, and years to come. In the thrill of the moment, Derek's excitement got the better of him. His legs kicked up and he smacked his heels down against the bottom panel of the seat. A clattering sound vibrated in the tiny metal room, and it reminded you of the precariousness of your positions. Derek got the same wake-up call. You're still in the middle of a Ferris wheel ride, and bouncing off the walls wouldn't be the best plan.
Oh.
Hi, Noah. Welcome. He pulled your mouths apart, keeping you squeezed against his chest, and glanced around wide-eyed to check the situation. Then he giggled joyfully, no less carefree. I take it back. That wasn't a convenient place for a confession at all. If I was really as good as I was at preparing as a claim, I'd pick somewhere that wouldn't rock you if you moved around. And one that didn't have a 10-minute time limit. You both laughed, and Derek shook his head at the whole thing. Oh well, it was unavoidable. It was? Yeah. The cabin you were in was once again looked over, up and down, but Derek's motivation was different. He wasn't checking for damage or to see if he was about to knock you both out of the sky. He was nostalgically drinking in the scene he'd found himself in. Honestly, it's pretty embarrassing, but I didn't want to ask you out any place other than here. Or really, I didn't think I'd have the fortitude in a different location. It's pretty scenic, right?
Well.
And mainly, it's the place where I started seriously imagining my future to be with you. Nico was there, so I couldn't ask if you liked someone if you wanted to get married in the future. If we're still single, of course. I ended up doing that in the park a little later. But it was here when it happened in my head. I promised myself that if the two of us ever ended up truly alone in a Ferris wheel, I'd spit it out before the ride was over. It was a secret deal I made with myself. A backup to the backup. That never happened until now. Partly because going out to the boardwalk isn't exactly practical. It's even farther away than the water park, so it never came up. The other half of it is because I was avoiding this exact set of circumstances. I avoided all Ferris wheels everywhere. If it came to this, I'd have to break my vow or actually do it.
Oops.
And the joke here is, after all that, I still didn't get to it in the first time. We had to go around twice. Humor softened into endearment, and chuckles faded into gentle whispers. But we made it. Through all the years and all the miles between us, we got back here. I think that counts for something. It was a beautiful sentiment, though of course he was Derek Suarez, so his childish spirit couldn't stay quiet for long.
Nice.
And I did do it, and now we're together. Woo!
Wait.
Oh wait, there's one final thing we should probably talk about, or talk about again really. Do you want to stay in the place you have for now? Would moving be moving too fast? Now we're in a different kind of relationship than we were a few minutes ago when that was decided? No, I want to do it faster. I'm gonna call Code right up now. Can you send me my things? I still want to do it. Let's worry about that later down the road. I'd like to think more about it. I'll be responsible. Oh, happy birthday to Adam. I hope you had a good birthday. I'll think about it right down the road. We should focus on this. You just did your hand to the air between you and Derek, signifying us. For now. That's more important. I getcha. This is more than enough for me. Thanks, Derek. You shifted and snuggled to get into the angle that optimized closeness and comfort. Derek linked his restless legs with yours to keep them content with something other than wild looking. A freshly made couple enjoyed the comfort of the other's presence and bliss, though not for long. The ride once again came to its end, much too fast for Derek's taste. He sighed with great tragedy as the first of the passengers began to dismount lower on the wheel. You're of the same mind. Staying on Cloud9 with Derek for many more revolutions would have been perfectly wholesome. When your car was at the bottom, You and Derek return to the Earth side by the side as you had left it. Oh, thank you for the sippy. Actually, I am gonna grab a sippy because I don't know what it was, but these like crackers I ate, they kind of like, I don't know. I think they kind of dried out my mouth or something. I'm just gonna walk down and grab it. I don't know why, but the thought in my head, like I felt like this dry feeling in the back of my throat, and I was like, oh, that's kind of funky. I wonder what that is. And I kind of stopped and think, I've heard sometimes when people eat something and they're allergic to it, they kind of get a little bit of that sensation. Well, I wonder if I was allergic to that stuff. I'm sure it's fine. Oh shit, my headset, like, got fried by the microwave. Alright, got my water again. I'm trying to hold back from tea. Alright, thank you once again, Noah. Right. However, nothing was the same. The world was an entirely different place now. Free from the metal cage that kept him restrained, Derek leapt up and high-fived the tall decorative gate over the exit. Merrymaking was entirely out of place there, but it was still so brazen. It made some guests stare. He didn't care. How could he? His future had changed in an instant. A dream that belonged to you both had come true. Derek didn't know what to do with himself. Until suddenly, he used the same hand that hit the gate to clap across his own forehead. Oh shit! It's getting late. The first ride was supposed to be the final stop. We still got the whole drive back.
Man.
I swear, I instantly stopped being a responsible adult whenever you're involved. How's that my problem? People just scratched my knee after I pet her for 5 minutes. She went smart. It's okay. I'm glad you asked me to ride again. It makes me happy too, but we should head out. I can't make you miss saying goodbye to everyone else just for me. Together you bounded across the boardwalk one last time. Knowing Derek wouldn't fall out of your reach when it was time for you to go carried you ahead fearlessly. Soon you were packed into Derek's car and on the long trip to your second home after having made the most of your afternoon you got. On the long drive back from the park, there were moments of conversation and of quiet, of reminiscing about the past and imaginations of the future. You tried to announce it to everyone while they were all together. You determined it would be best to tell other people once the details were figured out. Ooh, should we tell everybody? Derek confessed to me on the Ferris wheel. God, my throat still feels so dry. There we go. Tell them. Tell them. That one me. Alright. Decision had been made, so there was no reason to hide it. Sitting in the passenger seat for those hours, you sometimes felt as if you hadn't left that Ferris wheel cabin in the sky. The atmosphere of Derek's car had a similar way about it that made you feel disconnected from the rest of the world. No one else could reach you or him, and you could say anything there. Okay, good night, Noah. Have a good rest. But there was a major difference. The peace and comfortable stasis was only an illusion. You weren't on the slow, unchanging path of that park ride. Derek was speeding down a California highway in a race against time. There was a party at the end of the road, and Derek was never one to be late. When he finally pulled it in the apartment complex's parking lot, the car went silent. Its leg of the relay was over, and the frantic whir and rush had to be carried on with your own flesh and bones. Not a moment was wasted snatching up the few belongings you brought along and booking it towards the building. You passed no one in the halls. Derek had his key in hand already, prepared to unlock the door, and when that was swung open, you saw the living room you'd grown so accustomed to empty. The space was untouched since you'd left early that morning, at least as far as you could remember, but Derek didn't celebrate any early victory. He put a finger to his lips and made a show of checking behind the couch and around the kitchen counter just to make certain his family hadn't used their spare keys to prepare another surprise. Imagine. He opens like a cupboard door and like Nicholas like just comes out and like grabs him by the throat like surprise. You trail behind Derek a step for step as he dramatically skulked about his own house. He checked around a corner and you try to get a look over his broad shoulders to see too. Nicholas and Liz could absolutely not be trusted. If they came by the apartment and found you and Derek gone, they would almost certainly play the same joke twice. However, they hadn't gone to that chance. Derek stood tall and concluded his inspection with that revelation. We've done it. No one is here. We spent the whole day out and still beat them. With a cheer, he fully relished the victory now that it was truly assured.
Man.
The boardwalk finally telling Dae what I actually felt. Being on time and getting to see the family before the day's over. Things really are going my way, huh? It's perfect. Derek saying the day was perfect made it so for you, too. After a lifetime of compromises and sacrifices, you were proud to see him get exactly what he wanted. And it was more than a little thrilling that a significant part of what he wanted was you. Ooh. Sussy. I'm so glad we got to do this. I feel the same way. Couldn't have gone better. You deserve to be spoiled too sometimes. Derek Day should be a national holiday. It should.
Thank you.
Thanks, Day. His voice was gentle and his gaze soft with affection. Oh, you approach me? But as Derek came near to you, the warmth shot up to sultry. With a single spark, it would burst.
You're seriously great.
Sure, it's only been a few hours, but you're a great partner. I hope you know. You couldn't look away from his fixed gaze, but became incredibly aware of his fingers trailing down your arm. Oh. Derek. Make room for Jesus. Liz had been so certain none of the swordsmen could woo anyone. She would have had to eat those words if she ever saw Derek truly put his mind to it. Thanks. Is there anything else you might like from your great partner? Oh my god. Hey, yo! Are you certain it's perfect? There's nothing else that'd be good? It's my pleasure. In fact, I'd be happy to do more. Thank you. I wonder everyone's gonna get here. You smiled at his words, though took a step back to regain your space. Is there anything else you would like from little old me? It was only fair to flirt back a little with how strong he was coming on, yet the reply made his lips quirk. He doubted his ears and nearly lost his composure. What he didn't do was quit. He didn't tell himself or you he was wrong or there was a mistake either. Instead, Derek held up his coy smile with the confidence he'd managed to store away for emergencies and indulged in further romantic pursuits.
Well,
Honestly, right now, all I really want is to be alone with you. Once again, he closed in on you, this time until you were near enough that your noses almost touched. It's pretty convenient we've got the place to ourselves for a minute, huh? It is indeed. Very convenient. Does this mean I can finally see your... Ah! Hey, yo! That's very strong. We better make the most of it while we can. You clasped his hand. Well, yes, truthfully, I think we could stay focused. We got... Derek had to play it very cool, but in that instant, he lit right up, aglow from head to toe. Oh, definitely. This is the right timing for that final piece of the tour. Hey, yo! Perfect! He threaded his fingers through yours and gripped it tight. The hand was steady and hot. There wasn't a trace of pre-game jitters, only excitement. Okay, but before anything else, maybe I should wipe this shooting star off my face? You snorted and laughed like you were your mom. That was not exactly a romantic thing to bring up now. However, it was fittingly practical and Derek-esque. That would be good, thank you. Oh, phew, a word I was to point out to you. Now leave it, it's cute. You nodded. It was fun while it lasted, but it had to go. You shook your head. Star suited Derek. Do we keep the star? It adds to it. Add a little spice. Yeah. Why is it spicy? Yeah, okay. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of torn. It's like... Although, if you would come by, they'd see what would happen. So, I don't know. Nah, I'm glad you remembered. I take it you're not keeping the rainbow? That's right, it's only fair if you're giving up your star.
let's get to it.
Let's do it. I'll meet you back so fast you won't even miss me. He bolted from the living room, counting on you to follow. You did. Derek went to the master bathroom, and you got the guest. You twisted the sink on and assaulted the rainbow with hot water and a pale yellow hand towel until it was erased from existence. You wiped down that area as best as you could, then threw the towel aside. With the job done, you hastily returned to the living room. Derek came up right behind you. Upon reaching you, he bent over, leaning against his knees, and settled his heavy breathing. His cheek was rubbed away raw, though you wouldn't notice the tautness of the skin and slightly redness unless you were searching for it. Then Derek bounded back up, seeming as upbeat and unflappable as ever. Now, as we all were, with such a dramatic and complete recovery, you had to wonder if it was trained skill. There might have been many days where Derek frantically put out fires in his own fluster before presenting himself before you with a big smile. You never stopped finding reasons to fall for him. The Chocobo, there it is! And the football too, oh my gosh. Still sporty. You left the main area of the apartment behind to hide away together in the very back corner. The neat and simple room was very Derek. Not that you paid much attention. You hadn't come to see if the carpets matched drapes. Wow. Hey, yo. We're getting into it. He slipped both his arms under yours, wrapping you up in him. You were so cozy like that. You didn't need anything else in the world. You were a bundle of nerves, but excitement won over shyness. Whatever Derek wanted, you would be more than happy with. You're absolutely ready to pounce on the man. A bundle of nerves, but excitement won over. Slinging a hand down to the bottom of your spine, Derek kept you steady as he led both of you onto the edge of his bed. He sat comfortably on the mattress, with you straddling his lap. Neither of you had any plans of entangling from each other. The position of your knees gave a long-gone advantage point. Rather than face-to-face, you were looking down on him as you had when you were both much younger. Derek glanced up at you through lidded eyes. A coy smile played about his face. He might have jokingly protested others eclipsing his height in the past, but he definitely wasn't complaining about the current arrangement. It suited him exactly right. After you? Or would I go first? Your shaking fingers grasped at his shirt. Your face felt 1,000,000 degrees. He was polite even then, but it was killing you. Don't mind if I do. Let me just dive right in. Oh, wait. I don't need to hear no more. No words. You were drawn closer by the light inside his eyes. Derek was more fired up than you'd ever seen him. Oh, wow. Wow. I give him a kiss on the lips. You eased down until your faces could meet. As you touched your lips to his, Derek kissed you back, tentative but lingering. He was making sure it was right, that it was real. You were smiling at each other when it ended. There was no mistake here. Only two people who once sung the same song. There we go. He kissed you next. He squeezed your thigh. You raked your hands through his short hair, regardless of how spiky it always looked. His strands were nothing but silky soft against your fingers. The intensity deepened. You pressed and pulled your lips against each other, and a much longer, much more longing kiss. Hey, can you chill out, Sam? She's like chewing on her leg, just making like these gross noises, going. It's like, Sam, I'm trying to get laid here. Can you not? My immersion. The intensity deepened. You pressed and pulled your lips against each other in a much longer, much more longing kiss. You figured there were even better kisses to come than the one in the Ferris wheel, but you were pleasantly surprised to have it happen so soon. You gasped for breath when you and him finally broke apart. Derek could only speak in a hoarse whisper. You're really great. You chuckled against his skin. Derek's vocabulary for praise rarely extended past words he could say to any guy, gal, or pal, but it was only with you when his voice was so heart-achingly adoring. I'll give you a compliment back. You know what makes me happy? That you're such a stud. You're so darling. You're the best man I've ever known. Now you make me happy. You pressed a hand to his firm chest as he spoke to express your feelings with more than words. You mean it? His reply had the exact amount of aw, shucks, bashful disbelief. You mean it? It would have if you said it randomly while chilling at the park, despite the fact that you were actually making out in his apartment. Derek really decided to pause while getting hot and heavy to think, wow, Dae likes me. That's amazing. It was extremely cute. Finally, he's not thinking, wow, Dae's such a good friend. That's amazing. Okay, in case of the neck. Playfully, you trailed tiny kisses down his neck to the collar of his shirt. And you even got in one extra by nudging the hood down a bit with your nose. Derek enjoyed your indulgence as much as you did. Even more, a little too much. You were both so distracted, neither of you realized what was coming when he dropped his head into a happy sigh until his chin squished you into his shoulder blade. Oof. I'm sorry. He snapped right back up, but still pulled you off of him to check your state. Are you okay? Yeah, you got me. You got me. That was pretty funny. Don't worry, everything. You lovingly bit into his neck for that punishment. He yelped as soon as your teeth took hold of the sensitive area. You win! Or is even now? Good.
Are you sure?
So, you're really alright? I am. No damage was done. He just rips out his throat. Derek squeezed you tight in his hug, careful with where his face went, and laughed wholeheartedly. You embraced him in return, overflowing with affection for your excessively considerate boyfriend. Let me feel them titties. That's very romantic to say while we're making out. You managed to get around the folds of Derek's thick sleeveless hoodie, but before you even grazed the body underneath, Derek was leaning away. I'm sorry. Are you alright?
Yeah, forget it.
No, wait. Forget it. I'm sorry. It's all good. I was just thinking I could help you with that if you want. The bare teeth are too sharp. I mean, yeah, like, I do got some thingies here. He took hold of his own signature red top and lifted it enough to expose a thin layer of skin. He stopped there to check your expression. Oh. That would be very nice, thanks. You're so considerate. Thank you, proceed. Well, Okay, how about you let me help you help me? You really bobbed your head over the realization. I think I'd rather you leave it on if the... Oh, you can't fucking say that. It's just like starting to lift it up. It's like, actually, never mind. I've seen the goods, and I say no, thank you. No, help me, help you, help me.
Yeah.
Perfect. You both intently tugged at Derek's unnecessary bit of fabric. You got it over his head, and he lobbed the shirt past you onto the floor. There we go. Oh my god, this is getting a bit... It's getting really steaming in here. Derek rested his back against the palms of his hands, totally satisfied and leaving his front fully exposed. He held no shyness going shirtless in front of you. In fact, you were possibly even aching for a chance to do exactly that. He's got to show off the goods. It would have been improper to draw attention to himself at the public water park. This was his comeback. As you were... Ah! Not yet. Yeah, me too. He got the picture immediately. Words were not an option in the moment. However, he rallied to your aid as you had done for him. You twisted and shimmied in Derek's lap in your effort to undress. But Derek was determined and had much a better angle to access the top. Together, you managed to slip out of it. Derek let it limply fall to the ground. He remained speechless. Now that's everything. You resumed the original plan and freely explored Derek's abs and pecs and everything else he had to put on a silver platter for you. Meanwhile, Derek's focus had zeroed in on your own chest. He wasn't forcing his eyes away like when you wore a swimsuit. Ogling was allowed, and Derek learned that there were even better possibilities out there than getting to show off himself.
I swear.
He goes to the gym to a reason, exactly. Damn, this is Derek's day. Oh, I'm glad you think so. I pressed my hips. The position you were in frankly demanded that. It was too perfect. You came closer until you were up against Derek's bare chest and sunk lower and lower against him. Then you rocked your body into his lap. Those loose gym shorts Derek had on slipped around smoothly underneath you. It was almost as if nothing at all was in the way of the sizzling friction. Fuck! Derek's breath hitched, and you could feel the jolt that went through him. The shock seemed to genuinely stun Derek into immobility for a second there. You hit a home run with that one. That was the biggest throw you had in. You weren't sure when. You'd just gone to an amusement park earlier that day. You needed to relax. Aiming for more of a sit over a straddle, you slid your legs over to the side and twisted on your butt. Your booty. Derek kept his arms in place around you, which stopped you from falling as you got situated. Thanks. Flushed and content, you rested your cheek against Derek's shoulder. He was solid muscle from head to toe, but it wasn't an uncomfortable support in the least. Quite the opposite.
You're welcome.
Hey, it's my pleasure. Derek traced his fingers down the length of your spine. Burning touch had changed to a soothing balm. You welcomed it, snuggling closer. For once, Derek didn't attempt to move right into a new conversation. His hands were full going up and down your back. That was okay with you. In a dreamy haze, you gladly listened to only the sound of his heart and his slow breaths. And then the doorbell rang. Ah. Fucking cock blocks. Derek blinked wide and bleary eyes. That was definitely the door's buzzer, but you could have fooled him into thinking it was an alarm clock waking up from a fantasy.
Sucks.
Man, it's been what, 5 minutes since we were preparing? And I already lost track of the party thing, and that we were expecting guests. Well, this time I can forgive myself for the slip-up. That was a hell of a distraction. It was nice while it lasted. Oh well. Knock knock knock, housekeeping! No housekeeping, please. I forgot we even had families the second started flirting. You're screwing off with Derek. Boo. Don't whoever they are realize they're interrupting people. You gave your board an encouraging pat. It was nice while it lasted. Derek sighed sweetly and buried his face against you. He mumbled through a grin into the nape of your neck. Each word had his lips dragged against your skin. Is it too late to cancel? I mean, they're already here. I mean, if you want to go up there, it's like, come back later. Even though he was joking, it was still tempting for both of you, but it couldn't be done. Mustering his years of experience being the responsible one, Derek lifted you and him onto your feet. It was time to go. You hunted down your abandoned clothes and put them back on. Mercifully, they still looked presentable, even though despite what you'd done to them.
Come on.
Come on. With a refreshed pep in your steps, you and Derek said goodbye to your dreamland and returned to the world of the living, which took the form of Derek's living room. But the expectant smile that had been on Derek's face evened out into a bemused line. His brain was working, and then his mouth dropped open in a terrible realization. Wait. Didn't I invite them over for dinner? We don't have time to make food. We could get out set out snacks, but what kind of dinner party is that? I said so we'd have as much time as possible at the park. I wasn't considered that meant we'd actually need a dinner. Shoot, we don't even have enough food in the house for how many people are coming. We can make this work. Oh no, I didn't think either. What about pizza? You all figured it out, as you always do. Simply shrugged your person. Just order a pizza, goddamn. Go out half naked and tell them to leave. I mean, they'll get the, I would hope they would get the memo. We can make this work. Yeah, exactly. It's fine. I've got an idea. We're gonna get takeout. How about pizza? Yes! And other stuff places like that have salads, wings, and so on. Good idea. Yeah, I'd have that. That makes sense for the party, but I'll eat something here. Let's do it. Cool. He held a satisfied thumbs up. Now we better actually answer the door. He took a finger forward in demonstration of where he was headed and then strolled over. Hello, everybody. Thank you. The whole Soros family was there, crowding a narrow space with smiles on their faces. Your own family member did not have the same kind of cheer. Her lips were curved. They were here first. You took so long answering and found them standing around waiting. Sorry about that. Mm-hmm. Oh, shut the fuck up, Liz. She knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was that about? Oh, you know, we left the oven on. We had to turn it off.
It's
Wait, there's no food here. We left the oven on. You don't understand. Well, the real secret of the day was you were outing at the boardwalk, but a deep red over his cheeks exposed that it was a different choice that came to Derek's mind. Day and I were just going over the game plan.
so.
Oh, what is the plan? We're gonna get pizza, my treat. Hey, woo! Frigging elbows for food. Thank you, my wonderful son. That's very thoughtful of you. Works for me. Derek's last minute solution had gotten full marks. Speaking with the self-satisfaction of a man who winged a full annual exam and still passed, Derek pretended this had gone as he intended all along. I thought you might feel that way about it. Let's not order until everyone is here. Dae says Mrs. and Mrs. Ursa and Mr. Holden are going to show up soon. Murmurs of understanding circulated as the group filed into the apartment. Derek took on the role of host with vigor and encouraged his guests to get comfortable. They accepted the hospitality and seats were taken all around.
Well,
How has your day been? Yeah, what were you up to? Nothing. Mrs. Suarez's entirely pleasant tone was followed up by the openly nosy inquiry from Nicholas. However, neither had forgotten the curious hold-up at the door. We had a great afternoon and talked about some very important things. Isn't that right, Dae? As usual, when he ended up in an awkward position, Derek took the strategy of technically not lying but leaving out crucial details. Yep, that is exactly right. Uh-oh. That's nice. Mrs. Suarez didn't mind not getting the real answer that she knew existed. She always did. Nicholas shrugged. He wanted more, but was mature enough not to demand it. Soon another sharp ring of the doorbell came. You and your sister pricked up at most of the sound. It had to be your parents. Liz disregarded the fact that this was not her apartment and headed straight over to the answer of the door. You hurried to catch up with her. Mommy? Ah! Liz took the handle, and there on the other side were the soft faces of your sweet mothers and the more sharply featured, but no less kind, Mr. Holden. Many hellos and good to see yous were said in succession as the Ursa family joined with the Suarez clan in Derek's living room, with a cameo from Mr. Holden. It is a real party now. Not yet, there's still one thing missing. Let's talk toppings. Derek took a page out of his mother's book and offered an explanation to the newcomers who had to have
What do
wondered.
you think?
We're getting pizza if that's cool with you. Yum! That is fine, sweetie. No complaints here.
Nice.
Perfect. With this size of crowd, I'd say we could get 3 large pizzas. A friendly round of suggestions and debates over the most ideal topping splits commenced. More than one person wanted meat and veggie supreme. The Suarez parents both loved that one and had grown on their sons as they grew. Most agreed that having at least a couple simple options made sense, and Derek waited to get his favorite, chicken barbecue, since he was the one making the order and couldn't be stopped. I'm getting the pizza, so I get the pizza that I want. No one else in the group had any intention of ruining that for Derek. It was incredible to see him decide on something purely for himself. That's how the plan of 1 full meat and veggie supreme pizza, a half cheese, half pepperoni pizza, and half a pizza of chicken barbecue was determined. You left the last half up to the rest of the group. You offered, I want to suggest, we should get more cheese would be safe to bet. An extra half of pepperoni would be smart. All veggies, we could try the Philly cheesesteak option. I got a spinach pesto pizza I'd like to try. I like an Alfredo side. Ooh, Alfredo. Me too. Ah, hell yeah, Mom. Mom knows what's up. The rest of the room accepted your idea as well. And you ordered something besides pizza, of course. We need salad, wings, garlic bread, and 1 single cup of lemonade. And that was all. This teased you openly in front of all the parents for making good use of this being Derek's treat, and Nicholas, of all people, felt self-assured enough to joke about you being a spoiled youngest. It's for everybody! Excuse you! That's what I get for looking out for these chumps. That was hilarious coming from him, though the most impactful blow you got came from Derek himself when he gladly owned up to the idea that he'd spoil you when you wanted him to. And to top it all off, Nico and George were both emboldened by your special request. Each of the younger Suarez boys asked their big brother for a soda, root beer for George, and orange for Nicholas. Derek gladly accepted the request. After all was all said and done, Derek made the call to the local pizza place. He had arranged for delivery. He glanced over at the attendants once he finished the task. We got some time to kill. Can I get anybody a drink? That goes for you three already getting something too. You don't have to wait to hydrate. What a kind host. Some requests were made for water and seats were taken to settle in for the wait. You got comfortable on a couch yourself. Derek collected 2 armfuls of water bottles. He went around the room passing drinks out to each person, even those who didn't ask for one. It seemed that staying for fresh was not an option after all. It was an order. You and the others near the coffee table got served first. Then he went around the dining table to catch the ones hanging out there. He was busy and in another section of the apartment. That's what you knew from the last time you caught sight of Derek from your position. And that's why a jolt went through your entire body when a low voice tickled your ear. Dae. Who, me? You creakily turned your rigid neck to glimpse behind you. Derek was there, resting his arms across the top of the couch. He had swung back around to you while you weren't looking. As you processed the situation, Derek grinned cheerily, unapologetic about the shock his move gave you. A soft thump could be heard in the air. It wasn't your heart, though it might have been. You guessed on the other side of that couch he was tapping his heels together.
So?
I just wanted to ask if we were keeping us a secret. He did have to tell you what that meant. No, we shouldn't, and this would be a good chance to talk about it. Our families are both here. Besides, they can tell something is going on already, considering the cozy position you've taken and the secret conversation we're having right in front of them. Good point. Wait, let me FaceTime Ko so he can get part of this. Ko will be like, oh my god, y'all having pizza? If Ko was on a call with us, and we were like trying to reveal to him, Ko, we just wanted to tell you that we're dating now. Yeah, is that pizza behind you? And you're having pizza without me? With garlic bread and wings too? That's what he'd be more concerned about. He pushed off of the couch to his full height, though continued to grip the off-white fabric backside of his couch. Well, a new patting sound could be heard. Derek needed an outlet for his building excitement and found it through drumming his fingers against the cushion. While we're all together, Dae and I have got to tell you all something. Mr. Suarez! He stole his thunder. You didn't invite me? Congrats and all, but save me a slice. Dae, can you put some in like a to-go box and just bring it back for us back at the house? Thanks. You're in a relationship.
Really?
Really now? Dad!
Is that wrong?
What? Is that wrong? Were we not aware of what Derek felt about Dae? Mr. Suarez groaned loudly and hid her face in the palms of her hands. George put his hands on his hips, giving his dad a hard look. Your own parents were too sympathetic to the child's predicament to comment or laugh, though they were clearly dying to. He wounded his surprise. He's like, is that not true? It's like, it is, but that wasn't your truth to tell. Maybe, maybe not. We have no idea. Don't steal their thunder before they've said anything. He's right, Gregorio. Let them talk. Let him cook. Mr. Suarez stroked his beard thoughtfully. Oh, sorry, kids. Derek, please keep going. What did you want to say?
Okay.
Yes, forget I said a word. My lips are sealed. Derek shot you a look that was both apologetic and encouraging. He turned back to the waiting eyes of his family and scratched his neck. Mrs. Suarez said, we're dating. Okay, I wrote me and my new boyfriend, Derek Suarez. Well, me and Derek are, you know, what he said. Way to spoil it, he joked. He reached over and took Derek's hand. He wanted Derek to explain it himself. You fucking spoiled it. Seasonally, you wrinkled your nose before laughing. It's actually pretty hilarious to wear that predictable. Derek cozily drew you in close to his side, in front of a delighted crowd. The parents were instantly elated by that news. Mrs. Suarez started clapping and knocked a shoulder into her husband's side.
Very good.
I hoped that was going to be the news. This is amazing, and quite a surprise, too. Mom bent forward with a chuckle and loudly snorted. I thought this might happen ever since Dae invited him to that soiree, remember? Ma hummed nostalgically. She reached over and threaded her fingers together with Mom's.
Yes.
Derek has always been quite the gentleman. Dae is an excellent kid, and I know for a fact that Derek is a great guy. I'm sure things are going to work out for you, too. George slowly shook his head off to the side. His crooked smile grew.
That makes sense.
You two together. It just makes sense. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
Thanks. This means everything to me. Thank you so much. I promise to do my best by Derek. Cross my heart. I'm officially Team Suarez now. Sorry, family. Derek's on Team Ursa now. Sorry. Good my boyfriend comes with good in-laws. He's on Team Ursa now. Keep him. Damn. The deadpan delivery had the room shaking with deep laughter. Don't worry, I plan to. A bold as a brass smirk had left Liz's face, as to be expected from your big sister. Well, props to you, Suarez, coming up from behind. I thought you lost your painfully long moment when you never said anything about crushing on Dae for several years and then moved away. Her jab hit the mark, making Derek shudder one eye. His characteristic grin survived the strike. I fumbled it more than once, I can admit that, but I did it now, and a win is a win.
All right.
A win is a win. Wow, more props. Liz couldn't completely remove the wryness that was natural to her face, but when she looked at you again, her eyes were soft. I'm also happy for you, both of you. I cannot possibly imagine how romancing Mr. Let Me Do That For You over here could blow up in your face. Liz's encouragement was a huge deal to you, but the moment wasn't complete. Nicholas had been the only one in the crowd with nothing to say for the entire event. That was strikingly uncharacteristic for the wild child. And his face was neutral. The absence of happiness worried you as much as sadness or anger would have. Maybe more. Nicholas simply not caring seemed worse than him being upset. But you didn't need to doubt for long. In the end, he smiled. The look wasn't forced or for manner's sake. It reached his deep brown eyes. Nico's story about the night of the story came back to you. He knew what was coming and prepared himself for this exact moment. Now that it was here, he was happy for Derek and for you. You were so grateful. Your whole family, Suarez, Ursa, and Holden, could agree that you and Derek ought to be happy and that you should be happy together. And Derek was flushed with confidence after how well received the announcement was. He was invincible. There was nothing to fear, so he steamrolled ahead. There's actually more major news. At that point, he cut himself off. As excited as he was, Derek managed to hold his tongue and send a searching glance your way before saying any more. It was understandable why Derek was so pumped. He'd been busy and had 2 life-changing decisions made in a single afternoon away. You loved ones heard about your relationship. Next, they need to learn about the move. You just had a hand for Derek to go ahead. You can tell them, you whispered. You cleared your throat to get everyone's attention. I'll handle it. Go ahead. The wholesomeness of the moment wouldn't have been complete if it was only sweet. Liz cut in with a dose of snark that made the taste perfectly right.
Serious?
Sheesh, after 10 years of no progress, you're going at light speed now. And she wasn't wrong. You thought the exact same thing. Well, we were just storing up all our momentum for the right time. Now we've got the means to move full speed ahead. Laughter and lighthearted conversation continued within the walls of that apartment. Everyone was ready to pitch in with the move and had suggestions to offer. And then everything was put on hold when, for the 3rd time, the doorbell rang. Dinner's here! Nicholas made a beeline to the door, his 2 older brothers at his heels. They all gathered all the spoils from the delivery driver, gave a polite thanks, and promptly closed the apartment up again. George and Nicholas peered into the semi-opaque lids to figure out which drink was theirs, and Derek especially handed you the stuff you got for yourself.
Man, I didn't think I would get it all for myself. I was trying to share with everybody.
It was good the whole set of boys when considering all the additional items came stacked with 3 pieces, most of which were you. Nicholas, George, and Derek helped set aside your goods safely. The feast was laid out on the counter, savory, steamy, and very cheesy. Derek stood between the guests and the meal to make a declaration.
All right.
Alright everyone, in my house, instead of the youngest going first, the oldest do.
Good.
Ah yes, respect our elders. How kind. I can't believe I'm considered an elder. How did I get so old? Mom and Ma offered comfort and condolences. They'd been members of that club for many a year. All the grown-ups filed through as a big group. At that point in their lives, determining who was truly the oldest of the old wasn't worth the trouble. When they picked over the cream of the crop, Liz made a clean sweep all on her own. You and Derek went together next, followed by George. Finally, Nicholas's turn came. His mouth was hooked in an amused bend, but being last was a novelty, and he took a sweet time picking out the slices he wanted. Why not? He wasn't holding anyone up.
Excuse me. It's all that pizza. Oh my gosh.
Eventually, Nicholas settled his dinner, and the chairs around the apartment were filled with the happy guests whose plates were equally full. It was a relief to see your and Derek's big announcement hadn't impacted anyone's appetite. Good food and pleasant conversation were enjoyed at Casa Derek. Nico went back to the boxes for seconds and thirds without needing anyone's permission. After eating, George moved from the table to chat with Liz away from the parents. Nicholas abandoned the last bits of his 5th pizza to scurry after his big brother. Derek stuck next to you as a rule, but there were cases when an exception was needed. Well, this is your party, and Liz's, sort of. I won't hog you. You should get to see everyone who's here to see you. I'll be around. Derek didn't belabor the point by calling it what it truly was, your farewell party. The point was still stood. But these were the final hours in Prism Vista and with both of these families. You see each other again, but no one could say exactly when. The time you had right now wasn't to be missed. Yeah, I will. Thanks. Derek took a step back with a nod and a wave. He, at least, was someone you'd certainly see again soon. Let's check in on the Suarez's. Derek's parents were contentedly sitting together on the couch, watching the scene of their children and friends gathered together in one place was a rare joy. But when you approached, Mrs. Torres perked up from his peaceful reverie. He squished against the missus, patting the freed spot on the cushion. Mrs. Torres had to physically support her husband in the invitation by catching his shoulder, otherwise he would have toppled right over her into her lap. She laughed over the dramatic infringement of her personal space. Don't mind if I do. After all the effort they took in order to make that available, you couldn't reject the hospitality. You popped down into the pre-warmed cushion. Mrs. Torres looked past the man draped over her as if he was not currently attached at the hip and made eye contact with you. I hope you've enjoyed your big city vacation day. I definitely did. Glad to hear it. As the pleasantries faded off, the Torres spouses shared a meaningful glance with each other. The weight of the occasion hadn't been forgotten. Well, while we've got you here, there's something I want to say. Did you know Gregorio and I met at a similar age as you and Derek, technically?
That's true.
Oh! I'm following in your footsteps. Mrs. Torres patted her husband's leg unconsciously while the gleam of a storyteller sparkled in her eyes. We attended the same high school at 14 or so, and though we never landed on the other's radar until senior year, he and I shared a class here and there. We did not run in the same social circles or have similar extracurricular pursuits. I almost missed her. Can you believe that? I cannot. What would I have done with my life then? Sometimes I wonder, perhaps you'd be living in a mansion somewhere in the hills.
Well then.
Is that so? It is a worse fate than I feared. The longtime couple tittered and smiled rosily over one another. Meanwhile, you leaned in closer, eyes perked. The topic intrigued you. How had Derek's parents come together? You didn't interrupt in order to ask. You knew with certainty that Mr. Suarez would explain without prompting, as she did. You see, Dae, Mr. Suarez is a well-meaning man, but when he gets a lot of compliments, he believes them. There's no end to how big his head can get. Derek may have mentioned this to you, but Rio, as he was called in the glory days, was on the football team. The words football team were said with a mocking exaggeration, and so she could stop the explanation there. It was obvious where that was going. He and all his footballer buddies had quite the egos and were such a clique. One completely random day in the cafeteria, him and his boys were acting like the gods of the earth they thought they were. They talked big and it was all crap. I spent my life tuning the whole set out. By that time, I must have been sitting closer to the noise than normal or in an unusually pretty petty mood. For whatever reason, I began to gab with my own friends intentionally loud enough to be overheard. I said with exaggerated wide-eyed innocence how strange it was that the jocks acted as if they were the greatest men alive. How did they come to such a conclusion when they've seemingly never spoken to a single person outside of their team? What do they know about who's better than anyone else? She's really like dragging her husband through the mud here, huh? Folding her arms and bouncing her shoulders, Mrs. Suarez still felt self-satisfaction over that one decades later. The team noticed me then, mostly to give the stink eye, except for one who I could only describe as befuddled. I continued on, pretending I had no idea what was happening at the next table over. We were having plenty of fun on our side of the crowd, until all of my friends went dead quiet. That got me to check again. One of the football players had come over. He was built like a broad brick, though his face was anything but hardened. Too goofy and almost boyish for that. It was Rio, the linebacker, of course. He leaned over the table and said in his low, somehow booming voice, "What do you think of me? Am I not great to you?" Seriously? You mean why don't you like me? Irene and you were suddenly peers, sharing a fluster over the brashness of some strange football man. You took a glance at the star of the scene. He was playing as naive as Mrs. Horace had all those years ago, listening quietly and twiddling his thumbs. Yes, I couldn't believe it. I was expecting any of them to actually care about my opinion. The obvious thought would be that he was trying to intimidate me, make me take it back, but he asked with so much earnestness I didn't even consider that a possibility. I shot out instantly that I don't like you, I don't know you, but I couldn't say I wouldn't like a man simply because he was on the football team. That's pathetic. Ping-ponging from shock to indignance, the outpouring of emotions reached its peak. Irene could be worked up no longer. She wasn't really a young lady recounting this for the first time. She knew the end of the tale, and despite being grown, it still put a schoolgirl smile on her face. While Mr. Suarez here had such a frown when he heard that, truthfully, Derek looks the exact same way when he feels rejected, so you luckily understand the position I was in. Someone so bright and bold with a face like that isn't right. It's as if all the joy in the entire world had vanished. That was too much. I looked him square in the face and said I wouldn't give him the time of day for that, but I might be willing to get to know him sometime because he was decently handsome. He of course that soothed Rio's delicate soul, and he said, "Then we should do that. We are people who should know each other." When he grinned down at me, I knew this was more than I bargained for. I'd better prepare. If he didn't forget about me, I wasn't sure I'd ever have it in me to give up on him. But so far, it's never come to that. And it never will. Rio had been so quiet the whole story, he simply needed to burst in at that end. I can't remember seeing Irene before the day in the luncheon. Yet as soon as I did see her, I knew I wanted her to think well of me. If she didn't, I must been doing wrong. I am thankful you approve of me still, even though I sneak our sons extra treats and cheat their video games. I can't be a bad man if Irene can't look past it. Mrs. Rose hooked an hand around his wife's. You bet the grin he had on in that moment was the same one that Irene had originally fallen for. That's right, you are a good man. No buts or qualifiers went along with the praise. She wholeheartedly expressed approval of her husband. You could see it go straight to Mr. Cerez's ego. Irene didn't take it away from him. The sweethearts were completely enamored and absorbed with one another. And Mrs. Suarez managed to pull her focus off the stud of her heart to address you again. It had to be serious. Thank you for listening to my self-indulgent story. What I really want to tell you is that I'm relieved Derek found someone who appreciated him for who he is. The weight of those words fell over you. She knew what happened with Derek, and she knew that you were with him regardless of what happened with his career trajectory. As his mother, it meant a great deal to her. Welcome to the family, Dae. Thanks, you sniffled. I'm grateful I got to be here where I could. Well, I could. I'm gonna miss you so much. No, thank you. Hand in hand, the two wonderful people who raised your amazing friend smiled over at you. You got to enjoy a little more quality time with Mr. and Mrs. Suarez. Eventually, they requested a moment with their eldest child, likely to share the same sentimental matters with him. It wasn't something you'd stand in the way of. It made room for the two to go have that special parent-to-child chat. Okay, let's go talk to Liz, George, and Nico. George, Nicholas, and Liz were gathered in a corner of the room, fully engrossed in a conversation. George's hand batted in the air between the group as Nicholas jerked a finger about. What's up, you three? The three amigos. You're welcomed by a circle with friendly smiles. George folded his arms and switched from one explanation to another. Nicholas was giving something to the effect of a recap to Liz. While talking about the trip, we realized she'd yet to hear about a new interesting acquaintance, so she was being filled in. Apparently the Xavier person running some bakery used to paint faces at the boardwalk. Small world, There's no end to the odd connections you end up making with people. Yeah, we were getting philosophical. I'm lucky I got to meet each one of you. I'm looking forward to who else we'll meet in the future. We also connected with that psychic who knew Shiloh. That was weirder. Yeah, it's almost as weird as meeting that dancer kid again. Oh, Baxter. We didn't get to meet Baxter in this round. Who will we meet in the future? So am I. Hopefully one of those people will be Nova. Right, George? Liz, well, probably. You'll see each other at some point. Your sister was satisfied, sneakering into her palm. Besides all that, I have to say I'm surprised Nicholas was the one who reconnected with Xavier. Wouldn't he struggle to recognize them? You know, considering the fact that he was asleep the entire day. I fell asleep after I got my face painted, thanks. And I've been to that boardwalk more than once. I don't conk out every time. Try a better tease. Heh, tease really just said, do better. The dare was meant for Liz. That's what he reiterated himself for, and why he spoke with boldness. Alright. Unfortunately for Nicholas, however, it was George who took on the challenge, speaking palely with a mischievous twinkle deep in his eyes. You knew it was going to go well. It wasn't going to go well for his little brother. The only reason Xavier was able to recognize you out of any of us is because you're still a little kid. Just taller. How's that? Nico pouted. That round, he had no comeback. However, he did have a new strategy. Nicholas looked to you, his only potential ally, and pleaded like the child he insisted he wasn't. The irony wasn't lost on Nico, and he intentionally played to that. Dae, these two meanies are ganging up on me. Well... If you weren't such a little bitch. Leave Nicholas alone. He's a sweet boy. Well, George does have a point. I'm glad you haven't changed, Nico. You're the best the way you are. Clearly, George and Liz haven't changed either. I'm glad. It's not Nico's fault he hit on a great style at 6.
Totally.
Right, I'm flawless as is. Dae says so. But they said you've got the same style you did at 6. And you were complaining about George calling you a kid. I'll let that one pass. You, Liz, and George and Nicholas laughed together and continued to chat on the mysteries of life. None of them said this was a goodbye, but when the evening wore on, you needed to move away from the sibling group. The CU shared between you meant more than usual. Alright, my mommy is Mr. Holden. My daddy. No. Your parents remained at the dinner table, sipping on their water bottles and pretending to be nonchalant. They sent too many reverent glances between you and Liz to be convincing. Hello, sweetie. Hey, welcome over.
How are you?
What's happening? I just wanted to see how you were doing. We're great.
How sweet.
We've been having a wonderful time. I know this trip was for you and Derek, but I'm so grateful Pam and I could be here a little. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed. Time together is more important than time apart. Every bit counts. Well said. I feel the same way. Aww. Aww. I am Mr. Holden. Great minds think alike. Absolutely. Mom brought you into the embrace along with Ma. Your parents held you tight for another minute before letting go. Like Derek before that, they didn't intend to monopolize you forever. left to their own amazing company and drifted back towards the front of the living room. You'd worked the room and made your rounds, had a few minutes to yourself. You used it to think and reflect. There was a lot to consider. Life was barreling for you. Unfortunately, no inner peace or full understanding of the universe came while you zoned out in a corner. Perhaps as a consolation, you were rewarded with Derek returning to you after finishing his talk with Mr. and Mrs. Torres, and he had an idea.
So?
Hey, want to go out to the balcony? Get some fresh air? Same as he did when he first parted ways with you, Derek pointedly left the most crucial part of his motivation unsaid. This might be the last time you had a chance to be alone together before you had to go. That sounds like Derek. Okay. I thought you weren't going to ask me to go anywhere ever again, you tease. You give a thumbs up.
Oops.
Oops. Derek flashed back to the desperate moment when the first Ferris wheel ride ended much too soon. He chuckled heartily, face tinged with embarrassment. I did say that, didn't I? It's okay. I won't hold you to it. Thanks. Cool. You quietly went to the sliding glass panels at one end of the living room. But progress halted. Arms folded, Derek stared at the closed door as an impassable wall. Aren't you going to get that for me? You strangled a laugh. That was something you should have seen coming. It was what you wanted. Of course, Derek would end up letting you have it. You accepted the baton in the form of the door handle and opened it. After you. Why, thanks, Dae. Derek passed on by with his head held high. You followed right after. The event was still alive, with small pockets of conversation. You and Derek managed to slip away without notice. As soon as you walked out, a warm evening breeze caressed your body. It carried the sharp scent of the ocean, the delicate perfume of the flowers who made their own home at Derek's place. Derek ignored the one lonely chair on the veranda and rested up against the rail, exactly as he did the first time. On the horizon, the sea gleamed like molten gold, encasing a city of silver. You stood near him, you leaned against the railing too, you lingered by the door. Oh, this one. Out there, he had his spot and you had yours. All was as it should be. The seemingly endless expanse in front of you, with nothing more than a few thin bars between you and it, was a welcome sight. With you both settled in it, Derek grinned as if it was any other day. Or rather, because he couldn't help smiling at you no matter the circumstances. Dae, I owe you an apology, or at least an explanation. No, both. What now? What now? What have you done? You blinked. If there was one thing you could count on, it was that Derek Soares would do you wrong. Not intentionally, anyway. Huh? What about? Well, that's obvious. I had asked you to marry me, in a way, and I almost didn't realize that this was the year it was supposed to happen. How inconsiderate can I get? That outburst sapped him of all energy. Derek's shoulders slumped, and his tone dropped even lower.
It's been a long time.
We've been apart for a long time. Looks like I was in denial about how long. Days, weeks, months, and years just went by before I even knew it. It couldn't be the deadline already, I thought. No way, especially with how not grown up I felt and how non-figured out everything was. It was true. The summer when we were 23 was the year I picked. Is it good or bad timing that this marriage pact plan coincided with my career crisis? I don't know. The rhetorical question lingered, then a bit of humor returned to Derek's darkened features. Actually, I do. It's for the best that it all happened now. We could work the whole mess out in one, though that was also part of why I lost sight of things. I don't want you to think it meant nothing because of that. It's not that it didn't matter to me. It mattered so much I couldn't even face it. I had to run away. Derek almost cracked from the self-imposed pressure. His voice did break. I mentioned some of it already, but asking you to marry me if there was nobody else was one of those wild impulsive stunts I pull sometimes. I really thought it through, as in, I thought through all the ways I could maybe be with you without daring to just ask you to be with me.
The truth is,
I hinged a lot of hopes in on that plan, but it was wishful thinking to see it as a solution. It doesn't work that way. His gaze parted from yours. He had nothing in particular to take his attention, so Derek was simply staring straight ahead.
you.
The future is looking bright, Dae. I love this city and my family. Nothing has to hold me back. I'm getting off the treadmill, going nowhere. It thrilled you to see Derek bursting with real optimism, not simply wanting and hoping that it would be okay in the face of fears, but having certainty that it would be good. You both embraced what was coming next with open arms. That's what I like to hear. I'm looking forward to it, Derek. Here's to us, Derek. I think we earned that. That's what I like to hear. Well, a lot of it is thanks to you. His heavy arm wrapped around your shoulders. He curled it in, bringing you closer towards him. Then his lips were on your cheek. Mwah. Derek pulled away for a moment, intending to once again plant a kiss on the side of your face, but you turned your face to catch his lips instead. You liked that one. Derek leaned into you and rubbed your back lovingly. It was lovely, and precious, and much too short. Hey, your parents told me the story when they got together.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the lunchroom showdown. Pretty funny, huh? My dad told me he loved to remind the rest of the team how we may not like footballers, but she did like him. Very cute. You really are like your dad. You're both so earnest. You're so different from your dad. I can't even imagine you with an ego. That is good, but it doesn't beat your marriage pact. It's the height of romantic hijinks. Thanks? You know, if I ever have a team again, I'll be sure to tell them how Dae liked me before I made it. Or I can tell my future coworkers. Whoever. Perfect. You and your darling boyfriend exchanged more sweet smooches, cuddly and adoring to agree that would certainly be embarrassing to outsiders, if there were any around. We're gonna turn around and we're gonna see everybody's faces pressed up against the window looking at us. Imagine. And then a swooping sound snatched your attention away from Derek. The sliding door had been opened. Who is it? The youngest son skipped in, as if invited, and the middle child followed after. George was less cheeky, but equally unrepentant. Hi, Derek. Hi, Dae. Hello. What's going on? Derek flung his head back in a groan. He let go of you with all the begrudging frustration of a teen boy caught canoodling under the bleachers by the teacher. Not again. Every damn time. There's no privacy anywhere, even in my own house. Hey. Nicholas handled the child's display with unearned airs of maturity. His pose was tall, and he cut an accusing finger through the air. You're the one who invited us over. If you want to be alone with Dae, why did you throw a party with several other people? That was a strong point. Worse still for Derek, George had an even better one. Honestly confused by his big brother's reaction, he plainly stated a key consideration. This whole side of the apartment is glass. We could see everything happening without opening the door. Coming over feels more polite to me than watching from the inside. At that, Derek snorted a laugh. He was less ashamed of what you were doing than Nicholas was for interrupting it.
I see how it is.
Fine. It made sense to get together one more time before they left, but I'm regretting being so reasonable now. One of these days we might learn to be more self-centered, then you'll be sorry. I kind of doubt that. The part about you ever being selfish, not us being sorry over it. Yeah, sorry bro, that's not happening. Well, damn. Oh, don't be that, Derek. I'm happy having George and Nico around. No, with Derek. Party's over. Everyone go home. You teased. The party's over. Everybody out. Forgot how much of a problem this kind of thing was, you laughed. George, Nicholas, that's alright. You could have at least knocked. You sighed, you should have listened. Go home. Now that sounds like a plan. No, I don't want to go home. We're sorry, Derek and Dae. That could be the end of it. Trouble came in threes. Your own sibling appeared from behind. She leaned against the doorway, leering at the scene. Romancing out in the open while all your siblings and parents were right there. I had no idea the two of you were so indulgent. Ron, Rob, and Apple spoil the rest. Nicholas and George had originally barged in with the pure intentions of being with you. Now they were snickering over Liz's jabs at your and Derek's expense. I'm a bad influence on him. Sorry we couldn't babysit you the whole time, Liz. You quipped. All we wanted was some peace and quiet, you lamented. You can't be babysitters all the time. Ooh. Of course this happened. Why expect anything else? That's what Derek's wryly lifted brow seemed to express. You know, we were just talking about how self-absorbed I am, and how it's not enough in my opinion. For even further in the house, Mrs. Schwarzwood, a hand popped over your sister's head. It is okay, we're fine on our own, enjoy your time together. Your parents were bursting with laughter, and effectively trying to model that staying quiet would have been less obtrusive than joining the situation.
Really?
Oh, really? Dad.
Really?
Wait.
Really?
Dad. Okay, your trouble estimates were proven to be highly underestimated. It didn't come in three, it came in as many amounts as physically possible. Mrs. Suarez came to get her husband, clearing a path through Liz, George, and Nicholas.
Excuse me.
Excuse us. She escorted him back into the couch without fuss, but no amount of cordialness on her end could smooth out this three-ring circus. Derek barely saw the retreating forms of his abashed parents, or your moms, and Mr. Horn's giggling fit in the distance, or even the set of siblings watching and waiting for what would happen next. His arms were folded, his brain was working. You and he had become the center of the universe, and that wouldn't do. In the end, Mr. Reliable himself went for his oldest, most reliable solution to awkward situations. Hey, look over there. At what? While the others were clearly distracted by Derek's fantastic boy, said Mastermind slid near to you and whispered intently, Run! Scatter! You nodded imperceptibly to everyone but Derek, whose focus was set entirely on seeing that gesture. You both knew what had to be done. Your hand found his, and his yours, not tearing your eyes from the target, an escape route. Out the front! You dashed through the opening left by Mrs. Suarez, speeding by Liz before she could block the way again. The elders were shocked, the younger ones were shouting, but she didn't stop. Through the gap in the sliding glass door, past the couches, and out the apartment's entrance, you and Derek ditched the whole party in a blink. Together you flew down the stairs. There's no patience to wait for an elevator. Oh my god. We really ran, damn! Once on ground level, you exploded through the last set of doors in your path and onto the sidewalk, leaving laughter and joy in your wake. You may have escaped the building, but who knew if they'd follow you out? That wasn't something you'd put past your siblings. the hand gripping yours was still held tight. Derek encouraged you along, beaming wide. Oh, well, run it. Let's go.
Make sure you keep up.
Friends, lovers, partners in crime, formerly confidential fiancés. No matter the circumstances, you and Derek were always a team, and together you were unstoppable. In Derek's bright eyes, you saw reflections of your past. The first day you met when he bounded up to you so unafraid. The time he'd met Elizabeth bravely bolted from the very cross Elizabeth. Your grand exit from a different party, one you hadn't been invited to. And the moment you arrived in the Prism City bus station, such a short and long time ago, when he'd come running toward you. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be, but that's what life is, and it was okay. Right then you were running side by side. You wouldn't take it for granted, and you wouldn't waste a chance. Instead, you would keep going for as long as your feet could carry you. As it should be, you and Derek took another step forward, and then another. Forward and forward and forward, down the glistening city street and towards the rest of your lives. Thank you for beginning a life here. You're welcome. You can come back again, always. I will. The end. That was good. That was really good. Ah, we're back to the loading screen. Fuck off, Cove. Relationship ended with Cove. Derek's my new man. But oh my gosh. Wow, this one wasn't 11 hours. I know. Almost. 4 more. I start Baxter's route? No, I cannot start Baxter's. I have to get up at 4 a.m. It is 11 o'clock. Where's my sunnies? Let me take off my sunnies. Let me clean up before I forget. There we go. Alright, well, there we go. I immensely enjoyed that epilogue. That was very good. Very solid. Very nice. It was definitely... You know, Derek is obviously like a much different character from Cove, so it was nice having another romance route that wasn't just Cove. You know, listen, like most of the hours that I played Our Life has just been centered around Cove, and honestly, I didn't think I was really ready to like move on to like another another man, but honestly, it was great. It was great. Derek was sweet. He was lovely. He was very stupid. He was a himbo. We love that in him. But he was very caring. And I'm glad that we were able to get that confession, because honestly, I was kind of worried because I made some decisions in the beginning of the epilogue. So, and I was kind of worried that I accidentally, like, cut myself out. And I was like, oh shit, what if we don't get the confession? I played 7 hours of this and nothing happens. But no, in the end, it all worked out. It was also really, I think what also enhanced this was because, like I said, I played Cove's route so many times, like, you know, they didn't have, like, that first reaction feel, like, the element of surprise. And there was a lot of surprises in Derek's, epilogue and route in general. And of course there was with Cove's too, but obviously I had seen them multiple times, you know? I don't want to say I became numb to it. Like, I still really thoroughly enjoyed them, and they were very nice. They make my heart warm and fuzzy, but you know, like I said, this one was different. This one was new. I never experienced it before. A new love. It was good. 10 out of 10. They were both very good. But of course, that is not the end of our story with Our Life. We do have the last, but not least, romanceable character in this game. We do have Baxter's route to do, which we will get started on next week. And I am very interested in seeing that because I feel like it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little, like, not... I heard from, well, James kind of, for Baxter's VA, said it was a bit more angsty than the other routes. So that will be different. I do love an angst. I do love a good angst, you know what I mean? So I'm very interested in seeing what his is. And like just like comparing them all together. Oh, you can't really compare them. They're all very good on their own. Like I was trying to think, oh, well, what one's gonna be the best route? And it's like, oh my gosh, none of them are the best. They're all great, you know? They're all amazing in their own way. It was very nice, very good. I'm glad. I'm curious how him falling off the face of the earth will go in his route and how we meet up with him. Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting thing because essentially he ghosted us pretty much, as we saw in like the wedding DLC with Ko. Like he just didn't say anything. So that's, and if we like go with like the crush route, which we will be, of course. I mean, of course. And since we'll have like those feelings for him in step 3, and then obviously we get cut off and get ghosted, and then we meet back up with him again, that's going to bring that up once again, and we'll have to like work through those emotions. And like tea, drama. And thank you once again, Shaggy, for plugging in the Discord and the Twitter. If you guys haven't joined our follow already, if you join our follow, you'll be notified when I go live here on Twitch. You'll get gain access to the stream schedule, so you'll know what I'm going to be streaming and what days and what times. And also on the Discord, you get access to polls, which will mostly, they're all stream-related things, but the most current, not current, like consistent poll you guys are going to be seeing through the next few weeks. It's like once a week we'll have a poll where you guys get to decide from a list of options what we'll be playing for our free day on Thursdays. So we had our first one last week, as we're going to do Animal Crossing this week. Which I said you guys voted on that, but honestly, you guys give me a 3-way tie, which I thought was very sneaky and cheeky of you guys. I don't know if y'all planned it, but honestly, I feel like you did just to spite me. Shaggy, you're a mod. You can't be VIP. Yeah, Shaggy. I planned it. Jack, how could you plan it? Jack was like, oh my gosh, I want this to be a tie. You know what, I even said, I was like, when I was typing out, it was all my doing. You were talking to everybody, it's like, we gotta make a 3-way tie, if we can. Because I made a post under the poll that was like, we have a tie at the moment, but I'll just pick between the two. And then I was like, somebody's gonna do something with the options and vote and make it another one in a tie as well. And you guys did. You will lose mod if you do it. I mean, Shaggy, if you want VIP, I'll give it to you. I can just go back to not having a mod. It's whatever you want, bro. I'll make Jack the mod. It's up to you. I'll just take VIP away from Jack. Or someone else. Some unlucky fool. That has to be my mod. I ain't VIP yet. I was about to say. You like to use your points. I saved up all these points for nothing. I can take away your mod privileges if you want that VIP. That can be your deadline. Just for that. Oh. I don't know how long it's been. I feel like it's been a minute already. I didn't keep up a timer. I'm sure there'll be many more Animal Crossing. That's why you ain't a VIP. Yeah, you can't make me do your Animal Crossing speaks. Well, as I was saying, Shaggy, you can have VIP if you want it. If you want it, me to just take off you off mod now, or if you want me to wait till you get oh.
Damn, that was cold, Shaggy. I was trying to explain you can have VIP if you want it, but if you wanna be rude for no reason then you can stay mod. Last time I checked, you don't have orange hair and a shit ton of piercings, you cannot show us pain.
Also, I don't know why you're being mad at me. And also, thank you for all your joining for day. I don't know why you were being mad at me. You were the one that wanted to be mod. You offered, and I said, okay. So, this was all on you, Shay. And I was going to give you VIP, but if you want to be mean to me, then no, you can't have it.
No almighty push for you.
Mm-hmm. Bad. But yes, thank you all for joining me tonight. I very do much appreciate it. I hope you all had a good time. I sure did. I always do when we play Our Life. So let's see. Looks like... Oh, Pan is streaming. She's also streaming Our Life. So if y'all want more Our Life content. I figured it... Okay, yeah, Jack. I figured that was a Naruto reference, but I'm not as versatile in the Naruto lore. It just flew over my head. I'm sorry. Oh no, I knew the reference. Oh, I thought you meant like the push one. I knew the orange one. I knew that one. I watched Shippuden 3 times. You are. I'm just having a concert. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and do a raid. We're gonna raid Panic Ninja. She is very very nice, very great. I don't know how many pushes the movie uses. Oh, okay. That was like, that's where I like the references. I was like, I don't know that one. But I do know Pain. But she is also streaming Our Life Beginning and Always. So if you want to keep it up with the Our Life viewing, we can go over there. She is in the BRB screen right now. So maybe I'll wait until she comes back. Hopefully. Pan, come back, please. I want to raid. Pan. But yes, I will see you guys tomorrow at 4. I still have not...
It's 104 days of summer vacation, but school comes along just to end it.
The problem of our restoration is finding a way to spend it. Like maybe... building a rocket, or finding a mommy, or building a full tower. Something. I don't remember the words. I love that song though. Phineas and Ferb was great. I did watch that. I don't think I've seen every single episode, but I've seen a good chunk of them. I watched a little bit of the creator's new show as well, Hansel and Gretel. Discovering something that doesn't exist or giving a monkey a shower. Down away from me. Oh my gosh, she really brewing that coffee. Listen, I know she needs her coffee, but damn. Come on, Pan, I'm waiting. Surfing tidal waves, creating nanobots, and locating Frankenstein spring. It's over here. Finding a bird and continent. Driving our sister insane. Yes. DAE'S late. Go to bed, sir. I'm waiting to raid Pan. I'm waiting for her to come back. I mean, if she doesn't come back soon, I'll probably just do it. She could just come back and realize, like, oh my gosh, there's people here. Just types in chat. Pan, come back, please. As you can see, there's so much to do before school starts this fall. No raid message, cringe. Listen, I haven't done it yet. Y'all know the raid message, it's bear raid. Do whatever emotes you want to do around it. So stick with us, cause Phineas and Ferb, we're gonna do it all. Was it kind of bad that I was kind of on Candace's side? Kind of throughout that show? Because eventually I was like, oh my gosh, she really like looking like a psychopath in front of her parents. I wish they could just see so that they know she's not tripping. Like, I didn't want anything to happen to Phineas and Ferb. I didn't want to get him punished, but I just wanted them to be like, okay, yeah, she's not crazy. You know? That's all I'm saying. Okay, I'm starting the raid. I thought she cared way too much. Well, yeah, in some instances, yeah. I feel like in like the scenarios where like it kind of did affect her a bit more, then yeah, I kind of feel like, yeah, I kind of want the parents to see, but I don't know. But in the other times where like it just did not involve her, then yeah, that was like kind of like, Candace, chill. It's summer. Go slobber over your boy Jeremy or something. Pan, come back. Please stop making coffee. She's still gone. I'm just gonna start it. We can wait. Y'all can be patient. Y'all better be patient. But yeah, that is gonna be it from me today. I will be back. Will we be back? We will be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST for our art stream. Art streams are finally back after 2 weeks. 3 weeks? At least 2 weeks of being out of commission. So we're gonna be doing something. I have not landed on what exactly we're doing yet, so I'm just probably gonna wait until we actually, like, before stream starts. It's like, okay, I'm gonna do this one. I have to settle right now. I don't know if it's gonna be hypothetical prep work or if it's gonna be some dueling, some random shit, but either way, it'll be a good time. Get my art juices flowing. I've been too busy working on one thing. It's like I gotta start working on something else now, you know what I mean? But yeah. And so with that, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you may be. I am immediately raiding and dashing because I need to, first of all, I need to piss. And then I need to go to bed. You're free from the first hypothetical. Yeah, that's it at least, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. So now I can move on to other things. But yes, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.